Mic check 1, 2. Okay. This is it's your boy, man. We're gonna jump right in. I'm not gonna take no time. I'm not gonna lag y'all along. What I want to do for y'all, I want to let y'all hear a little bit of what I got. We're gonna go a little bit over what, what Raphael Stone had to say today. He had some interesting comments, and I want to get into them. I want to get into some of Raphael Stone's comments, and I want to get into some of Reed Sheppard's comments, and we can compare the two, right? All right, cool. So let's listen to what Raphael Stone had to say, and then we'll go, and we'll check it out, see how we feel about it, and then we'll listen to Reed Sheppard's comments, and we'll see how we feel about it. And I'm going to chime in after we listen to Raphael Stone before I go into Reed Sheppard, and then I'll just I'll drop the link again in case anybody wants to come up and tell me how they feel about the situation. All right.
Go ahead. I feel you guys obviously got a lot older this summer, and 10 of the draft picks you took between 2021 and 24, 5 of those guys are now gone. How would you assess how you and your staff have been able to evaluate and develop the young draft picks, and do you see that shift towards experience going beyond this season?
To the very last question, I have no idea. We're worried about this season. In terms of just developing guys, I think we're not a developmental team anymore. That shift probably happened a year or two ago, and I think the goal for this group is to win basketball games and be as competitive as we can be.
What was the biggest factor that made you guys want to acquire Kevin Durant?
It's Kevin Durant. I think he's really good. He's super efficient. He had a great year last year, so he's obviously not he's not 30 anymore, but he hasn't really fallen off, and we just think we think he has a chance to really be impactful for us.
Rafael, what do you hope the young guys learn from Kevin Durant and can take from him as they're around him?
Yeah, we actually arranged for a bunch of those guys to work out with him last summer and the summer before. His work ethic is just awesome. Like the speed at which he goes, not in a game. Obviously everyone tries hard in games, but the speed at which he practices and kind of the intensity at which he practices is something that has made him great over the years. And it started when he was very young, and so of all the things that I hope rubs off, that's the main one. I think that practice makes perfect, and I think one of the reasons he's had such an excellent career is because of the intensity with which he works day in, day out.
Ime and KD's kind of relationship is pretty well documented. How much was Ime a push for this trade, and what was his reaction when this trade went through?
I think we organizationally we only do things when it makes sense for all of us, and so he was definitely an advocate for it, but only in this way. That by no means was there pressure to do something like this. We thought we were going to be a very good team coming back no matter what. When the deal came through in this manner, I think we all wanted to do it.
What does Kevin bring that this team didn't have last season?
He has an easy time getting his own shot in the half court. He's hyper efficient, or has been hyper efficient in the half court, and honestly, that's what he brings to every team. So no team that doesn't have Kevin has his unique skill set. So he'll bring that here. There'll be for sure things we give up, but we like the trade-off.
How much do you think the Rockets' timeline to contend for a championship is kind of the same as Kevin's timeline of being in Houston?
We were the number 2 seed last year, and I think a very legitimate one. And so we think we can contend now. And we thought we won a close series. No, not one. We lost a close series last year, and we thought we had a real chance of contending in the playoffs last year, and we hope to have a real chance of contending in the playoffs this year.
Was it a difficult decision to move on from Jalen Green?
Yeah, Jalen's awesome. He did everything we asked. He's a wonderful combination of talent and work ethic, along with being just a great human being. And any time that you have the privilege to work with someone who is talented and works really hard and is really nice, you should value it. And so for organizationally, we've valued him tremendously. So yeah, very hard.
Given that, what was the thought process of moving on from him?
I mean, it's the NBA, and you can only do trades if a certain amount of money goes out and a certain amount comes in, and there's some positional overlap, or at least overlap in terms of on-ball presence, and so that's what the deal required.
During the draft, Cam Whitmore was able to fall to you all at 20, and you at that draft night you said that he was a very good talent, should have been a top 5 talent. What went into the decision to move on from him?
I just think, we're just not a developmental team right now. It's really like we wanted to provide Cam with the opportunity to do in his career what we still believe he very much can do. So I think Cam's insanely talented, really nice young man, and wanted to provide him an opportunity to go home and be in a situation where he could really play through mistakes in a way that we never could afford him just in the iteration of the Rockets that he joined.
Would you like to more offers for him as well?
Excuse me?
Were there more offers for you all?
There's a lot of interest in him.
Do you feel like this roster is augmented well to kind of supplement Kevin's strengths and protect him at year 30 or year 19, age 37?
Yeah, I mean, on paper, but everything has to play out. But we like the fit. We think it works well. We think he will add to us, and we think we will help him.
Would you like to add to your? Would you?
He's obviously going to be 37 in September. What allowances will you guys make? Understanding the training spectacular, his production has not tailed off, but he did play 62 games, I believe, last year.
I mean, he'll play when he can play, and we have what, again, is just on paper, but on paper is a very deep roster, and when he's not able to play, other guys will step up.
Would you like to add to your guard depth, or do you feel confident going into next season with your current backcourt?
I mean, I like our team as is. We always look for opportunities to do various things, but we're hard capped at the first apron, and we have no space left. So I think very likely we'll enter the season with, looking very similar to the way we look at right now. It's pretty hard not to.
Where do you hope to see Reed Sheppard grow and roll next season?
I mean, Reed's just going to have to be really good for us. Period.
What have your initial conversations with Kevin been like, and what do you think attracted him to this situation?
I mean, I think he liked our team. Lots of people liked our team. We were a very young, very, very good team last year. So I assume that's the obvious and what attracted him. In terms of my initial conversations, he's been great. Like, super excited to be here, excited to get started, excited to get to know the young guys, just be a part of it all. Sounds wonderful, but it's July. That's every hope springs eternal. So we for all of us, we're going to have to put in the work and earn everything we get.
The Clint Capella signing, does that sort of signal a willingness to go more double big next year?
For sure, we love that lineup. Once we discovered it last year, we thought it was really, really effective for us. Also, Clint just adds something we don't have in terms of being kind of a center who can move a little bit easier on the perimeter, also as a lob threat. Finally, we just think depth is super important, and as we're trying to make it through the season, we don't want there to be huge drop-off. So we did not anticipate going into free agency that we would be able to get Clint, but we're ecstatic when that materialized.
It hasn't been announced yet, but do you mind if I ask you about Jabari? Just extending him and that decision?
I mean, we're super happy to extend Jabari. Like, he's an enormous part of what we're doing, what we did last year, what we did the year before, and the year before that, and what we think our future is. So Jabari is super important to us.
How much of moving our man back to his natural position of guard went into also being able to bring in Kevin Durant?
Yeah, I mean, a man makes a lot of what we do possible, because you can just kind of decide that today's a point guard, tomorrow's an off guard, then he can be a power forward. We played him as center. That's one of the great things about a man and his particular skill set is that it allows you to slot other players in very easily.
I know he'll probably bring a lot, but what is the biggest thing you hope that Kevin Durant will add to your team or bring to your team?
I mean, I think he's offensively, he's still dynamic. He's super efficient. He's a high volume scorer, at that high level of efficiency, and hopefully he just makes us a better offensive team while at the same time being another really long, very capable wing defender. And so, so we just hope he adds him, the player that he's been for the last 2 decades almost.
You said this is no longer a developmental team. Do you feel like the championship window has opened up for you all, especially with acquiring Kevin Durant?
I mean, our goal is definitely to win a championship. I don't know about the window opening or closing or whatever else. In order to be a champion, you have to beat them. Oklahoma City had just an amazing year last year, an amazing run in the playoffs. It's an extremely high bar, and there's other really great teams all around the NBA. So I think it's way too early to talk about championships other than, for obvious reasons, that's our goal.
What were some of the factors that went into signing Dorian Finney-Smith as opposed to some of the other available free agents this offseason?
I mean, we felt like we really wanted Dylan. Well, I talked earlier about Jalen, but Dylan, it was everything we could have asked in terms of being a great person on and off the court, and we felt like his defense and intensity were things were really important to us, and we uniquely thought Dorian had some of those same traits, and so he was a target for us going in because we were worried about losing.
Is how this team matches up against Oklahoma City something you guys thought about more so than all the other 28 teams, perhaps?
No, I think we're just trying to put together the best team we can.
We talked a lot about the.
How about just an added bonus to seemingly be able to improve the three-point shooting?
With Dorian or Kevin or just in general?
All the
I mean, we were really good at getting our misses. It would be better if they went in the first time, but we just want to score. We want to be as good offensively as we can. We don't really care how. Having said that, no one turns down shooting.
We'll take 2 more.
We talked a lot about the players, but what did it mean to bring DJ Augustine into the organization?
DJ's my guy. Very happy to have him in our front office.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead. I feel you guys obviously got a lot older this summer, and 10 of the draft picks you took between 2021 and 24, 5 of those guys are now gone. How would you assess how you and your staff have been able to evaluate and develop the young draft picks, and do you see that shift towards experience going beyond this season?
Okay. All right. Let's get right into it. And make sure I don't have too much echo on my joint. Because, look, where do I want to start? Raphael Stone, I think, might be the best GM at I think as far as press conferences go and interviews and the media availability, things like that, I think Raphael Stone is becoming, to me, one of the best in that area. Let me make sure my echo down. Okay. Still got a little echo. If you in comments and if you can hear me, if I got echo, put a 1 in the chat if I'm good. Put a 2 if I have too much echo. I don't want to say nothing, in this stream. And salute to the chat. Salute the kingdom. King on deck. 2. I got a lot of echo. Appreciate you. How do I sound now? King? Still echo? Okay. Look, the thing I'm trying to avoid is I'm trying to avoid having the echo reverberating in your head. If I say anything that's gonna torment you in your sleep tonight. This could be a very, horrific stream, for Rockets fans. If I really get into how I feel about some of the things I feel about it. Now look, I'm not gonna hold you long. I'm gonna go straight down the line of things that I remember off top. I didn't take notes. I thought about taking notes. I'll be more professional in the future. But as of now, I'm just buying new setup stuff and whatever, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So listen, one of the first things I remember that I want to talk about was Kevin Durant is available at getting his own shot. I mean, he said, and I quote, Kevin Durant gets his own shot very easily. And, that kind of stood out to me because I would have preferred him to say Kevin Durant fits good in any system. Do you see where I'm going with this? It's a problem for me that, you know, you get a guy because he's good at getting his own shot, and that's the full extent of your answer as to why you felt it was important to get it. Like, okay, he's Kevin Durant, he can get his own shot. So what? How does that help the team? If at the end of the day your only point is you need a guy who can get his own shot, like everybody keeps saying you can roll the ball out to him and you can roll the ball out and say let's go and he go. What that tells me is the fluidity of this team is about to change. The the mantra that we had last year, sometimes you, sometimes me, always us, it might not be that way. It might be sometimes me and you, mostly me. But I cut for y'all because I'm a team player. It might be something like that. That might be the new mantra. Um, Look, I don't I don't want it to be mistaken on if I like Kevin Durant or not. I'm a big Kevin Durant fan. Is Kevin Durant the kind of person that I think fits Rockets basketball? Just not as the best player. Not as the best player. I don't want Kevin Durant to be my best player. I'm not used to it. I'm not used to it. I'm used to our best player usually being somebody who can dominate the game. You know, Vernon and Kenny and Sam could all get buckets. Any one of them could hit you for 30. Any one of those guards could hit you for 30. But our best player was the person who could dominate the game. I can go get you 27. I can get you 12 rebounds. I can get you 10 assists. I can get you 8 steals. I can get you 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 blocks. That's a dominant player, which is why I feel like Giannis would have been better, but we're not going to dwell on that until, you know, um, trade deadline type shit. Now, the Kevin Durant, what do you feel about Kevin Durant? How players can take things from his game. Where we sent players to go work out with him last year, he works hard. You know, he's a hard worker. He works out at game speed. Still not a lot about team basketball there. There's still not a lot about team basketball. And again, I'm not saying Kevin Durant is a team player. I'm just saying that when the GM spoke, I think Raphael Stone is a great interview because he doesn't go into stuff that's going to bite him in the ass later. He's really surface level as it pertains to what he's going to say as far as selling you a product that you're going to be able to double back on it and say, well, you said this and you didn't, you know, you didn't get that to us. You know what I mean? So it's like one of those things where it's like, if you come out and you tell me, hey, Kevin Durant's going to be a great team player and he's not a great team player, then what you did, you missed the mark as a GM. He's not going to go that far down the line with you to tell you, this is what I expect. This is what I brought him here for. So therefore, on the back end, he's not really accountable for what Kevin Durant does. That's just to me. To me, that's kind of an issue. Also, we're not a developing team anymore. We're not a developing team anymore. I mean, I get the sentiment. I get the sentiment. But at the end of the day, oh my, let me see. Okay, maybe that's a little better. Maybe when I get closer to the mic, I get louder. Maybe the echo comes back. I get the sentiment. How do I sound now? Drop the one and twos now from the thing. Um, and I'll keep tinkering with it. Like I said, this is a whole new joint. Um, I get the sentiment overall as far as matter of fact, if I can close this, maybe that'll help. Okay. As far as not saying we're gonna bring a lot of guys on in order to develop them, you know, just saying, hey, we're gonna bring guys in that we're gonna be developing. I understand that part. If if you want to say, hey, look, we're not taking a flyer on guys hoping that they can be better down the line and offering them, whatever leeway and leash to get better. You're either good right now or you're going to the G League and we'll ship you out. We'll play you in the G League or we'll ship you out. If that's the position that you want to stand on, fine. I don't have no problem with that. I don't have no problem with it. But, and we'll talk about this later. What does that mean for Reed Sheppard? What does that mean for Reed Sheppard? What does it mean for Amin? Because one of the things he said, which I think I want to say it might have been Madman. It might have been Madman from Madman Leaks that asked him, you know, about putting Amin back at his natural position as a guard, as a lead guard or something like that. Um, and Raphael Stone gave one of those, you know, stone face answers, hence the title, where it was like, yeah, Amin can do everything. We can put him at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is why he, works for us and he makes us a good team. What? First of all, let me say this. That answer is cold blooded, bro. Because what I took from that was you're not gonna lead me with your question. You're not gonna lead me nowhere. And if you notice, go back and watch Raphael Stone's face every time somebody asks him a question to lead him to the answer that they really want to know. His face is Stonewall Jackson, bro. I mean Stonewall Jackson. He's literally going to go straight face all day, no game, not a joke. Everybody go night night. I mean, look, this dude face gets so strong when you try to lead him with your questions. And that particular question was one of the ones where I would have liked to hear, yes, we want to put him back at the guard. Yes, we want him to play guard. We really want Armin to develop into a guard that can play alongside Reed in the future. Let the fans know. Let the fans know what the hell you are doing. Because as it is, you also said we're not a developing team. So to me, as a fan, what I take it is, hey, Armin just gonna play wherever he can play at because if he get good enough to play the guard, he'll play the guard. Right now, he's not good enough to play the guard. He's gonna be playing 2, 3, 4, and 5, or 3, 4, and 5, because that's what he's good enough to play right now. And so, for a lot of people thinking that is gonna eventually be the point guard, I don't ever see it. Not that he's not a good passer, but he doesn't dribble the ball to me, with the angle and the level that he can snap the ball from his dribble into a pass, at the speed that he's going. That's just what I see from him when I see him play. He dribbles the ball low. He got long arms. The ball is usually very low. I said this about Aaron Brooks. So people thought Aaron Brooks was a better point guard than Kyle Lowry. I had this conversation with Papa EF, and I used to always say, Aaron Brooks is a good guard. He's not a better point guard than Kyle Lowry. Kyle Lowry's level on the ball when he dribbles makes him a better passer. It doesn't look as flashy, and he's not maybe not a better scorer than Aaron Brooks. Aaron Brooks just dribbles the ball too low for me to like him as a point guard. Just me. You got to have got the height, your height on the ball when you dribbling. The ball got to come up to you when you dribbling the ball in order for me to say you can make all the passes. If your arms are held along and the ball is still low when you're dribbling, you can get by people and you can do a lot of stuff, but you're not gonna be the great passer. And I think for the most part, I don't okay, let's see. I don't believe he meant it like that. I took it as they're gonna be giving guys 3 to 4 years. Oh, he's not gonna be giving guys 3 to 4 years of unlimited playing time to develop. Guys have to buy in and improve to remain. Okay. Um, no doubt. No doubt. I get a sense. I really do. I really get a sense. But it leads me to believe that in a sense, he's kind of drawing a line in the sand. And why do I take that? Why do I take that stance overall? Because when you add up the percentage, like if you are a Bible reader or have studied with people who study the Bible, you always hear people say precept upon precept, line upon line. So when I draw the conclusions of what he was saying throughout his whole interview, the conclusions I drew was that Cam still needed to develop too much for us to keep him. And that's a little strange for me because I always had an idea that Cam might have been a more developed overall player than Jalen. But then again, we fans, we on the outside looking in. We on the outside looking in. And I felt like Cam was a more developed offensive player than Jalen. And other than Jalen's willingness to buy in and play defense, Cam might have been a better player. But what I took from Raphael Stone's points was Cam needs to develop more, and we just don't have time to develop him. Armin, guess what, Armin? We're not really looking at you as a shooting guard. You might go on the court at that position, but we're not developing you into a point guard at this point. If you happen to become better at the point guard position, you might play point guard, but we're not going to develop you into a point guard. This is not a KPJ type situation. You're either going to be good enough to play that position, or you're going to be a Swiss Army knife playing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, depending on what we need at the time. Okay? And why is that important? Because it leads me to believe, first of all, let me say this about Raphael Stone. When he said, our job is to win games, I'm like, oh, really? Really? I mean, thanks for the information, Siri, you know what I mean? Like, you know, thanks, Chat GPT. You just broke the fuck effing code. You know what I mean? You just gave me the most information I've ever had in my life. That your objective is to win games. Oh, thank you. You know what I mean? Like, how is that like not we plan to win a championship, not, we want to be a contender in the West. We want to get back to where we were. We won, we almost won a series last year. We want to win a series this year. We want to win a series this year. I almost slipped up and said we won against Golden State because I felt like we won. This time, we really want to get back and win. Definitely, definitely, definitely. You know, Jalen was a better playmaker. if he was a good playmaker. If Cam was a worse playmaker than Jalen, it was only because, you know, Jalen did more dribbling and allowed the defense to get to close in on him. He did more probing with the basketball. You know, I don't. Jalen wasn't too much better of a passer than Cam. You know, if you watched the stream up the other day, you can see all the behind the back passes that Cam made and just the creativity on the pass. But he didn't make a lot of plays for other players because when he got the ball, it was either one or two things gonna happen. He was either going to the goal or he was shooting a three. It wasn't a bunch of I'm going right or left and allowing the defense to close out so I can open up space for for my next player. Or, I'm gonna swing, kick the ball, and then, it wasn't no bunch of that. But as far as being more coachable, I mean, look, as far as being more coachable, I do think that I don't even know if that's the case. I think Cam just didn't have, we see Cam as a specimen who physically could do anything, but I don't think physically his feet work allowed him to be as good defensively as we think he could have been. One-on-one defense, he was good, but team defense seemed to have been the problem, and not playing team defense kept him off the floor. Um, and I think that ultimately, if you talk about not being coachable in the aspect of, hey, even though I can't play defense as good as somebody else, I still think I'm a better scorer than they are. So put me on the floor. It's a lot of players. That's Carmelo is not coachable in that aspect. You know, um, I definitely believe that there's a level of player that offensively is so good that you say, hey, you know what? I can't really I can't really fault him for his defense not being good as long as the effort is there. And if it was one of the things where Cam was just spaced out on defense and he tried hard man to man, but he couldn't get the team defense down pat, I still think it's a problem that they didn't give him a great chance. Can't hardly ever pass the ball. Facts, facts. I mean, that's facts. He hardly ever did, but when he did pass behind the back, I did see him miss several passes that I thought he should have been able to make, or he should have saw opening up when he started his drive. Like I mentioned on the last stream, when he started to drive and people start to close out, and the bars in the corner, moving into the line of, moving into the passing line to where he could, Cam could have saw him and got the pass to him, and Cam never even looked that way at all. So it was definitely a problem with not having the desire to be a passer, unless it was one of the like the few behind the back passes to where it was like I'm gonna make the pass because this is the only really good play to make. And exactly. Also that physically, you know, and I don't even that part I don't even know because I think Jalen physically at 6'6", we came in 6'5", 6'6", I don't know. It would be 235. But Jalen at 6'6", slim, quick, with the skinny ankles, with that kind of bounce, yeah. And emotionally, so I heard somebody make a statement. They said you can't let people talk you out of the game by talking about your fingernails and stuff like that. That was something I didn't make that up, bro. Somebody said that on 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 a prominent podcast, and I think they would have reason to know that that might have had something to do with Jalen being taken out of the game in the playoffs. That's just what I assume from that, because they said you can't let people talk you out of the game by talking about your fingernails and stuff like that. So I think that was a crazy that was a crazy thing to hear. So I mean, both of them could be a little mentally not where they should be. I think Jalen to get stronger after being traded. I think Cam will be strong after getting traded. I think it would have been a shit show in Washington if Cam and Jordan Poole was there together. I'm glad he has a veteran there. Hopefully, he can bring the best out of Alex Saw, and you know that's like that. So where do you think we land? Because winning games is like a broad statement. I mean, you're really painting with a broad stroke, really stroking with a broad brush, or painting broad strokes with a thin brush, or however the saying goes, to say win games. When immediately after the trade, people were saying we were, the biggest threat to contend with the Oklahoma City Thunder. It was like the Rockets are the biggest threat to the OKC Thunder, and then Denver goes out and get Bruce Brown and Cam Johnson, and and then they say, "No, it's Denver." Like, is it that easy? Is it? I mean, is was it that easy to knock us off our, you know, was it that easy to knock us off our position as being the number two? I mean, as being the next contender. I don't see how Bruce Brown and Cam Johnson did that for them that easy. I mean, I know that Joker is Joker, but we've seen Caruso. I mean, if Caruso did that to Joker, best believe Armin gonna give him work next year. Armin gonna give him work next year, and LP gonna be looking and trying to see what Caruso was doing. How did they play him? What was Caruso doing that was so challenging for him? Oh, you jumped out on one side, then jumped out. Oh, that's the old Robert Orr right there. Poke on this side and then be on the other side. Just poke over here so he can feel like you over there, and then go on the other side. That's the old Robert Orr. That's what he was doing to Charles Barkley in the playoffs. So I mean, I'm gonna be all over the place. I mean, if I don't, I don't see how Bruce Brown and Cam Johnson automatically makes Denver a better contender to OKC than us. Because ultimately, you only have Joker, and Joker Matthews. I like to do superstar against superstar. So you say Joker against Shea. They gonna cancel each other out. Jalen Williams against who? Who's gonna match up with Jalen Williams? Is that Cam Johnson? Well, then Oklahoma City wins. Let's do it on our team. Shea, KD. They gonna cancel each other out. I mean, we know Shea gonna get buckets, but also he got Armin on him. So let's just say Shea and KD cancel each other out. That's how I always do it. Now their next best player is Jalen Williams. Our next best player, as of right now, is Alpha Shangoon. Pretty even. They cancel each other out. Their third best player is Chet. Our third best player is Armin Thompson. If you want to say they cancel each other out, they cancel each other out. Now you get down to Jabari versus whoever their fourth best player is, and we win. You could even say Fred Van Vliet versus their fourth best player, and we should win. Because once you get past their top three players, our next seven players are better than theirs, period. So I don't, Murray versus Williams. Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe, but Murray is about. I guess they're equally iffy. You could say they cancel each other out. Okay, so now you got Murray versus Williams, and then Chet versus who? Who is equaling up to Chet on Denver? Who has a bigger impact? Who has a big enough impact on the Denver Nuggets roster to match up with Chet and the impact he has on their roster? See, the OKC will probably win. Cam, nah, I don't know about that one. I'm not giving him that until I see him do something like that. 'Cause I haven't seen Cam do jack. So you got, so you got Joker, Murray, Cam, Gordon, and OKC would be Shea, Jalen, Chet, and then what? Gordon against who? Who would be OKC's fourth best impact? Caruso? Yeah, so was Mikal Bridges. so, so was so was the man who got like 7 picks and you know half the half the trades in the league traded for him, and that Houston that we wanted so bad in Houston. You know, I don't think that Cam is. I mean, people talk about Cam as that second tier of guy that you want on your team, and maybe he is, maybe he is. But I just if he was if he was that okay, so Cam is the third person. Hardenstein maybe. Hardenstein, see what I'm saying? It's not working. That's not working for me. At a point, at a point, I just think OKC pull off. I just think OKC pull off with talent, with Caruso, Lou Dort, Isaiah Hardenstein. They still got the young bull over there, Wiggins, that stepped up and played big. You know, I don't even know if they got somebody in the draft this year that's probably gonna come out and be a effing superstar. You know, OKC and they just won a championship. They coming off a super high. Denver's a little bit older. You still got to say Brown versus Caruso. That's equality right there. That's pretty equal. That's pretty equal right there. Even though Caruso could have easily been the MVP of the playoffs for OKC, the stuff that he did this playoff, like Caruso is one of those guys that you see him and everybody talk about how good he is, and you be like, yeah, we can use him. Yeah, we can use him. And then you see him in this playoff, and you're like, man, how is he doing it? Like, what is it that he's really actually doing? It's like he's not doing nothing, but he's doing everything at the same time. You know, we have Dylan Brooks, and Dylan Brooks he's doing stuff, and it looked like he's doing a lot of stuff, but at the same time, you be like, but he really ain't doing nothing. He doing a lot of stuff, but he really ain't doing nothing. What is he doing? Caruso is the exact opposite. He's doing every single thing, but you're really looking and you're like, what? But what is he doing though? I don't even know what it is, you know. But it's everything, and I don't know what I actually like. I actually like Dylan Brooks better than Caruso. If I had to pick again out of the two, I would pick Dylan Brooks again. Give me the guy that looked like he's doing a lot. That's probably only mid. You might can scare somebody into thinking you're doing more than what you are. You know, I like that guy. If I'm on the court and I got a guy that's out there that's talking a lot of mess and he jumping like 3 inches off the ground and getting rebounds and screaming in people's face. I like that. I like that. Give me that. Give me that. Instead of the guy that's out there with the bandana on, the long socks, and he's shooting fundamental jumpers and not saying nothing. He just walking around, hitting every single mid-range jumper that he take. He ain't did no crossover or nothing. He just get the ball and pull up and shoot the mid-range jumper, and that's it. You know who that remind me of? Remind me a lot of Reed Sheppard. That's what I think we're gonna get a lot of this year. A lot of bland chicken, bro. We're gonna get a lot of bland chicken. Um, I have a problem, man. I really do got a problem with this next um this next interview. And Stone said Reed Sheppard is just gonna have to be very good. Just gonna have to be very good. You say you rather have Caruso, who's gonna play his role at an elite level every day after day. You rather have Caruso than Dylan Brooks, bro. Bro. It's no way. No way you rather have Caruso than Dylan Brooks, bro. Dylan the villain, man, he take all the pressure off everybody. He take all the pressure off everybody. Dylan made it so. See, here's the difference. Dylan made it to where everybody on our team could foul, and nobody would get called for fouls unless it was blatant. Caruso don't do that for you. Dylan made it to where anybody on our team could hack anybody the majority of the year, and the refs wouldn't call it because that was our identity. And if they was really gonna look for somebody to be a problem, they wasn't gonna look at Armin. They wasn't gonna look at LP or Jalen. Definitely wasn't looking at Jalen to cause no problem or bring no smoke. They was gonna look at Dylan. They was gonna watch Dylan. They was gonna see who fouling. Dylan fouling somebody, and they watching him to see if he doing something crazy. And he took that kind of heat off of your players. You know, but you know, that's me. So I'm gonna go into this. I want to see what what I want y'all to hear. If y'all haven't checked it out already, I'm gonna play it for the people who haven't heard it, so we can hear what Reed Sheppard said and see how it pertains or how it corresponds to what we heard from Raphael Stone about Reed Sheppard having to be very good, and I quote, very good for us next year. Let's check him out. Check out your boy Reed Sheppard, man.
This will be your second summer league. What do you want to see from yourself this year?
Yeah, I mean, first I'm excited just to be back out,
Yeah.
being able to play. It's super exciting getting to play with a bunch of new guys and go out in Vegas and just have fun and play. But the biggest thing for me is just staying confident, going out there, having fun, playing loose, and just working on everything that we've been working on this summer.
What do you want to see as far as your ball handling? And I know you're starting to play off ball a little bit. It seems like you're going to be really trusted to handle the ball even more this season.
Yeah, I think just keep working on it. Keep getting in the gym, keep making the right reads, keep the game as simple as I can when I get out there and put my teammates in good spots to make shots.
You started looking ahead at all to some of your new teammates will be joining you and kind of, how they like to run offense and how you can work with them?
I haven't looked too much because I got summer league right now. So right now this is my team for the next couple weeks. So, but I'm really excited for the season and the new guys. But right now I'm mainly focused on just these next couple weeks with these guys.
Coach mentioned he wanted you to be more aggressive and kind of exhibit that and grow into that. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, I think just looking for my shot and doing what I do. I think being aggressive isn't just shooting, but getting in the paint, making the right play, kicking out to the corner, shooting floaters, pull-ups, whatever that is. Just being aggressive, trying to be the best player that I can be and help the team as much as I can.
What was your reaction to acquiring Kevin Durant, and what are your thoughts on him joining your team?
Obviously Kevin Durant's a really good player. It's pretty cool. For me, I've grown up watching him my whole life. I'm really excited to play with him. He's a tremendous player and can score and do everything you need in a basketball player, so it should be really fun playing with him.
After going through your rookie season, what are you doing this offseason in order to come back more stronger to handle some of the rigors and some of the bigger guards that you have to play against in the NBA?
Yeah, this summer we've been in the weight room a lot. We've been, working on physicality on the court, whether it's defense or offensive physicality, and just getting stronger and just being mentally ready for the physicality.
Coach talked about you growing as a leader during this process ahead of Summer League. What does leadership look like to you?
Yeah, I think just communicating is the biggest thing. I think being able to take control of the five that you have on the court and just talk and get them in their places, and whether it's in the locker room, whatever it is, just always talk and communicate throughout practice, throughout the games, and throughout the season.
Although you only got 1 year to play with Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks, what are some of the things that you could take and that you learned from them your rookie season heading into your second?
That shots fired, man. That shots fired right there. I can really go from right there and just let it. Hold on. Let me get my mic right. Cause I can go from right there, man. That's shots fired. My bad. I'm being messy a little bit. It's really not, but I like to take stuff at face value though. What does leadership look like to you? Just communicating on and off the court, being a leader, making guys, making sure guys in their right place. Is that what leadership look like to you, King? Communicating, talking to your guys, making sure they in the right place, being a vocal leader. Is that what leadership look like to us in Houston? I don't know. I don't know. You know, is Reed Sheppard saying that he wants to be what he considers a leader, and that you know that's what he that I mean he said they asked him what does leadership look like to you, and he said communicating, being vocal in the locker room, on the court. Take it at face value, Brody. Take it at face value. Here's my question. This is my question. Is very good, which Reed Sheppard has got to be for us this year, according to the general manager. When I say general manager, I don't just mean the person who make trades on 2K. I mean, think of, you know, a Fortune 500 company. Think of whatever place you work for. Think of the general manager at the local Waffle House or the McDonald's or wherever it is that you think general managers could be very important. When they say you have to be very good in order for us to be very good, and you say, hey, I'm just going to do, what I do. I got to have confidence and I got to, make some floaters and, hit some jumpers. What? Is, is that it? You going in the summer league thinking that? That's what you're thinking about going in the summer league? I don't know, bro. I just don't know. I don't know about this, man. I don't know about this. The last time we really seen Reed Sheppard really talk and got to just listen to him chop it up was when we drafted him. He was excited. He had his mom and his dad out there with him. They was glazing. You know, we picked him at 3. Stone was glazing. You know, I was glazing. Man, I was listening. Last year, trust me, I was the first person, bro, way back in March Madness, before the March Madness was even halfway through. I was saying the Rockets need to get Reed Sheppard. And I had a list. My list was like this: Donovan Clingan, Zach Edey, uh, Filipowski, and Reed Sheppard. Those were the guys that I was watching to see what they did. Those were the players that I felt like we needed on our team to be better. And as I watched the playoffs, I kept saying, you can't teach Donovan Clingan. You can't teach Zach Edey. You can't teach that. But if you got a guy that's shooting 60% from 3, that translates. Especially if he's shooting from 32, 33, 34 feet. That translates immediately to the NBA. You're going to get 32, 33. You're going to get 33-foot jumpers. You're going to get 30, 30, 32-foot three-pointers. And you shooting 59%. Okay? So, oh yeah, he did. He very much did. He very much said he has to be literally said these exact words. This is his exact quote. King. I'm gonna play it back for you so you can hear it yourself. Well, I might, because I don't really know exactly where it's at on the timeline. But his exact quote was this: Reed just has to be very good for us. Period. He literally said period. After he said what he said, he literally said period. Now, what that tells me is because they also asked about um I think it might have been Madison or I'm not sure. But they asked about did Stone plan on um adding depth at the backup guard position, you know, and Stone basically was saying it's a it's very likely because there's not much we can do because we pressed hard pressed against the first apron, you know, that it's not a lot we're gonna be able to do. It's gonna be very hard if we do anything. But he literally he literally said that Reed has to be very good for us, period. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. They said it. So my question is, after listening to um after listening to Reed in his interview and how easy going he sounded. And like I said, we haven't really heard him talk since draft day, which he was excited. Maybe his demeanor is just, blue collar. I'm just, la 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 la. I'm not really a hypey kind of type person. I'm just gonna lay it out kind of how, very professional, you know, a button collar kind of type person. Um, Zach Morris, you know what I'm saying? You know, type, type, clean cut, pretty boy type stuff. Um, Maybe that's just who he is. Maybe he's just that guy. But when you hear a guy say things like, I just have to keep it simple, you just have to keep it simple. That's your plan? Hold up. Hold up. We didn't get Steve Nash, bro. We might have not even gotten John Stockton. We might literally have Brent Price. We, we might have Brent Price on the team. We might have Matt Maloney, a young version of Matt Maloney on the team right now, bro. He said he got to keep it simple. Simple? That's what you plan on? You plan on helping us win by being simple, bro? No, no. That's not what I believe in. I believe in white chocolate, bro. I believe Jason Williams is a two ball handler, top three ball handler ever. I believe Jason Williams is one of my favorite players ever. Top three ball handler of all time. I'm going I'm going Skip to my Lou. I'm going Kyrie Irving. I'm going Jason Williams, then I'm going Pistol Pete. And I might can swap Jason Williams with Pistol Pete, put Pistol Pete then Jason Williams. Because passing is part of ball handling. And yeah, Jason Williams handles is sick. At the speed he was going and never to slow down and do the stuff he was doing. My point is, we didn't get no, bro. We don't got Jason Williams, bro. We don't got Steve Nash. We might not even have John Stockton. But if he's John Stockton and he has that bland looking game, but it's very effective, okay, okay. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. If that's what you mean by simple, I can take that. But if you mean keep it Brent Barry, that can't be your plan. Oh yeah, Brent Price. Not bad. Yeah, Brent Price. The Brent Barry was a goon. Brent Price. Brent Price. Yeah. Let's see. Was White Chocolate a top 50 point guard ever? I don't think top 50 point guard ever. We might have Mark Price. We might. Hey, look, if we got Mark Price, I'm cool with that. But what if we got Steve Kerr? What if we got Steve Kerr? I'm just saying. Are you cool with Steve Kerr? Pick that number 3. Is White Chocolate a top 50 point guard ever? I can't give him. I don't know if I can give him that without just running a list. You know, but 50 point guards to go 50 point guards deep. I'm I'm pretty sure somebody can make an argument for him, but I just don't have the list in front of me right now. I mean, I doubt he's the top 50 point guard ever. If you talk about favorite point guards, he gonna be in my top 50 as far as favorites go. Easy. Kerr helped win rings, correct? Absolutely. But I don't think he was picked third overall. And I don't think they expected Steve Kerr to be the future point guard of their team at any juncture in his career. At any juncture. If you I mean, are you cool? Are you cool if he's Steve Kerr? Because that means I mean, how does his contract look? We picked him at 3. He doesn't develop into a starter. He eventually becomes JJ Redick for a little while, and is ultimately reduced to you know eight eighth player on the team, third player off the bench. You cool with that? I mean, that's the kind of mindset that it sounded like he was saying that he was giving off. That's the kind of you know that's the kind of luster it seemed like he was talking with. It seemed like he was giving that kind of like, hey, shoot, I'm gonna go in here and you know, Chris Jensen. I'm gonna go ahead and beat Chris Jensen. You know, give me another one. Give me another one. I'm just, I mean, even Gogi, man, even Goran Dragic has some flair to his game. There's just a little, a little sauce. You gotta have a little sauce, man. You gotta keep the defense honest, bro. You gotta keep. Let me see, updated version of Kerr, a starter who can defend. Let's put it. An updated version of Kerr, a starter who can defend, create plays for his teammates, and can shoot the air out of the ball. Now I give you this. I'll give you this, King. That's a nice Brock Purdy jersey on your icon. I'll give you that, bro. I'll give you that. Look, no. If 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 he plays, if he's okay, let me tell you. I give it to you like this: clear cut and dry. The GM said the man got to be very good for us. Period. Um, if you're in the chat and just go for LC. If you're in the chat and you click on the post on where it say click on where it say chat, it'll open up the chat and then you can chime in to what's being said in the chat room. Um, and if you in the chat and you heard Stone say that the man got to be very good for us. Period. Just put a one. Just put a one because King happened to miss that part, even though I actually let it repeat like 3 times before I even chimed in. But I mean, this is this what you think is very good? If I said, hey, I mean, I don't know what you do on your job, but I'm not gonna pry. But I'm saying if I was your general manager and I said, hey, you got to be very good for us, period. And you said, hey man, I'm gonna be very good. I'm gonna be like this. Okay, I'm gonna give you an example. You work for Foot Locker. I'm the GM. We both doing the interview on the same day. I tell somebody, King has got to be a very good shoe salesman for us, period. And I don't know if it's before or after, but I'm gonna say after. After I say that, you go out and you say, hey man, I'm just gonna keep it simple. I'm gonna do my best rendition of Al Bundy. I'm gonna, I'm gonna do my best impersonation of Al Bundy today, and you know that's gonna get us where we need to be. I mean, that's almost what you said. It's like, is Kerr? I mean, is Kerr better than Jason Williams? Do you think Steve Kerr is a better point guard than White Chocolate? Do you think Steve Kerr is a better point guard than White Chocolate? No, no, no. There's no way. I'm saying, you know what I want on my team? I want a guy who can just be on the court and, you know, just be somewhere, be smart, hit open threes. Because here's the key part. Here's the here's the key part of what you said. An updated version of Kerr create plays for him and his teammates. The problem is Kerr can shoot the air out of the ball. Kerr was not a starter, but the contrast is right here. Can you create plays for yourself? Can you create plays for yourself? Because in order to be a starting point guard, you have to be able to create plays for yourself as well. That's true. Listen. That's true. Jason Williams is not the measuring stick for point guards. Never won anything, but he won our hearts over. He won us over, bro. Jason Williams won us over, man. It's one of those things to where it's like the entertainment value is important as well. Like I feel confident. Okay, if Reed Sheppard came out in the summer league and was just giving sauce, he just giving sauce, just uh, you know, hezzy, little head shake, little shimmy, behind the back pass. He throwing the lob. He looking off to the side. If he just get a sauce, if he just hit a three and turn around and do the night on somebody just in the middle of the, he only gonna play like 2 games because he already got a position. Child, please, child, please. Child, please. I'm not even gonna go there with you right now. You on that hookah? You 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 been at the hookah bar. You think Reed Sheppard is a better passer than Fred and Amin? All right, Ken. All right. All right, that's the stream for me. All right, we go we going home right now. I'm just playing. But listen, no, I'm just saying if Reed Sheppard did a behind the back pass, if he did a bounce pass through somebody's leg, if he did a no look, actual not the LeBron James looky look pass, like I'm looking at you, my head is facing towards you, but my eyes is facing the other way, and I pass you the ball like it's no look. If you ever notice when LeBron do a no look pass, he's still looking at the player. He just got his head turned and his eyes turned, and he still got his eyes cut back, and he make it look like it's a no look, but he looking right at the player. If Reed Sheppard even did a real no look pass, if he came down and he off to the side no look, wouldn't that make you feel better about Reed Sheppard? Wouldn't that make you feel better about our like if he came out in the summer league, which is why I said me and you gonna have to agree to disagree. This summer league, bro. Know what? That would make you feel better. That would make you feel better. That's a daggone shame. Listen, this summer league is going to be, I think it's going to be make or break. If he don't come out and have his confidence high now, it's not going to help him when the season starts. It's not going to help him to go back to the G League. Is his confidence going to get up because we send him back to the G League? He go back down there and hit 9 more threes and then come back up and sit on the bench? Is that helping his confidence? He get in the game, one game, hit some threes, go back to the bench for 2 games. Come back out, get bodied, big body by Russell Westbrook, go back to the bench, come in and play 2 minutes. If he don't come out right now and cook in the summer league, you're not going to get the confidence doing it in the season. You need to come out right in the summer league and make a statement. The reason why, Cam and Jabari and Ahmed, the reason why those guys, Tari, the reason why those guys stick out to everybody is because we drafted them, we thought they was good, they came out in summer league, and they balled out of control. They went back that second year, even like the guys who didn't play good their first year, they went back the second year and they went nuts. Everybody who went back their second year for the summer league went absolutely bonkers. And if Reed Sheppard goes back and he don't go bonkers, I have a problem. I actually have a problem if he don't go bonkers. We have been one of the most talked about teams in the past 4 summer leagues as far as the talent of our players. It's like the legacy. Like, you know how they say heat culture? We have a Rockets culture now. We have a Click City culture. And it starts in summer league. It starts by our players looking like MVPs in summer league. You have to compete with the Rockets players in summer league until we don't have no more young guys there. While we have these lottery picks playing in the summer league, one of them should always be in the conversation for the standout player. And this year it should be Reed Sheppard because the way he started out last year, it looked like it was going to be him last year. And then Cam took over. And then when Cam went out, Reed just fell off a cliff and he couldn't really do it by himself. But absolutely not. Absolutely not. This is in no shape, form, or fashion indicative of how we feel it as Houston Rockets. No Houston Rocket feels like this. I don't care about sizzle. It's cool, but make the simple pass. Make the simple plays to help us win the game. That's what will impress me, bro. He don't speak for all of us. He's only speaking. And it's a shame because we both Rockets fans and we both 49ers fans. But, I mean, on the topic of this Reed Sheppard dilemma, on whether or not his vanilla, no pun intended, no. And I mean that as far as Ime saying that his offense was very vanilla and Reed Sheppard's game is looking very. And you know what? I'm gonna say this, but I'm gonna say this first. Reed Sheppard's comments about what he plans to do was very vanilla. His comments about what he plans to do was very vanilla. I'll tell you, I don't at all believe. Let me tell you. Let me tell you why I say it's important to have. You got to have some flash on your game because that's what catches the defense off guard. You know the difference between like when we think about the NBA today, and you say Jordan is the greatest player ever. What was the difference between Jordan and like Dr. J? What was the difference between Jordan and like Jerry West? What's the difference between Kyrie and Bob Cousy? What's the difference between Russell Westbrook and Oscar Robertson? What's the difference between Wilt Chamberlain and Shaquille O'Neal? What's the difference between Moses Malone and Akeem Olajuwon? Have you seen the old clips of like this is them back then and this is us now? And then you got the guy that's almost shooting a one leg free throw, you know, with one hand, and it's like it looks so ridiculous the way they played back then. Can you imagine the difference between having not caring about sizzle to that's what makes the game, that's what makes the game better. That's what makes you better as a player. What makes you good as a player is the very fact that I can do something that's going to catch you off guard, shock your defense to where you have no idea what I'm about to do. Let me tell you something, because you got some comments coming up here, and I'm going to get into all that. Mind you, bro. Let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you something. Look, I can keep reading these comments, and I'm gonna go ahead and cook you with this right here. You can come up here if you want to, if you have the time to come up, feel free to hit the chat, or I can sit here and do what I do because you know I don't got nothing but time on my hand. I brought a sack lunch for this today. Okay, boom. King just pulled up. I'm gonna add him to the stage, and I'm gonna let him go ahead and cook, and we finna get into a little friendly jobs. Pause.
What's up, bro?
What up with it, King?
What it do?
Chopping it up, man. Chopping it up. Let me hear your take on this Reed Sheppard situation. You don't feel like his comments was bland, or you don't feel like his game needs to be a little more saucy?
Nah, uh, I didn't read nothing into his comments. I actually agree with him. I mean, he's a young player, so it is him just keeping it simple. You know, like the old saying you was talking about old sayings earlier. You know, the old saying, kiss, keep it simple, stupid. You ain't got to do nothing spectacular, man. Run the plays, make sure your guys where they supposed to be aggressive when you need to be, set your teammates up, play defense. That's it. You know, like I said, my last comment, Mario Ellie wasn't flash, Kenny Smith wasn't flashy, Robert Ory wasn't flashy, but they champions. And so the Jason Williams, it was nice to watch. You know, he was a cool little player. You know, he had the handle and the passes and all that. He ain't win no championship, bro. Like it's not about being flashy or being saucy or making the fans get to jump to their feet. We got players for that. Ahmed Thompson can have the spectacular dunks, and you know, I'm sure KD is gonna hit some big shots and stuff like that that'll get the fans excited. But for Reed Sheppard, young point guard, it's just about him getting himself fully acclimated to playing at this level, and so he does need to just keep it simple.
So this is my question. Am I echoing? Okay. I might got a little echo. Um, this is my question. My question is, it says, how flashy was Mario Elliott? Not very. Kenny, like Kenny said himself, he had all the flash and all the moves, all the NY stuff, all the stuff they do in NY. Kenny said he got all that, but it wasn't permitted back then. But let me tell you who was flashy. Robert Orr was flashy as he could be. With the little bit he had, Robert Orr was gonna go behind his back and do the Chris Webber dunk every time he got a chance. He come down and do the little wobble head to the side. When he dunked on you, he used to do the little shake his head to the side every time he dunked and flex. A little something, just a little something, just a little something. And we know Vernon was gonna hit the Michael Jackson. Vernon gonna do everything. He gonna hop up and down and skip down the court. Vernon gonna do everything. Sam, Sam Flashy was a little bit different. He didn't have a lot of flash in his game. Sam had like an old man's game, but you know, he didn't mind doing the no look pass. He didn't mind, bounce the ball with a little flare and a little zip on it and stuff like that. And we know Akeem was definitely you talk about spice. Akeem was all about the flash. He was all about the spice, all about the finesse. Make it look good and then still be strong and efficient while he's doing it. So I just I mean, this kind of my point. If you're able to be, if you're able to be good at it and just be out there looking bland, I guess like Shane Battier, I guess you can be that. But if I draft you number 3 and I expect you to be my star point guard, I expect you to be my lead point guard at some time, just saying I'm gonna keep it simple, I don't know. I just don't know about that. I don't know if keeping it simple is the best thing for a professional point guard in the NBA in 2025, bro. It's hard for me to see that as the answer to what we need at the point guard position.
But bro, what we need is just steady play. You know, the behind the back no look passes or nothing like we don't get no extra points for that. Like we don't get no extra W's. It's about him being able to orchestrate the offense, get the ball to his playmakers when they, in they spots, play defense, knock down shots. We actually drafted him because he was the best shooter in the draft. We needed shooting on this team. He happens to be able to play the point guard position. If you looked at him last year, and why I said he was a better passer than Armin and Fred, Fred don't pass to nobody except for LP, unless he like in a fast break or the court is wide open and he can find somebody in the corners or throw it. Like he only threw 2 lobs, or I think it was you who said that. He only thrown like 3 lobs in the last 2 years or something like that.
Absolutely.
So Fred is really a pick and roll type of point guard. He can make the pass to LP and the pick and roll, but as far as making skip passes, on the other side of the court and stuff like that, he don't make passes like that. And at this point, neither does Armin. Maybe he did it when he was in high school, at the prep school or whatever. But in the NBA, we ain't seen Armin make, a lot of those type passes. So right now, it's like Reed Sheppard sees the floor better than any other guard that we got on the roster. So it's about him being able to pass the ball, orchestrate the offense that MA wants him to run, knock down passes, knock down shots and play defense. Like that's really all we need him to do. We don't need him to be a spectacular player. And if he plays at a high level for the Rockets for the next, 17 years, how is he not worth the number 3 overall pick? If he helps us win the NBA championship, how is he not worth the pick, regardless of how he played or how it looks to the naked eye?
Well, I mean, that's a good point. Don't get me wrong about that. If he does play at a high level, but I guess the nuance part of it is I feel like he has to do more than keep it simple to play at a high level. Now, let's be clear about it. How many starting point guards in the NBA today play simple? You know, I mean, you can't name anybody that's younger than Mike Conley that you can say plays a simple point guard basketball game. Even Chris Paul, sham guard, got the crossover bag, do everything to get to his shot because he understands that sometimes it takes the extra to be great. It just takes that to be great, especially when you're 6'2". What do you think that guy's going to be able to do to make himself better than the person that's in front of him? You think coming out doing the chicken wing dribble? Let me tell you a story. I was on the basketball team, and my end of my junior year, no, the beginning of my senior year, the coach's son was going to be a sophomore, and he had to dribble to half court, turn his back with his right hand, turn his back, get the ball in his left hand, dribble like 5 dribbles, turn his back, get the ball in his right hand, dribble, and I'm me. I'm me. I'm doing the 9. I'm zooming full speed. I'm throwing the alleys. I'm D'ing up. I'm locking up your center, locking up everybody. Probably the best defensive player on the team. You know, pound for pound. I'm doing everything. But the coach said I can't dribble with my left hand, and he said, you don't got a good left. And he said, well, we're gonna go ahead and cut you, and we got guys that's coming from football and this, that, and the third. And the team was like, what? Y'all cutting him? Woo, 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 woo. Okay. He bring his son up, the same son that they call chicken wing, brought him up, made him the starting point guard on the varsity team. 5'7". I'm a legit 6 foot. You know what I mean? His son, 5'7". Chicken wing dribble. They get all the way to the playoffs, and like in the second game in the playoffs, they go to a predominantly white school. They start all the other skin colored people and leave all the our skin colored people on the bench. Mind you, some of the other guys was very good. A lot of them are homeboys. You know what I mean? Guys who can shoot from half court, fade away, out of bounds. I mean, good players. But they had his son at the starting point guard because the other guys that would have been before him had failed off the team. The only other point guard would have been me. So his son started that game. If I tell you they ripped his son the whole first quarter, the entire first quarter, his son could not get the ball past half court. My point is, sometimes you just gotta have the extra man to be better than the guy that's in front of you. And if I could think of right now one point guard in the league, if you could think of right now one point guard in the league that has a vanilla style of play, that's just bland on his dribble, you know, fundamental dribble, come down the court, get into his play, boom, boom, nothing fancy, and that's how he gets his action off, I'm more than happy to listen. I'm more than happy to listen. But I can't think of that guy that's gonna work in today's league. Guys are too athletic, too long on the perimeter, too well coached, and they know how to force you into your weakness too good. You have to have a counter. You got to have a counter to your counter, and you got to be willing to bait somebody to push you to do that counter. Even Jalen Brunson. Let's use Jalen Brunson. He don't got all the wiggle. He don't got a lot of flashy, but he's so meticulous in how he sets you up to get to his counter. They were shocked at the fact that he was able to do it over and over again down the stretch of the playoff. I'm finna go this way. I'm finna make a Sir Thompson try to force me back this way, and I'm already going that way because that's the move I wanted to get to. That's not flashy, but it got enough sauce on it to where that great defender was lost. Like Asur was lost when Jalen Brunson did that little half hezzy spin back into his going the same direction, like going back the same direction he was coming from. He had Asur shook because he knew Asur was going to overplay him and use his speed athleticism to get in front of him. I mean, at the very least, Reed has to have that kind of, you know, that kind of mind frame going forward as to how he can be better than the guy. And I'm just saying that, you know, having a having a little hesitation in your dribble, having a little flair sometimes that just I mean, I'm gonna keep it a buck. If the dude shoot a three and okay, let's do this. Let's say let's say he shoot a three. Boom, he make it. He just run back down the court. Okay, all right, I'm gonna take that. He come down, he do something. He hit another three. He throw up the eye goggles. I'm feeling that. I'm feeling that. But like I said, if he get to a point to where he hitting threes and not looking and turning around, and as soon as you shoot the three, he turn around and look the other way and he go in. Now I'm feeling like we got that boy. Now I'm feeling like we got that boy because it's like I said the other night. If Steph Curry don't never do none of that, is he actually Steph? It is Steph actually Steph if he never shoots the ball and don't turn around and look at your bench while it's going through the net. He don't run down the court with his mouthpiece hanging out, doing the weirdest shimmy we ever seen in our life. Is that the guy that we consider the greatest shooter in the world? Maybe.
Bro, but what you're talking about is showmanship. That's not necessary for basketball. Is a Reggie Miller, or those types of guys, are they lesser because they wasn't showing, having the same type of showmanship that Steph Curry got. I
Who
mean, and so when you're talking about what Brunson did, that's basically, a defender not being disciplined. Now, look, I'm not saying that Reed Sheppard could come out there dribbling the ball like this is the 1940s, but I'm just saying he don't have to. He don't have to be Steph with a handle. He don't have to be Kyrie with the handle. No, he don't have to shoot the ball and then turn around for it go through the net for him to be a great shooter. If it's going through the net, then it's going through the net, and we can recognize that he's a great shooter without it. Say you brought up Steve Kerr. Was Steve Kerr a great shooter back then? I ain't talking about compared to today's numbers. I'm talking about compared to the numbers back then. Was he considered a great shooter?
I guess you could say that.
Huh?
I tend to believe like guys who only shoot the open shot and hit wide open threes because they want to keep their percentage high enough to where they can stay on the team. I don't know if that's a great shooter. I just think that's a conservative play.
Well, no, no, I feel like that was his role, and he played his role. He never tried to go outside of his role. He wasn't trying to be Steve Nash on a team that had Kukoc and Jordan and Pippen. His job was to space the floor to open up the court for those other guys. And when his number was called and he was passed the ball, he knocked down shots at a high level.
Do you
That was his role.
do you feel like Reed Shepherd should be um do you feel like he should be limited to only shooting the ball when he's open, or do you feel like he should force some of those threes because he shot 60% from three in college and he's our best three pointer? Do you feel like if a guy is closing out hard on Reed Shepherd, he should swing the ball, or do you feel like if he got an inch of daylight, he should shoot the ball?
I think he should attack the closeout, and he could get to his mid range, or he can um, pass the ball to somebody else to get a better shot. Like that's just fundamental basketball. I don't think he should be forcing shots. No, he's good enough of a player where he can get into the paint. He can create opportunities for other guys, but like he said, also being aggressive of shooting a mid range, shooting a floater, getting all the way to the cup. There's a lot of different things he can do as a player, and so that's what he spoke on. As far as this summer league, but be as a player moving forward, just being a little bit more aggressive, and that could be in a myriad of different ways. It's not just always him just launching a shot.
Touche, touche. I'll give you this because also I feel like this. I feel like I feel like I feel like the floater. I feel like the floater is kind of a flashy play to me, and I know that might be fundamental basketball to some people, but I do feel like getting to a nice teardrop, a nice floater is one of the things I feel like every point guard should have. A mid range jumper, and I'm gonna get. I want your take on this for real because I'm not saying that he shouldn't play fundamental basketball. I'm saying that the way that the game is played now, you know, it's very little wiggle room for guys who not elite. And especially on our team, it's very little wiggle room for guys who not elite. We've seen Cam get traded, and we feel like he was an elite scorer. Is it almost to the point to where if Reed Sheppard, as the GM said, has got to be very good for us, period. Um, if he's not very good for us, period, is there a possibility that Reed Sheppard could be on the Cam Whitmore train? Is it a possibility that he could be in the next train package smoking if he's not very good for us by the trade deadline?
I don't think so. I don't see that because Reed Shepherd is coachable. Um, and he does enough of those other things. He gives a lot of effort on defense. He's not the best defender, but he was a good defender in college. Last year, I think with his lack of aggressiveness and maybe confidence as far as shooting the ball, especially early in the season, is probably played a detriment, for him, and that's why he kind of lost his consistent playing time as the season progressed, and we was in the way that we started the season, way we was playing, we was that high of a seed. He was gonna stick with his veterans. I'm talking about Ma, but uh, Old Shep does a lot of good things basketball wise, passing the ball, getting off the ball, giving effort on defense. All of those things will keep him on the team, and he takes well to coaching. So I don't think, and like I say, I'm not saying you wrong. It's just I didn't hear it. That he has to play very well for us. Like, what does that mean exactly? Like in a tangible way, what does that mean?
That's
Because that could just mean that he gives the team quality, minutes. If he playing 18 minutes a game, that he's giving them a quality 18 minutes. It may not be no eye popping stats. It may not be nothing, spectacular. But when he's on the court, he's getting steals. He's playing defense. He hits, a couple of shots, gets a couple of assists. I mean, if he's averaging 9 points, 3 assists, and a steal, is that very well for us? I mean, in your eyes,
I mean, definitely in my eyes, if he's averaging 9 points, if he's averaging, let's say 1.3 steals a game, let's say he's actually getting over one, on some games and sometimes two, three steals, whatever. I'm gonna say that is if the assists are consistent because now let's keep it a beam. If he's averaging 3 to 4 assists a game, 9 points, depending on as long as his turnovers are below his assists, I'm gonna say that's very well. I'm gonna say that's very good. If he if his turnovers is 2 turnovers a game and he's averaging 3 assists, we borderline very good. We borderline and good. If he's at like 1 turnover, let's say he's playing. First of all, the fact that he has to be very good for us, period, means he's gonna play. Right? When we agree on that, that means he's going to play.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And he has to play good. So that means we're going to depend on him for some significant minutes where he has to not turn over the ball. Not what coach wants. Okay, let's see. Let's see
But for in order for him to not turn the ball over, is even more reason why I think he has to keep it simple. Now, maybe if you're talking about he's a 4 or 5 year vet and he'd have been in the NBA for 4 or 5 years, he's now a starting point guard, and now he's throwing no look passes. It's okay. You know what I'm saying? Because now he's comfortable in the league, he's comfortable in his role. You know what I'm saying? He understands all of his teammates around him and stuff like that. So he can take, a few more liberties, with his play style. But going into year 2 where he didn't play a ton as a rookie, nah, he needs to keep it simple. And so you talk about summer league, and this is where I, I left that message for you yesterday.
Yeah.
Summer league is not, should not, cannot be the measuring stick for our young guys. Like the dudes that has performed in summer league for us, it has never translated to the regular season.
Right.
Like none of them dudes came into the regular season after winning summer league MVP or balling out, and Jabari averaging 25 points over his first couple of games. That didn't translate to the regular season. So
Yeah.
I don't think that him showing out in the summer league is a must. He can't look bad. That's when you worry if he goes in the summer league and he's giving you single digit scoring, he's turning the ball over a ton, he ain't getting really no assists, he's getting destroyed on defense. That's something that you worry about. But if he's just steady and is running that offense and is looking better this year than he did last year, because the games he played last year, he looked damn good when Cam was with him.
Right. Right. Right.
But as soon as Cam left, and they concentrated on him, it was a big drop off.
Right.
So you just want to see the improvement this year of him being able to handle on ball pressure, get the ball to his guys, score when he need to. You know what I'm saying? He was getting steals last year. So you just want to see the defense, all of that stuff. He just needs to be steady though. I don't think he needs to be I don't think he needs to win Summer League MVP or look like he on his way to do that. Because, like you said, he probably only gonna play like the first couple of games.
True. That's true. So the comment said Reed knows he has to work to play. Cam depended on his ability too much and not what the coach wanted. So I think that's in reference to Reed. Reed being more of a workhorse and working on things that the coach want him to perfect and get better at, and
Right.
Cam just depending on his natural, raw ability, God given talent, and you know, it's kind of one of those things. Like, okay, so when Reed says, "Hey, I'm gonna keep it simple," oh, what you gonna do? Oh, like this. It, Now you're gonna get a feel for where I'm coming from. Maybe you get a feel for where I'm coming from because I'm gonna say some stuff later once we kind of start to wrap up this conversation about Reed a little bit. But this is a good conversation, so I wanna keep it going for a minute. But
Right.
when I think it was Madman because Madman be asking these questions. Madman, I think it's Madison. the Madman Leaks. Shout out to Madman Leaks and Jackson Gather. Shout out to all the OGs, man. Greenleaf, Chop Shop, all the OGs, man. Shout out to all y'all. Will and Brado, man, everybody. Houston Round Ball, my boy Keith, all y'all. But here's the thing. I think Madison asked Reed Sheppard, what have you been doing as far as getting stronger so you can deal with the guys, the bigger guards that you're gonna have to play against this year, right? So the answer is in the question. I like Madison where he it's almost like he freestyling his questions when he go up there. Like he just sitting around listening. He already know what the like the barbershop talk is and what the problem is with what he want to know. And he's asking these questions like almost off the top of his head. And a lot of times the answer is in the question, and it's almost like it's frustrating to the person he's asking it to because you're kind of leading with the question. So he asks the question, and Reed goes, "Yeah, man, just kind of working out and trying to get stronger." So obviously that's the answer. Like you playing against bigger guards, what are you doing to get stronger? You're just working out, get stronger. What else can I do? You know what I mean? So my my thing about that is that that kind of answer is so generic and vanilla to me because I'm the kind of person that if you ask me a question that's so I mean if it's so obvious what the answer is, you know, I'm gonna say the thing that you don't automatically know that I'm gonna say. So, for example, hey, what are you doing to get stronger? As far as you're gonna have to play against guards who. This is how I took the question. Dudes was taking advantage of your size last year. I understand you was a first year player, and you're gonna be trying to get stronger. But what are you doing in order to deal with the guards that's bigger than you and stronger than you, and gonna be faster than you and more athletic than you? That's gonna take advantage of you again this year once you get on the court. Reed said, "I've been working out trying to get better." I would have liked to hear something along the lines of, "Yeah, I'm working out and I'm trying to get stronger, but I'm also working on my lateral movement." He did say something along those lines. He said something about um his lateral movement or something like that. But I would have also liked to hear him say it's not just about the strength, it's also about the IQ. So I'm doing a lot of studying film on the guys that's going to be playing when I'm playing. The second point guards, third point guards, first point guards, and seeing how I can get an advantage on them mentally. I'm not going to be able to be as strong as everybody in my second year, but I'm going to work hard to be as good as strong as I can be. But I'm also going to try to have a mental edge because a lot of the stuff that I did last year that people, you know, a lot of stuff that I did coming out of college, a lot of the reasons they drafted me, and a lot of stuff that people saw that, was strong points when I played was about my mental edge. Because a lot of the things that we saw in Reed Sheppard that made him a good defender wasn't about his strength or his quickness. It was about his anticipation on when the offensive player was going to pass him and where he had to get back to it in order to poke the ball loose. So those are the kind of answers that I would have liked to hear him make to show that he had not only that he knows that that's what he's doing, but also I kind of like you said earlier, almost for the entertainment value, but also for the fans. Also to let the fans know, yeah, I know I was getting beat a little bit, but these are the things that made me good enough to play at times, and these are things that I have to work on to be better at. Tell me what you think about that.
Well, the main thing is so just by your own admission, the question basically had the answer. So if he's asked a more detailed question, then maybe he gives a more detailed answer. But if you just asking them, what you doing to get stronger? Well, yeah, I've been working out this off season to get stronger. Like I don't know that any player is going to give you the blow by blow on what they doing in the off season with that type of a question. You know what I'm saying? With a question that simple, and like you say, the answer is in the question. Like he's only getting a handful of questions. What they ask him, like 5 questions at the most. So that's kind of like media training, for young players. You don't say too much. You really just give them simplified answers, unless it's something more detailed. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have a problem with it, bro. That's basically what he been doing, is working out. Now, I don't know, like you say, I would, if he provided that type of an answer, yeah, you would love to hear it. You know what I'm saying? That he's got with coaches this off season. He's been watching film, trying to see on ways he can get better on both ends of the court, that type of thing. Yeah, you would love to hear that. But more often than not, players aren't gonna, deep dive on a question like what you doing to get stronger. Like he's not gonna tell you, well, I've been having leg days 3 times a week. I lift, 3 times a week. I do a lot of sprinting. I do a lot of pool work. Like they not finna get into the weeds of everything that they doing to improve their bodies, or their stamina from year to year. Like that's just not gonna happen, bro.
What's that? I've been doing leg days 6 times a week. That, that's crazy work, bro. Nah, but for real though, I feel you. I feel you. I just, like I say, I just kind of got this thing. For one, I'm gonna always be like this, man. I watch basketball to be entertained. Don't bore me to death with basketball, bro. You play a little bit, you hoop a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. In my youth,
Okay. Now when you hoop, just keep it a bean. Don't you know what I mean? Don't no cap, no kizzy, bro. Did you try to do some? You try to add a little sauce to your game, or you was out there with the old man game?
no, yeah. Look, I'm black, so
Okay, so you
of,
grew up with
of
him.
course I'm trying to do the behind the back crossovers, you know what I'm saying? All the things that we've seen off of N1, and you know what I'm saying, that type of thing, the pullback crosses and all that, Yeah. But I don't know. There's not too many white guys who's gonna play like black dudes. Like look at number one pick Cooper Flag. You don't see Cooper Flag doing all that 2, 3 dribbles between the legs, and what I'm saying, half spins, double spins, double step backs. Like you don't see it, bro. And this dude, his mama and his daddy were college basketball players at Duke. I think his mama was more successful than his daddy as a basketball player. But bro, he comes from a basketball lineage. He is going to be a fundamentally sound basketball player. Like I say, it's not going to be 1940s dribble, you know what I'm saying, or nothing like that. But he's going to be more fundamentally sound than your typical 19, 20-year-old point guard coming into the NBA.
Do, do you think that if he has, okay, so let's draw let's draw a line in the sand. Let's do this. I believe the better he plays in the summer league, the better he'll play in the season. Right? You agree with that?
No, I don't think that one equates to the other.
Okay, what about this one? If he plays cheeks in the summer league, it's going to shoot his confidence and he'll be back in the G League early in the season. You agree with that?
I think it could bother his confidence. Do I think that's gonna mean he's gonna be in the G League early next year? Not necessarily. Last year, wasn't he in the G League for like one game?
3 games
I
it was
think
like.
they sent him down for one game. He dropped 49. They brought him right back up.
Exactly. It was like 3 games. He played like 3 games, had like 8, like 12 the first game or something like that. 12 or 21.
Huh?
I think he played 3 games. He had like 12 or 21. Then he hit like medium range number, and then he hit the 49, and then he went to another game.
Now, bro, go back and check that. Because I think his very first game in the G League, he dropped 49. Now he could have played an extra couple of games, but the way I remember it, He played one game, he went bananas, and he was right back on the team. Now, like I say, he could have played an extra couple games, but if I'm not mistaken, his very first game he dropped 49.
Okay,
I'm
so
gonna tell you, I could be wrong, but that's the way I remember it.
yeah, so I think I was right and you was wrong. He averaged 30. Um, he played 3 games. Trying to see if I can get the numbers for the game. But I mean, overall, it was a 3 game stint where he averaged 30, um, shot 45 from the field, 43 from three, 100% free throws. He only shot 3 free throws. He had uh, 4.3 rebounds a game, 8 assists, 2.7 steals and a block, 2.3 turnovers. You know, but yeah, it was 3 games. Like I say, it was a game where he had like 21 or 19. Then the next game was like 49, and then the next game was like 21 and 15, something, yeah, somewhere like that. Assists.
Okay.
In the first game, he didn't have a lot of assists. Obviously, the second game he had that, and then the next game he had more assists. So maybe they were telling him, we want you to try to get some assists this game and don't just shoot the lights out the ball. But um, 3 pointers attempted. He attempted 12 3 pointers. He made 5. He played. So no, I mean, obviously they don't want him in the G League, but it goes to what I was saying about Raphael Stone and him not wanting to be a developmental team this year, man. I don't think it's room for him to come up here and not have this confidence and be the kind of guy that I can't ball under pressure. You know, I'm gonna be 5 games out the year. I'm gonna have good games. I don't think we can afford to have him on the team if that's who he is overall. Because in a nutshell, that's Jalen Green. That's Cam Whitmore in a nutshell. Like I'm gonna have a splash game. You know, 3-4 times out of the season to where I look really good, and the rest of the time, if the pressure's on, I'm not able to produce. Um, I think those are the things that to me is he can carve a path out for himself to have great confidence by just going in the summer league, showing raw naked, getting out there doing this thing, and you know he needs some kind of celebration, bro. He needs some kind of celebration. He need to toss his hair, what I'm saying, do the sunshine on remember the Titans. He needs to have some kind of celebration. If he got the mustache, maybe he can do his mustache like Doc Holliday or something when he hit a shot. He just needs something, bro. He just don't bore me to death, bro. That's all I'm asking. That's all. Do something to where I'm gonna feel confident. First of all, it's the free agency, it's the off season, it's summer league. You all we got, bro. You all we got. I mean, who you rooting for in the summer league? Mojave King, Cam Cam Matthews, you know what I mean? Nafale Dante. Who you gonna be rooting for? You gonna be rooting for Reed Sheppard for 2 games. We just want to see you go out there and show ass for 1 game, bro. Pull up from 35 at least. I mean, listen. I'm gonna ask you this. I'm gonna ask you this. You are the Kevin Durant of the summer league. You the Kobe Bryant of the summer league. You the Steph Curry of the summer league of our team, right? What is he supposed to do if he is that boy on our team in the summer league? What do you think he's supposed to do?
Well, again, so he's the point guard. So his number one job is to orchestrate the offense and get his teammates involved. It's not a showcase for him necessarily, because he wants to win, but he wants to execute the offense. Basically, the offense that they're gonna be running in the G League is some variation of the offense that the Rockets are gonna run. So again, his goal, his plan should be to orchestrate that offense at a high level to show the coaching staff that he has a fundamental understanding of the sets, what they looking for in each play, his defensive intensity, him being aggressive offensively. That's what his goal. That's what his responsibilities is going to be in summer league. It's
Is that
not
the
going to be for him to go out and put up 30, and show that he's an elite scorer or nothing like that, bro. It's just
is that
to
the mentality that makes a superstar?
huh?
Is that the mentality that makes a superstar?
Is that the mentality to make a superstar?
Yeah. Is that the mentality that makes a superstar? Somebody that you draft them third overall, and you want them to be a Steve Nash. You want them to be a John Stockton. You basically want this player to be a Hall of Famer if you are a Rockets fan. Is that the kind of mentality that's going to make him? Is is that the thing? Is that the mentality that players who have excelled to that level say that they have?
I don't know about mentality, but if he plays to that, he can become a superstar. I don't think that Steve Nash was a flashy player. He won MVP though. He had his team in the Western Conference Finals multiple times.
Steve Nash
And
was
so
a
what did he do? He shot the ball well. He wasn't a good defender. He got his teammates involved. He played at a high level, but he wasn't shooting no look threes and saucing people up and crossing them over and all that. It was pick and roll player. He played fundamental basketball. John Stockton, fundamental basketball player.
yeah.
So is he gonna be a lesser player because he played as a team, as a leader, as a true point guard at a high level? No, he can still become an elite level point guard, a superstar level point guard, if he plays his role at a very high level.
Yeah. Nash was a little bit Nash was kind of you know, he was kind of that boy. I'm not gonna lie. Nash had a little sauce to his game. He was you know he was a little dribble, a little crossover, a little behind the back passes and all that stuff. Behind the back pass from half court. Nash would do some stuff to you definitely. And just like I said, if he's not in my thing, let me say this. I've always said Reed Sheppard can be better than Steve Nash. I'm on the record saying that Reed Sheppard can be better than Steve Nash. Why do I say that? Because Reed Sheppard is a way better defender than Steve Nash. He's a way better defender than Steve Nash. And Reed Sheppard ultimately,
He's a far better athlete than Steve Nash too.
he's a far better athlete than Steve Nash. It's nothing about Reed Sheppard that makes me think he can't be better than Steve Nash. But like I said, at the same time, if he ends up being a John Stockton, I'll be cool with that. Because even though John Stockton looked very, you know, he looked very black and white, he looked very cut and dry. He did have um, tenacity to his game, and I don't see the tenacity in Reed Sheppard's game. Is that something that he's going to develop? And the thing about the question, as far as you know, is the mentality there that would make a superstar player. It goes to the point of, if you are the guy on the team, you are supposed to be the best player on the team. You scored 50 points in the G League, and you come into the summer league. You should be able to say, I can go out here and score 50 in the summer league. Do you have the killer instinct? Now, if they tell him, hey, we want you to be a leader, and you go out there and your team is losing, and you still trying to make passes, and nothing in your mind clicks on, and you have that delusional athlete click on in your head that says, you know what, I don't want to lose. I'm gonna go ahead and score 50. If that light don't click on in your head, I'm gonna be led to believe that there's something missing in Reed Sheppard that's just not third overall pick type, you know, value. It's something has, like, if he is the Steph Curry on our team, he is the guy. Like right now, going into the summer league, He scored 50 in the G League. Nobody else on our team has scored 50 in the G League. If at any point in the game we need somebody to take over and keep us in the game, and he don't try to take over the game offensively by scoring, you know, breaking down a man, getting into the lane and dishing off and doing whatever he got to do to take over, I'm going to be led to believe that if something missing and he said be a leader, sometimes your leader got to just take over. Sometimes your leader got to be that boy. And if he don't show me that he's that boy going into, in playing in the summer league and dominating at some in some facet, at some aspect of the game or some aspect of at some position or some point in the summer league, I'm gonna be looking at him with the side eye, bro. That's just you know that's just what it is.
So
Now, go ahead.
let me ask you a question. So going into summer league, what player do you think is going to be a point of emphasis for any other team that the Rockets face, or the Rio Grande Valley Vipers? Which players do you think are going to be a point of emphasis going into those games? Now, and I understand that they're not going to go full blown game plans, but for the coaches that's getting their young players prepared for that game, do you think Reed Sheppard is going to be the point of emphasis?
100%.
Okay. Do you believe that in any of those games, if Reed Sheppard hits one or two threes, that the coach is gonna have them start trapping him to force the ball out of his hands?
100%.
Okay. So if he's not able to take over, are you gonna count it all for the defense and the way they playing him, or is you just gonna feel like he should, force the issue and get them points by any means necessary?
Answer your question with a question. Should we have traded Jalen Green?
Yes.
Okay, that's the answer to your question. Same
Huh?
thing. Same thing. That's the answer to your question. Same thing.
Well,
Is
now that hold on, that don't answer my question, because the reason why I feel like we should have traded Jalen Green was because we was able to get KD for basically peanuts, for pennies on the dollar, literally. You gave up him, you gave up Dylan Brooks, and the 10th overall pick. The second round picks don't much matter. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not often that we even bring second round picks onto the roster. Like, they good for camp bodies. They good at, you can, if you want to develop one, you find an athlete in the second round, you send him down to the G League for a year or two. See if he develops. He develops, that's really a lottery ticket. That's all it is. It's Powerball. You buy the lottery ticket. If it hits, cool. If not, I mean, you spent the dollar. You know what I'm saying? But for what we was able to get Kevin Durant for and nothing else, and keep our team together and keep all our young talent, keep all our first round picks, keep Phoenix's first round picks, you can get KD and you giving up Jalen Green. Yes, you do it. But I'm on the record. I frequent Greenleaf's channel and I have been consistent. I did not want to trade for KD if we was gonna have to give up Jalen and Jabari and Tari and 3, 4 first round picks. No, I ain't want to do that for a 36-year-old player who's been, injury prone, has played more than 60 games only twice over the last 5 years. I ain't want to do that. But it was the price. That ain't got nothing to do with Reed Sheppard in the playoff. I mean in the summer league.
no.
At
Let
the
me
end of the day, one more thing. At the end of the day, you want him to play the right way. If he has a chance to take over, do I want to see him do that if they losing? Yes. But I don't want him just to force it just because. I still want him to play the right way because you can still come back from a deficit playing the right way. Off of them double teams, if you move the ball right, you move it quick enough and they swing the ball and they getting wide open shots, you can still come back. It's gonna still look good on his resume.
I can agree with that. I can concede that point. I definitely can concede the point of, if you play the right way and that leads us to a win, I can concede that you know that's him being a leader. Um, by the same token, I do have to stand on the point of that if he's the guy that can score 50 on your team against the competition, because I'm sure that when he was scoring 50 in the G League, they tried to double him, they tried to trap him, but he was still getting his buckets in the G League. He's gonna be essentially playing against the same level caliber of player that he did when he scored the 50. So in my mindset, these guys not going to be connected at the hip or on a rope defensively either. So if he scored 50 in the G League, in my mind, he's in the same position that Jalen Green was in the playoff. He's the guy that can do it. He's the guy that you know. I think it's in the Constitution where it says if you have the ability to do something, you also have the responsibility to do it. I think it's somewhere something like that. It's the Constitution. I think Reed Sheppard is kind of in that vein to me as far as summer league goes, to where he's the guy who has the ability to beat the guys, to really beat everybody that he's going to be playing against. So I think at some level, if you are that boy, you are that guy, you're going to be held to me. You're going to be held to a standard of showing that you're trying to beat them. Like you have the confidence. Even if my thing is just like people would say about Jalen, if you go if you score 5 points and you shoot 11 shots, I got a problem with that. That's going to be my mind frame about Reed Sheppard, because I'm looking at him and saying, what was his biggest flaw last year? His biggest flaw last year was that he didn't have the confidence to take those shots. We didn't see him, pulling when the guy was closing out. We see him try to make a move to the rim and the guy was too strong, or try to make a move to the rim and get the ball stole, or some iteration of just not being better than the person who was playing defense on him or D'ing him up. Pause. And that ultimately made him, made his confidence not be what we could see. His confidence was on the level that it should have been, and that to me is where I'm holding him to the standard of come out in the summer league and show that you have the confidence to be better than the guys that you know you can be better than. So yeah, I'm gonna concede that I'm not gonna trade him, bro. I'm not gonna trade him immediately after summer league if he don't ball out of control. But I mean, you got summer league, you got preseason, and you got the first time. You know, I'm gonna give you 5 games into the season, bro. If your
5.
5 games,
Come
bro,
on, bro.
you get five. You getting 5 games, bro. 5 games, bro. You got the summer league to build your confidence. You got the preseason to show that you're ready for the NBA, and then you got 5 games to the season to show that you have taken the confidence that you built over the offseason and last year. You ended off on a good note against the OKC, Oklahoma City Thunder last year. You had a good shooting outing, where he scored with 19 points or something crazy. You know what I mean? He was
No, he stole like 28 against OKC.
Okay, yeah, right. He was shooting like hit like 9 threes or 8 threes or something. He was shooting pretty good. So I want to see you bring that confidence into this year. And if I don't see that you brought that confidence into this year, it's gonna look a lot like Jabari did when he went out and was looking like I think he win MVP that year when he won MVP and then came back.
Nah, nah, because they pulled him quick.
Okay,
He played like the first 2 games, and then they pulled him.
and then they let the boy play by that. Yeah, and he came into the season and he did not shoot the ball well. And we was like, man,
Yeah,
why you do that stuff you were doing in the summer league?
exactly. That's my point. Them dudes, Cam Whitmore, Jabari Smith, like even Jalen, he went as a rookie. He ain't go his second year, but he performed pretty well his rookie season. And so them dudes, they perform well in summer league. It did not translate. So that's why I don't put much into it. Now, if you talk about preseason, I'm gonna put a little bit more into that. To me, I feel like you got to give them a quarter of the season. That's 20 games. You got to look at him over 20 games and see how he performs in those first 20 games, and then you can make a judgment on, if he's shown real improvement or not. 5 games, bro, like, come on, man, that ain't close to enough to determine, if he's really shown improvement from last year to this year. So that's just me. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give him 20 games. I'm gonna really pay more attention to him in the preseason. I am gonna, watch as many of the summer league games as possible. I'm gonna track what he's doing, but I don't think that the summer league is gonna be the make or break for me. I'm not putting much into it because I didn't seen our players perform in those situations, and then when the regular season came, it wasn't the same. So
Okay. So let's do this. Let's do this for the sake of being fair, bro. You said 20. I say 5. Let's parse it somewhere like at let's say let's say let's say 11
you want
games.
to meet in the middle?
Like 11 games, bro. If he ain't showed no confidence by 11 games, if he haven't had one game where he came out letting that thing fly by game 11, we coming back on this stream, bro, and I'm roasting. I'm cooking. I'm cooking you and I'm cooking him, bro. That's all it is to it. I'm telling you right now, bro. If he don't let it fly by game 11 and he gets significant playing time, I'm not gonna hold it against him if you don't get the playing time. Like they bring him in and I can't even say that because they bringing him in junk time minutes. He definitely got to let it fly. But if he gets significant minutes and he not letting it fly, I'm cooking, bro. Let's let's segue a little bit to this right here.
All right.
Reed, Reed Sheppard said that he talked about all the guys that he learned a lot from, and he did mention learning a lot from Jalen and learning a lot from Dylan. How Dylan get on the court and he go into that mode, and how Jalen was a hard worker. But he also mentioned uh, Cam Whitmore, and he mentioned Jock Londale. Um, I got a comment that said Cam will be great, but not with the Rockets because he has too many players ahead of him. So kind of what I want to get into a little bit is the way the rotation is set up. Where we think, where do you think Reed is going to be as far as the rotation? Who's going to play where? You know, um, like I said earlier, Stone was talking about how Stone was talking about how Armin was suitable to play any position. He didn't really answer. It was one of those same things. Madison was like, I think it was Madison. I keep saying his name, but it sounded like his voice. And he was like, you know, uh, did him or something that went along the lines of, you know, your feelings about Armin going back to his natural position at guard, right? And then Stone went into this thing where he was like, yeah, man, Armin can just play anywhere. He can just play wherever we want to put him at. That's what makes him very valuable to us is that he can play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he plays some center, some power forward, and some two and some point guard and this, that, and the third. So I kind of want to get into what the players that's going to be filling in, you know, off the bench as our scorer. Is Reed Sheppard going to be expected to be a scoring option off the bench? How important is that as far as what we were just talking about is, him being a threat from long range, and hitting the floater, you know, his scoring prowess is that going to be valuable to us? Is he going to be able to fill that void that we're going to be missing from Cam? Um, and like I talked about last time, as our starters are expected to average 88 points a game this year. Last year, our starters averaged 103 points a game. The league average for starters is 103 points a game. The league average for teams in general was 114 points per game. Our starters average 88 points a game, which means our bench has to make up roughly 24 to 25 points a game. Reed Sheppard is in that bench brigade, along with Dorian Finney-Smith or Jabari, whichever one of those guys don't start. Um, and possibly Clint Capella and Jay Sean and Aaron Holiday, those guys like that. So where do you think Armin gonna play at? What position do you think he's best suited to play at? You know, who's gonna play what position do you think? I think some of the things had Fred, Armin, KD, Jabari, then LP, and do you think at 88 points a game is what our starters basically gonna be projected to score at? Where do you think those additional points off the bench are gonna come from?
Well, so where it's gonna come from exactly, I don't know because we don't know what the starting lineup gonna be just yet. Me personally, now that so what I said was after we got KD, I thought that the starting lineup should have been Fred, Cam, Armin at the three, KD at the four, and LP at the five. That would have had Jabari, Tari, Steven Adams, Reed Sheppard coming off the bench. You're going to always have one more player kind of from one of our starters still in the starting lineup.
Not to cut your wisdom, but it's a nice lineup.
Huh?
I said I don't want to cut your wisdom, man, but that was a nice lineup though. I would have liked that lineup. I said something like that too. But go ahead.
Yeah, that was the lineup that I wanted. The lineup that they posted right after we got KD on all over ESPN, the internet, was Armin at the two, KD at the three, Jabari at the four. Now, my issue was is like, okay, I know, Armin is steady trying to improve his game, but is he a two? I don't think he's a two. You know what I'm saying? You really look for your two to be the scorer. But regardless, let's say that is the star lineup. Well, now you got um Steven Adams, you got Tari Eason, you got Shepard, and you got Finley Smith coming off the bench, which I would think even with us losing Cam, you might want Finley Smith on the court as the three. If you putting Armin at the two, you might want Finley Smith in as the three with KD at the four. That way you can still bring Jabari Tari off the bench. Still have that shooting, but basically it's like you're gonna leave a starter in. I think with Reed Sheppard, he has the versatility to be on or off the ball. So he can provide you shooting off the ball, coming off of screens and picks, curls. You get him the ball, he can catch a shoot, he can catch a penetrate, he can shoot his float, he can get to his mid ranges. Like you can do a lot with him off the ball, but he also can run the point. If Armin's in the game, Armin also can be on the ball, he can be off the ball. His scoring ain't as versatile, but you can still use it. I believe they'll still be able to get the scoring. The only problem that we now gonna have is that our two best slashers are no longer on the roster. That was Cam Whitmore and Jalen Green. Them was our two best slashers. They put the most amount of pressure on the rim from a guard or wing perspective. KD don't have the speed or quickness no more, to put that type of pressure on the rim. That's why he shoots more mid range than he ever has. He just can't get by his man like he used to, especially off of one on one and maybe on the closeout. Yeah. So that's gonna be the issue I see, us being able to create rim pressure, from a guard or wing perspective. But it's really gonna be MA. MA is gonna have this team on point as far as being able to run plays in the half court. We know we'll still be able to get up and down in transition off of rebounds and have our defense turn to offense. But in a half court situation, the team is going to have to be on point as far as having half court sets, moving the ball, moving players to get easier shots for the team, bro. I think our starting scoring is going to go up a little bit because of KD. And so then it's going to be about how MA mixes and batches the bench with a starter, whether it's LP, whether it's Armin, whether it's KD. Somebody out the starting lineup is going to have to be on there, to help with the bench as far as scoring goes for attention purposes, whatever the case is. Because you got three, you got Armin, KD, and LP. Any one of them on the court with the bench is going to provide enough of a distraction where those guys will be able to get their shots off and get good looks at the basket.
Yeah, so I did the numbers on the last stream, right? So this is how the numbers went. I had Fred at like 9 points a game. Actually, he averaged 13 points a game. I actually had Ahmed average 14. I had him going up to like 17, and I actually made the point that if Ahmed scored, listen to this, if Ahmed scored 20 points a game, he averaged, I think he averaged 8 rebounds a game last season. If he did 20, 10, 5, 5, 2, and 2, right? That's 20, or was it 20, 5, 5, and 2? No, it was 20, 10, 5, 2, and 2, right? If he had 20 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 blocks, and 2 steals, which is a point 6 in steals, like point 6 in blocks. If he brought his assist up 1.7, 1.6, he went up 2 rebounds, and he made a 6 point jump. Armin would be the first guard ever to average 20, 10, 5, 5, and 2. I mean 5, 2, and 2. He would be the first person ever to do it.
I
That
don't
might
think he go.
hmm?
I don't think
Go.
he gonna reach that rebounding number, especially if they put him at the two.
Yeah,
The
that's
benefit that he had last year was he played the three and the four.
true.
So he was, right there in the paint, you know what I'm saying, to help out with rebounds or to get rebounds. If he's at the two, he's gonna be out on the perimeter, more often, guarding those guys. So I don't think he could hit the rebounding number. Everything else, yeah. I still think with his size, his athleticism, the way that MA likes them to crash the boards, he can still get around 6, 7 rebounds, which would still be a crazy stat line if he ended up with 27, 5, 2, and 2. Like that's still crazy numbers, for a third year guard.
And I think that would still be historically because the thing is that as I looked around, it was crazy lines as far as points, rebounds, and assists because Russell Westbrook had the craziest shit ever with like 20, 15, and 12 or something crazy, like 37 points, 13 rebounds, and 12 assists or something like that. It was crazy what
Yeah.
Russell Westbrook was doing. For him not to be considered a top 3 point guard ever, I think it's almost blasphemous for Russell Westbrook not to be considered a top 3 point guard ever. But anyway, um, no, listen. I hear what you're saying, but KD only averages five rebounds a game. He's not going to be our rebounder. Jabari averages, I think it was 8 or 9 rebounds a game. If he's in the game, it's no different than when and Jabari played together anyway. So I don't think Amin's rebounds are going down. Amin is a good slasher. Amin is a good slasher. That's a fact. So having him at the shooting guard position is going to be valuable when the ball is moving as far as pick and rolls and the ball is popped out to him for him to be able to go ahead and attack the rim and get downhill. But I also, even at the shooting guard position, I still think KD's going to have that right and left high post off limits. Like between between KD and LP, you're not getting nothing in the high post. You know what I mean? So
Mhm.
it's still gonna leave the dunker spot gonna still be open. It's gonna be mad alleys for Armin. Um, a lot of backdoor stuff. I think if, like you said, you made the point that I think is important is that it's gonna be on email. We finna find out. I'm gonna tell you what we gonna find out. I said this couple streams ago. Stone said he said this time that everybody wanted to get KD, but he followed that statement by saying because of the price. He didn't say everybody wanted to get KD if the price was high. If the price was too high, it was a no go on that because they're asking what role did Ime play in getting KD, and he was like, oh yeah, everybody wanted to get. He was covering Ime's doggy's bottom, for lack of a better word, because he knows the word is, and Stephen A. Smith put it out there that Ime wanted to get Kevin Durant. The front office was not willing to pull the trigger on no deal if it meant giving up. Like you said, if we were gonna have to gut our youth act to get KD, they wasn't gonna pull the trigger. And I think it's a cover up for Ime's offense. Why is that important? Because ultimately, Kevin Durant is gonna be a security blanket for Ime Udoka, because Ime has shown us over the years that he is not very creative offensively. Maybe he is. Maybe he don't feel like, and that's a problem with me. Maybe he don't feel like our guys are, they have the capacity to run a complicated offense, but that means you don't have the capacity to teach a complicated offense because at some juncture in the process, you have to be able to be more creative than the guy that you're up against coaching. Just like I'm saying about Reed Sheppard and the guy he's up against playing ball. And if Ime is not able to expand the offense to a point to where you know, which um I was having this conversation with Papa EF, and I was saying that look, I don't think I think KD should be listed as our shooting guard because it's no way in hell you can tell me that Armin Thompson is a shooting guard. Why? Because the boy can't shoot. If you if 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 you got an SG by your name and you know 10 foot is your shooting range, I got a problem with that. Just fundamental. It like my mind, the way my mind is set up, my mind can't wrap. I can't get my mind wrapped around the fact that you got a person with an SG by his and he can't shoot past 10 feet out. You understand? And I mean, like, yeah, he's getting better. He's starting to. Don't get me wrong. I love the fact that he got the confidence to pull it when he's open. I love the fact that he got the heart to pull it when he's open. He feel like he can make it. But for the most part, he's not known as a shooter. And I think for the most part, he feels like if I got an open shot, I'd rather this man close out on me rather than me take this open shot. And waiting on the guy to close out on you, or I'm gonna shoot the ball this time and try to make it because I want him to close out on me next time is just a lack of confidence. I don't know if Armin being that shooting guard is ever going to sink in to the way my mind is set up about basketball. So I was like, if KD was actually on the lineup as a shooting guard, how dope would that be to say we got a 6'11" shooting guard on our team? You know how difficult that would be to even like when you come out to match up and your shooting guard has to hold Kevin Durant. You have to switch every time down the court because Kevin Durant is in the shooting guard position. You know, it's different. And I know shooting guards are slashers and stuff like that. They do the slashing, and all shooting guards haven't always been able to shoot. If you think about I'm drawing a blank on the guys who really weren't shooters, but I'm pretty sure it was guys who weren't great shooters. But I mean, for me, Almond is a three until he can show he's a three, or like for me, he's either Scottie Pippen, and I'm saying Scottie Pippen loosely because Pippen could kind of shoot a little bit as he got older, or Rajon Rondo.
So how would that lineup work? Before you answer that, so I think Ma, when you talk about the offense, so he already said in that first year he just wanted to get back to the basics. So being that the previous 2 years under Silas, he didn't teach them boys nothing on how to actually play basketball on the NBA level. Um, that's why they spammed the pick and roll. Last year, I thought that he opened up the offense more. There was more sets coming out of timeouts. You saw how he was getting dudes wide open shots. Them dudes just wasn't hitting the shots. There was a number of wide open looks that, the offense was creating. Guys wasn't knocking down shots at a high enough level. So I know that looks, it kind of looks like it's on MA, but we was like 23rd as far as 3-point shooting. You got a coach that's creating wide open looks and dudes not knocking down those shots. That's not necessarily on the coach. But how would that lineup look if you putting KD at the two? Hello, you there?
Bad, I have my mic muted. I'm going Fred Blam at the point guard. My boy Blam cuss you out, put your finger. Hey, that boy Fred Blam got his finger in that boy temple, man. That was funny. And then
Right.
I'm going KD at the shoot guard, right? And I'm gonna tell you why when I get to the end of it. And then I'm going Armin at the small forward because right now he is our Scottie Pippen type player. Um, and then I'll run Jabari and LP, or I'll run LP and Steve Adams and just come out big and just make you adjust. I'm the kind of person, bro, that I'd rather make you adjust to me and then start breaking down my lineup after 5 or 10 minutes. Let me go out there double bigs out the gate and make you adjust. Because we got Clint Capella to back up whichever one of our centers we need to give a blow first, Paul. And then, you know, and so and then we bring and then when we send Fred Van Vliet to the bench, we bring in Reed Sheppard, and then Almond goes to the point. Reed Sheppard would either go to the two, or they kind of combo it up, and then you can go small, you can go bring in Tari Eason and Reed Sheppard together, and then you got Reed, Tari, Almond, Bari, Clint Capella, and then you let what I'm saying, you give Steve O, LP, and KD a little breather. I would do something like that. And the reason why I think that KD being a two is valuable to me is because I think it's better for KD as far as in the All Star game, going in as a guard. I think that would be, I don't know, for me it would just be something awesome to see him going to to the All Star game as a shooting guard. I know he would never let nobody do that to him because it's gonna change his stats and all this and that, probably something like that. But you know, I mean, I don't know. I guess that could be the 2K in me, bro. That could just be
Well, I mean,
that
if
could,
you think about it, it's still the same lineup that everybody's showing. And in essence, KD is gonna be our shooting guard. Like he's gonna take the most shots on the team. He's gonna be our go-to scorer, kind of like what Jalen was last year. I mean, it's just a matter of what title people want to put on it, but it's gonna still be the same lineup. Now, like I say, the five I sent out there would be Fred, um, Armin, Finley Smith, KD, and LP.
that's probably what we're gonna see.
That would be the five I would send out there because I got two. elite high level defenders out on the perimeter. Finney Smith was a 40% 3 point shooter. KD's a 40% 3 point shooter. Fred has the ability. You take the ball out of his hands and lower his minutes. I think him as a catch and shoot player is much better than him trying to, you know, pull up off the dribble shooting the ball. So I think he can get his 3 point shot up to around 38%. That's great shooting around LP and Armin.
No,
So if
definitely that.
yeah, so that's the lineup I would go with. But people is looking at Jabari just got that new contract that kicks in next year. And it's like you can't have a dude who's making $24 million coming off the bench. I don't agree with that. We had Eric Gordon, he was making $20 million. He was coming off the bench.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So it's all about, the makeup of the team and the lineup. And I think having Jabari coming off the bench would put him in a position where, MA could probably look to feature him a little bit more because he ain't really competing with nobody else, as far as getting shots up with that second unit. Now again, it's gonna still be one of them starters, but you could have Fred on the floor with him, you could have Armin on the floor with him, you could have LP on the floor with him. He could still be able to get his shots up. So
Right. Let me say this. If you come into the stream and you want to come up and give your take, hey bro, don't you know what I mean? Ain't no reason not to hit the link. You're more than welcome to hit the link and pull up, chop it up with us. You know what I mean? We're gonna be on here for a little while. We got a couple more topics to get into, and hit the like and subscribe. I appreciate you stopping by, and I'm glad to have you at any time. This is Red Alert. Appreciate you. Hey, but look, okay, now if now I agree with the whole notion of Finney Smith being a starter, but at 8 points a game, and I guess that's the thing, for me, is that Jabari averaged, I think, 13 a game. Tari averaged like 8 a game, you know. And so here's the real kicker. If you take if you take Jabari out of the starting lineup, do you realize our starting lineup average goes down to 80 points a game, bro? Our average would really go down to 80 points a game. I don't see where money must have lost, must have dropped off. I don't know what happened. But if if you take Jabari out of the game, then our starting lineup goes down to 80 points a game. 80 points a game is crazy work. 80 points a game is crazy work to try to get a win. And for your starting lineup, I don't know how you can I don't know how you can survive if your best bet is to score 80 points a game. You know, I mean, with your starters. Your starters have to be able to really get it in. Your starters have to be able to keep up with the other starters. Because what'll happen eventually is you're gonna be able to come out, you're gonna you're gonna try to keep up with the starter, and you're gonna expect your bench to bring you back with defense. And then your bench has to be better than their bench. And we have the depth on our bench if we have, Cam and Tari and Reed. And the thing is that we had those guys on our bench last year. We had Tari, Bari, Armin was coming off the bench. Well, Armin was a starter later on, but when we had Armin and Tari and Cam all coming off the bench, we was able to come back on teams after they went on a big lead. We would take a lead, they would come back and catch back up. We throw our bench in, they would, you know, pull off a little bit, and then by the time we throw in our starters, the starter was able to bring us home by playing hard nosed Rockets basketball, and we was able to get back into the game and either pull it out at the end. But it would be difficult for me to see with Dorian Finney Smith starting and our starting lineup averaging 80 points a game, it will be difficult for me to see how we could keep up with the rest of the league. That would be a challenge, to say the least. Now, here's the part where it gets tricky. Is LP going to be able to really contend as our most valuable player? Let me tell you, let's get down to brass tacks. Alfred Şengün is more valuable than Kevin Durant. And the only way Alfred Şengün becomes less of a priority than Kevin Durant is if Giannis becomes available. As of July the 8th, 2025, Alfred Şengün is more valuable to the Houston Rockets than Kevin Durant. I really could care less who feels what about the fact, but mind you, Alfred Şengün cooked Chet, Alfred Şengün cooked Jokic, Alfred Şengün cooked Wemby. And I'm talking about seasoning, slap your mama, garlic powder, onion powder, jerk seasoning, Lowry's, everything. Behind the back passes, everything. Alfred Şengün has cooked the best centers in the league. And he has a skill set that you don't really want to, you can't really say at some point, hey, I'm willing to let that go. It's one of the things that I said about LP in his second year. Alfred Şengün actually has point guard abilities. He has a point guard skill set. And having a point guard skill set means I can't really afford to lose a center that can really be my point guard. Why is that? Because you can't find them. Can't find point centers everywhere. You can't find centers with the speed and the quick twitch ability that LP has. Nope, can't find them, bro. Even Jokic don't have the quick twitch ability that LP has. I actually, if people call LP Baby Joker, I call him Big Manu. Perk, don't be stealing my lines, man. I know Kendrick Perkins out there want to steal my lines, man. But down in Houston, I think of LP as Big Manu. He got all the moves of a European guard. His behind the back passes is not Jokic behind the back passes. They're not slow and I didn't expect them. They is razzle dazzle the wizard Harry Potter. Like he say, he like the wizard because he like Harry Potter. He with that. He with all that. He with all the one. He got all the one and the wizardry, pixie dust, whatever you want to call it. He got all that. And I don't mind. I don't listen. Like I said, I'm here for that. I'm here for that type of play. People talk about why he don't just make the basic pass. No, don't do it. Don't do it, LP. Listen to me. Listen to me. I'm Jimmy the Cricket. I got on the top hat. I got on the Abraham Lincoln jacket. Listen to me. Don't stop making flashy passes, bro. is what makes you special. Because when they land, the world goes, ooh, that's something every center can't do and look like that doing it. When you don't do it, guess what they say? He just missed the layup. Why he shoot the layup short? He need to work on that little hook shot. He need to work on his hook shot more. But when you and then over the back of your behind the neck pass, and that dude catch the ball and he missed the layup or he make the layup because he got an open shot, or he have the opportunity and he missed the layup because he whatever, he didn't swing it, kick it out to the three, they still say LP can make that pass. And guess what? Bobo can't do it. We ain't seen Wemby do it. We ain't seen Chet do it. And when Jokic do it, his don't look like that. Not in the least bit. That's important to us. And when I say us, I mean fans, fanatics. We want to go crazy. We want to scream. We want to jump out our seat. We want to yell. We want to, we want to power up and super saiyan in our seat when you do something. We want to do all that. And it's up to you guys to give us that feeling. I mean, you can't believe that these guys get paid millions and millions of dollars just to go win basketball games. No, they have to give us that adrenaline rush. They have to make us want to watch the game. Why? Because if we don't watch the game, we don't bet on the game. We don't spend on the game. We don't buy the jersey. We don't buy the hats. We don't buy the tickets. It has to be something that gets us to that level to where we, I gotta see it. You're not gonna get me there. A lot of us, you're not gonna get us there by just shooting baby hooks and flamingo shots. Actually, I like the flamingo shot. Don't get me wrong. I actually cut for the flamingo. Now, I don't know if King coming back, but I do want to say this. I appreciate King for pulling up. Do I agree that last year don't matter? As it pertains to Reed Sheppard, I can see that he don't have to be flashy in the summer league. I still feel like he got a ball out. I still feel like he got a ball out. As it pertains to LP, let me say this. Kevin Durant's not flashy. Kevin Durant's not flashy. But LP is. When LP dunks, he dunked with emphasis. He like to put the emphasis on it. He gonna put a little smell good on it. That way you know he was there. Um, Jabari Smith, not too much flash. I don't think he can add no flash to his game. I don't think Jabari Smith has the capacity to add any zest, any kind of zing or zip to his game. He just what he is. But when you put LP on the floor and you add LP to the mix with a Fred VanVleet who's very pat, 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 pat. And then you got Armin who his game got a little flair to it. We saw that in the playoff. We saw him hit the behind the back and then the back behind the back into the go in and do the thing. We saw LP start to get a, and this is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the play where LP just decided. I mean, where Well, Armin just decided to go crazy. It was a play in the playoff where Armin just decided to go nuts. And he just thought, boom, boom, behind his back, like I'm doing whatever I got to do to get the shot off. Sometimes that's what it takes to get the shot off. Like I don't think Armin was like, I gotta look pretty. I think it was a point to where Armin just said, I gotta do what I gotta do to get this shot off. And what it led to was some behind the back finesse, boom, 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 boom. And then when he get to the shot, it's like, whoa, that was awesome what he did. What he just did makes him more exciting of a player than he already is. Because if he can do that on a consistent basis, who can stop him? Who can stop Armin if the behind the back that he did in the playoff become part of what he's known for doing? It's different. If his entire um highlight reel is backdoor alley oops and just zooming past you and going to the goal and dunking, I don't think Armin is I don't think he reaches his potential. I don't think Armin can reach his potential by just, going directly to the goal and just dunking on people or just going in and, you know, shooting a layup or just defensively. But the play that he made in the playoff, where he hit that behind the back and it was, it took for him to do that. Oh, okay, King back in the thing. Okay, boom. You can pop up if you want to. I'm still here. What I'm talking about now might ruffle your feathers a little bit, but it's just how I feel, bro. You know, that play, that play that Ahmed made in the playoff, where he went behind his back and did that, it took for him to do that to get that shot off. He was so desperate that he was so desperate to make that shot that he did something so amazing that everybody went, "Oh God, that was it. That's the Ahmed we want to see." Not because he was trying to look flashy, but because I'm gonna do whatever I got to do to accomplish what I gotta accomplish. And at that point, well, I'm gonna go get this bucket no matter what. I don't care if Jalen Green is the boy. I don't care if LP is the boy. I got the man in front of me. I'm not gonna let him stop me from what I'm gonna do. It's behind the back, spin, halfway spin, back to the front. Boom, I got you. And it became one of those things to where you understand if you see Amin have that kind of creativity in his game, he becomes unguardable. That's the same thing I'm saying about Reed Sheppard. That's what I think LP has that other centers don't have. Alfred Shangoon has a little bit of a he has a little bit of a creativity to his game that when when he has to make something happen, he can do something to you that not only does it shock you, but it's also so creative that you understand when you watch it. That if that's part of his game, you can't stop him. If that's what he's gonna be doing to you, if Al Pritchard is gonna be, you know, at the 3 point line and then cross you over, boom, go to the goal, head fake you, and then when you think he's gonna pull up, he hesitated, then go dunk on you. If that's his game, what you gonna do with it? And it's not just about the look flash; it's about the if you don't have that in your bag, I don't know if you can score 45 on women. I don't know if you can get the best of Joker in a game. I don't know if you can outplay Chet Holmgren and just make him look like a high school player. So these are things that I think overall is going to make the Rockets a better team. I think at some point you have to be a better player. You have to have that little flair to your game. And I'm not saying that you know it's. I tell you where I think the difference is between the what nuance is in the conversation. I think it's intentional that you know that you have to have it. But I don't think you go out there and do it intentionally just to be doing it. I think that you know that you have to have that to be good and you practice it enough to where it's natural when you do it. And then the showmanship comes along with it because, hey, now I can celebrate on you because that thing that I've been working on, that behind the back pass. Like Jason Williams said, he worked on the elbow pass. So when he pulled it off in the game, it's flashy, but also he knew that it was going to do what it did. I knew I was going to fake like I'm going this way, and the defense was going to shift. And when I hit it with my elbow, boom, nobody even know where the ball at because they think it's going that way. Everybody have to turn their head and adjust. So I know what it's going to do in the game. That's why it's valuable. Which is the same thing what I think with Armin with the behind the back passes. People lose their mind. Armin turn the ball over. So what? So what? Because when that behind the net pass connect and Armin Thompson, Alperen Sengun throw the over the shoulder pass, when it connect and Armin Thompson dunks it, then what? Then what happens? Then the defense gotta look for that. They gotta expect that. They gotta consider the fact that even if I'm in front of this man, I still don't know what he's looking at behind his head. Even if I'm swiping at the ball down here, it's still a possibility that this center can throw this over the shoulder pass to a slashing Armin Thompson. That becomes something that the defense has to worry about. And that's why when people complain about Alperen Sengun doing bounce passes in the lane, behind the back drop offs in the lane, I I'm the one that I'd be like, you know, so what? I'm glad he did the behind the back pass. If Alperen Sengun stopped doing behind the back passes, I got a problem. I got a problem. I have to look at the coach and tell the coach, I have to look at that coach and say, that coach is not coaching that player to be his best. He's coaching that player to be an effing robot. Because it's nothing about a player doing the behind the back pass that don't make him great. When that pass connects, like, who is Pistol Pete? Is he just Pistol Pete because he averaged the most points in the NCAA? Is he just Pistol Pete because he had good hair and he played for the Jazz and he had a nice mustache? Is he just Pistol Pete because he used to practice hard and we see a TV show about him? No, that's not it. It was because that bounce pass from half court that people probably said he shouldn't make. He made it. That's what made Pistol Pete Pistol Pete. You know, that's what makes Pistol Pete Pistol Pete. Who is Allen Iverson? What makes Allen Iverson Allen Iverson? Did he have to cross over all the way up there and all the way back down every time just to get? He was faster than everybody. He was faster than you. He didn't have to cross over like that every time just to get separation. You know, you don't have to do it. You don't have to. But I know that when I do it, the possibility of me getting open and the possibility of me creating a separation and making it something that you have to worry about on the back end, you know, that becomes more, you know, of that. So if the starting lineup consists of a point center in LP, a point guard in Fred Van Vliet, a point forward in Armin Thompson, another point forward in Kevin Durant, and Dorian Finney-Smith, I'm not gonna cry about it. I have to, you know, Dorian Finney-Smith is like, hmm, I want to say like vinegar and tomatoes, vinegar and cucumbers. Dorian Finney-Smith is like okra, fried okra. You know, it's one of those things that it kind of have to grow on you a little bit. I'm not, I'm not, I'm not used to Dorian Finney-Smith as being something that I just naturally have a taste for. Pause. I don't just naturally wake up and be like, hey man, hey, you know what I really want? I really want Dorian Finney Smith on my team. Like I said before, the minute LeBron James scored them points on Dylan Brooks and the Memphis Grizzlies went out the game and they were saying, man, Dylan Brooks probably ain't gonna be here next year. The minute that happened, I was like, Rockets need to get Dylan Brooks. I want Dylan Brooks on my team. It didn't even take another like 2 series before I realized I wanted Dylan Brooks on my team. I know I want that guy on my team. Dorian Finney-Smith, I've heard the name. I've seen the guy play. I watched him play with the Lakers this past season. I seen them get. I mean, they just got demolished all playoff long. Like it was nothing, nothing to write home about, to say the least. But it's been no point in my life where I saw Dorian Finney-Smith and was like, I want Dorian Finney-Smith on my team. Hey man, you know what'd be cool, bro? Hey man, I want to get. Hey, if we could just pick up Dorian Finney-Smith, everything. I know that everything be all right. I know that Dorian Finney-Smith. No, that was that was never part of my of my overall mind frame as far as basketball. Man, come on, give me a break, bro. Give me a break, bro. Give me a break, bro. Can you can you enjoy fajitas if you don't see hear it sizzling on the plate? Look, here's the thing, man. You eat with your eyes, bro. Listen, you really talking in my lane, man. You really talking on my lane. I, for those of you who don't know, did do a little stint in the culinary school army, and I am not very good at plating food. So I know for a fact that you can have very good food that tastes wonderful, but if it don't look right, so my question to you would be: would you rather have a culinary prepared dish or like Little Sister's hamburger helper? And you know, because you can have the fajitas, you know what I mean, and you might not can see it or hear it sizzling on the plate, but if you see it and hear it sizzling on the plate, okay, it's like this. It's like this. When you go out to eat and you see somebody with those fajitas sizzling and looking good right next to your table, do that make you want them more? That's that's the real question. No, 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 no. No, listen. Just like I was saying, I don't know if you heard me, but no, look. My question would be this: if you go out to eat and you see somebody with those fajitas sizzling, looking, and smelling good, walking past your table, do that make you want them more? Do that make those fajitas better to you? Do it make them more valuable to you? because you eat with your eyes, you eat with your nose. You do all that before you taste the food. If it don't look good, it don't smell good, you might eat it reluctantly. But if it look good and then it smell good, when you eat it, it make it all the more better. And that's what I'm saying. My thing is, like I was saying, the whole arming thing in the playoff when he went behind his back, bam, bam, bam. We know when he got that little, he had that determination in his eye, and it was like he just went in a hyperdrive and he went behind his back. He came back, he get like half hizzy or whatever within the half spin, and then turned and went and boom, go get the bucket. It was like the move was something that nobody on our team has ever done. Like I don't think I've ever seen any Houston Rocket ever make that move before. And it's not because the move looked so good or looked so good that makes the move great, but the fact that it looked so good makes me, as a fan, say, if that's part of his bag, who's going to be able to stop it? So it boosts his value in the sense of I've never seen nobody do that before. If he can do that, who can stop it? If that's part of his game with the athleticism and the defense, if that's part of his game, who can stop it? So, that's kind of the thing is that, like I'm saying about Alperen Sengun, if if he throw the ball over his shoulder and Amin catch it and dunk it, it looks good. But the big thing is, if that's in his bag, if if even though I'm coming at him full speed, swiping at the ball, I'm thinking I got him contained, and all he got to do is flick the ball over his shoulder because he can see behind his head. He know that man coming, and he flicked the ball over his shoulder, and that man dunked the ball. If that's in his bag, it makes him more dangerous. It makes him that much more dangerous than before. That's the that's the thing, and that's where I think that's why I think it's important. That's why I think it's important to be able to look at a guy and say, I didn't even see that right there. Okay, yeah, that's why I think it's important. Where I say, the the aesthetics of how you play, you know, have a lot to do with the shock value of the person who's trying to contain you. You know, when you do something that they don't expect and it works, you did it not so it can look good, but so you can get off your shit. You know what I mean? You're trying to get off your joints, and then when you get it off and it work and it look flashy. It wasn't just so it can look flashy. Now the celebration part of it, that's not that's not as much of an impact on the play as a behind the back pass or a no look pass. But a no look pass is valuable, bro. A no look pass is valuable because, to be honest with you, that's what point guards do all day. Like, you can't telegraph your pass. That's fundamental basketball. You can't be out there as a point guard, you know, I'm gonna telegraph my pass. So if you moving 3/4 speed and you coming down 3/4 speed and you is what I always say. You shift your body and turn your shoulder, drop your shoulder that you dribbling with just a little bit, like you finna pass. That defense is gonna shift like you finna pass, and then you kick it, no look to the other side. It's a no look pass. It looks good, but the impact of it is I shifted the defense. Why is that important? It's important because you have to be able to make those subtle adjustments to your game, not just because it looks good, but if you don't have that, what are you using to shift the defense? That's my ultimate question. What are you using to shift the defense? Like how are you shifting? Like like you say, get my teammates involved. How are you getting your teammates involved What are you doing to get your teammates involved if you don't have no move to shift the defense? You think you just gonna dribble up in there and shoot a floater and that's gonna shift the defense? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that's I don't know if it's real life like that. You know, that's kind of where I'm at with mine. That's kind of where I'm at with mine. I think that we have an issue with whether or not, I mean, I said myself personally, I wasn't going to trade Reed Sheppard. You know, I made the, I said I made the, oh shit, did he pop up? He popped up and then fell back out. Popped up and fell back out of there. Let me see, one person in the chat. Along with me. All right. So yeah, no. Listen, I said I wasn't gonna trade Reed Sheppard for a while. It was 11 games. We settled on 11 games, and what I said was, after 11 games, I'm coming on. I'm cooking if you don't got the confidence. How long do y'all think it'll be before the Houston Rockets fans turn on Fred VanVleet? I mean, one of the legit questions that somebody asked today was about adding depth to the point guard position. Like we literally have 3 point guards on our team. We have a veteran championship point guard. We have a medium aged quality shooter and a decent defender, and we have a rookie prospect. I mean, that's you know that's like textbook roster. If you was playing literally playing 2K, if you was playing 2K, you would you couldn't beat that kind of textbook roster. You would have a veteran point guard, a a medium price point guard, and a rookie point guard. And I say rookie, I mean that. Like how can you do any better? But how long do you think it'll be before the Houston Rockets fan turn on Fred VanVleet as questions are being asked? Do we need other point guards on our team already? Um, King, check this out. Let me know what you think about one of the questions being asked about the depth at our point guard position. We got 3 point guards. Somebody asked about the depth in our point guard position. You said to me earlier that you frequent Greenleaf. I frequent Greenleaf. I'm always in the chat. I'm always listening. I pop up every now and again to get my take. Frequent Chop Shop. I've been known for saying, like I said before, immediately I knew I wanted Fred VanVleet on our team. Immediately I knew that Fred VanVleet was the most expendable person on our team to me. Except for the fact that Kevin, if you bring in Kevin Durant, you want to have somebody who can facilitate and really control the pace and be the head of the snake. But if you've been around the Rocket sphere, tell me where you stand as far as just the temperature of how long it's going to take for the Houston Rockets fan to turn on Fred VanVleet this year. You think they're going to turn on him 5 games, 10 games, first bad game? What you think about that?
Well, I think Fred kind of garnered a little bit of grace with the way he performed in the playoffs last year. Even though he started off extremely slow, he was looking bad them first 3 games, but down the stretch of that series, Fred was balling as well as anybody. As well as LP, as well as Armin. Fred was performing that well. So the fact that he played that well in the playoffs, I think he earned a lot of grace from everybody this year. Um, the only way he gonna really catch flack and people are gonna be out on him is if he's shooting the ball as bad this upcoming season as he did last season. It got to a point where a lot of his flaws last year during the season, his bad shooting, they're blaming on Jalen. Basically saying that he was trying to make up for Jalen's uh, inconsistencies and stuff like that, and he was pressing, and stuff like that. And I probably can agree with that to some degree because if Jalen don't got it going, if he's not shooting the ball well, Fred may feel the need to have to step up that particular night. But I don't think that, it can fully be put on Jalen. I don't even think most of it could be put on Jalen. But if he's shooting sub 30 from the field, if he's shooting, you know, 31, 32% from three, then yeah, and he's getting picked on defense, then yeah, everybody gonna turn over. I do think that they gonna give him, about half the season, if not more, bro. He garnered a lot of support after that playoff series.
No, no doubt, no doubt. So look, you know what I mean? How long? Okay, hypothetical. I'm trying to check your temperature. The way that I view Houston Rockets fans is like this. If we come out and let's say we 0 and 3, just continuity, building team chemistry, coming out slow or whatever. We come out 0 and 3, and Fred VanVleet has a subpar game, a mid game, and a game where he plays good, but he shoots bad or he don't shoot a lot. The Rockets fan turn on him.
Nah, because he's not gonna be the only reason that we lose a game or lose those games. Even if he plays a part or a role in it, he not gonna bear the brunt. I mean, at this point, what is he, the fourth, fifth option on the team now?
That
You know what I'm saying? Like you got KD, you got LP, you got Armor. Those are clear cut the top three options. So at best, he's the fourth option, and that's barring Jabari taking some type of a leap where he's looking like he's clear cut, no questions asked, the fourth best player on the team. So nah, Fred is basically being reduced to a role playing point guard, a role playing veteran point guard.
yeah,
If anything, they'll be clamoring for old Shep to get more playing time.
bad. They gonna hey that's what I'm that's what I'm getting at. It's coming, bro. It's coming. I said 5 games in, bro. I said five, and I don't know why I'm stuck on 5 games, man. But I just all it take, man, is for Houston Rockets fans to see 5 bad games or 5 games where you're not looking because see, even last year when he was shooting uh subpar, I still was saying he was playing good basketball because he wasn't turning the ball over. He was just shooting low percentage. He was shooting you know, 31, 32, 33%. He had hit 29 at one point and then brought it back up. He was shooting horribly last year. But I still was saying, look, he's still not getting he's not getting dominated in defense. Like I mean, defensively, he's not getting not getting beat a lot, and he's not turning the ball over. He's still orchestrating the offense. He's still getting the ball to Alfred Şengün where he needs the ball at. He's still taking the load up off our Jalen as far as controlling the tempo, and that allows Jalen to be able to not have to be overextending himself energetically, dribbling the ball up and full court trying to beat the trap. That allows him to get into his sets a little bit easier in the half court offense. But we seen that Fred Van Vliet, when he get the ball, he really would look the other way. He felt like if Jalen got the ball, Jalen do what you do. If I got the ball, I'm running the offense. So I just feel like it take about, it takes the Rockets fans very little time before they want to see a change. Like they want to see something happen. If 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 Fred come out and he don't shoot good in game one, the I guarantee, bet you, I bet you somebody say we need to start. It's either gonna be okay. Here go my scenario. Reed lights it up in the summer league, and he playing with confidence in the preseason. If Fred have two bad shooting games, if he have one bad shooting game, it's gonna be at least 5 or 6 people that on Twitter or YouTube put out information or posts or content saying that Reed Sheppard should be started. Facts.
Yeah, I agree with that, but it's gonna also be contingent on Reed Sheppard looking good in them first couple games. If he carries over, let's say he played well in summer league, then preseason come around, he's shooting the lights out, he getting steals, he performing well in preseason. Then the regular season come and Fred is clanking them, but Reed Sheppard coming in the game, he's still knocking down threes, he's creating havoc on defense, he's making pass. Then yeah, the whole fan base is gonna be saying, yo, put Reed Sheppard in the starting lineup. I don't think MA gonna do that though.
Right. How did you go from we are a very informed, very basketball knowledgeable, high IQ fan base to if your championship point guard, we need we need to start our rookie. We need to start our rookie in his second year, bro.
Because they extremely impatient. Extremely impatient, bro. And now you got KD on the team. Everybody is thinking championship.
Yeah.
Everybody's thinking NBA final. So if they see anything that don't look like it's championship ready, yes, they gonna want to make a change. Again, it may not gonna do it. He's shown that at least, particularly with Fred Van Vliet, it would have to be 50 games where Reed Sheppard is just clearly outplaying Fred. And even then, I don't know that he would, because at that point, Reed would most likely be your best or one of your best players coming off the bench. So you're gonna still want, to be able to have that punch or whatever coming off your bench. So
Yeah, that's what I was saying when your phone dropped on you. I was saying that as far as when now I'm gonna go back to something I've been holding all spring. You know what I mean? I'm like a surgeon. Like I literally held this all spring. I want to say this.
could I, before you jump into that, could I touch on something you were saying
Go
while
ahead.
I was trying to let my phone charge back up?
Whatever the
Bro,
spirit leads you to do, I want you to feel free to do just that.
okay, brother. Dylan Brooks is a nuisance. He's not a great defender at this point. He's just not. Like and I said this on Greenleaf Channel. Dylan Brooks is a bigger Patrick Beverly. He ain't gonna really stop nobody, but he gonna do a lot of talking, a lot of barking, you know, that type of thing to try and get in your head. At least at this point. Now, his last year in Memphis, he really was a good defender. I think he was second team all defense. He was still a good defender then. Last year, his defense had dropped off, I think, precipitously. It was a pretty significant drop off. The difference between him and a dude like Draymond, because people want to talk about the antics of Draymond, the antics of Brooks. Draymond makes game changing, game winning defensive plays. Brooks don't do that. You can't name one game changing, game winning play on defense that Brooks made. Finley Smith, who you compare to vinegar and cucumbers, which is crazy to me, is a better defender than Dylan Brooks. He's a better shooter than Dylan Brooks. He gives you more size, more length than Dylan Brooks. He can legitimately defend fours and is not, a huge size, weight, length difference. Finley Smith is legitimately 6'9", 6'10". Brooks is 6'5". So I think that you sleeping on Finley Smith. I think every championship level team has a dude like him, particularly in today's game. A legitimate 3-and-D player who can guard multiple positions. You can plug him in at multiple positions. Floor stretcher, can attack closeouts. I think you underselling Finley Smith, and I think by the midway through this season, if not, the end of the season, you gonna realize, okay, yeah, he was an upgrade over Dylan Brooks. He's a better player than Dylan Brooks. He ain't gonna give you the antics, you know what I'm saying? But also, he ain't gonna give you them crazy shots where he just veers off of what the offense is doing, what the team trying to do, and just launching these crazy shots. He gonna have much better shot selection. So I think you underselling Michael Finley Smith, bro.
Okay. I'm a. You know what? Finney Smith played in Dallas, right?
Yeah,
Okay. It
that
was
was
a
early on.
it was a couple of games where I saw Finney Smith and I was like, man, who is this dude? He's pretty good. And the last time I saw Finney Smith and I was like, who is this dude? He's pretty good. He was playing in Dallas. Dylan Brooks, his entire career, every time I saw him, I've always said that's the kind of guy I want to play on my team. Dylan Brooks is a bigger Patrick Beverly. Is bonkers, bro. That's bonkers, bro. First of all, Mr. 94 feet, bro, was not only was he a nuisance, he was a very good player and he could score. Also, Dylan Brooks scored 39 points, bro, in the FIBA joint. So he's a good scorer and his fadeaway was pretty consistent. Um, and he shot 40% for us from three. Now, do I want a player? Am I willing to give up the antics for a guy who does the exact same thing? And no, he's not 6'9", 6'10", or 6'10". He's 6'7", and Dorian Finney-Smith. Dylan Brooks is 6'5". Um, Finney-Smith hair is a lot like how do I say? He don't got the Dylan Brooks hair. He got the dreadlock. So, you know, not that not that matters, but I'm just saying, when you got Dylan Brooks out there with the hair and the glasses and the dancing and you know team friendly stuff, and then he out there looking like a pretty boy, but playing like a basket Jeffrey Dahmer on the basketball court, and with the antics, and you can you cannot make Dylan Brooks mad on the court. He gonna do all that stuff and be laughing while he doing it. all that stuff he be doing is jokes to him. It don't bother him at all. He ain't like Draymond. Like Draymond do that stuff. Draymond be mad for real. Dylan Brooks be joking. He be laughing. He be ready for all that, but he be laughing. With, am I underselling Dorian Finney-Smith? Maybe so. Maybe so. I give you that one. But like I said, he got to grow on me. I'm not saying I don't like him. He scores 8 points a game. He's not a, you know, not a tenacious rebounder by any stretch of the imagination. Um, he averaged 1.4 assists. He shot
But
41 points. Huh?
so which stats are you looking at?
I'm looking at the 2025 stats.
But
8
Philly
points,
Smith played for two teams, so
just the one.
which numbers is it just the whole season overall, or is you looking at what he did in Brooklyn? I think he was in Brooklyn.
But I'm just looking at the
He was
2025
somewhere.
overall stats.
Okay, okay.
He played 63 games, and even over his career, he averaged 8.3 points a game. Over the last season, he averaged 8.7. He averaged 1.4 assists last year. He averaged 1.4 assists over his career. He shot 44.7, 44.8 field goal percentage over last year. He shot 43.6 over his career. He shot 41.1 last year, which is a good thing, which means on a team where there are viable options, where he's getting open shots, his percentage goes up from three. Over his career, he shot 36.2. And I know a lot of that because he was shooting, not always taking the best shot. Sometimes he was shooting the ball as one of the primary people that was supposed to be shooting the ball. So I give him that. Last year, check this out. This where is going to be a problem for me. He shot 66.7% for free throw range. I mean, I can stop right there, bro. I don't even have to read nothing else about this dude. He just gotta grow on me. He just gotta grow on me because I'm a firm believer, dog. I'm a firm believer. If I shoot 9 free throws, if I shoot 10 free throws, I'm supposed to make 9. And that's just me as a point guard. That's how I feel. Which um like I said, but I'm going to really I'm going to accept that I'm a little lower on Dorian Finney-Smith than I should be because obviously at 6'7" and shooting, if he shoots what he shot last year from three, hey, I come back, I say, you know what, King, you were right, I was wrong. Dorian Finney-Smith is that boy. He shoot 41%.
Okay.
If he shoot
Well,
41 from three, he that boy.
yeah, well, yeah, I just think you underselling them, but yeah, I think you're gonna come around on 'em.
Hopefully, hopefully I do. Hopefully I do. I'm not. I'm just. I mean, the Robert Covington. Like for me, Robert Covington was one of my favorite players that we had in the 2000s. Like and once we got into the 2010s and stuff like that with the whole James Harden area, Robert Covington was one of my favorite players. You know, his ability to shoot the three, block shots, steal the ball. Like he was to me, Robert Covington was way underrated. You know what I mean? And if Dorian Finney-Smith could just be as good as Luke Bahamute,
Well, you do know that now the Rockets have of non-centers or non-front court players. It was centers or front court players, but the Rockets got three of the best shot blockers in Armin, uh, KD, and Finney Smith.
at their position,
Huh?
at their position or what?
It's you excluding centers.
Okay, okay, I got
So they supposed to be in the top 10. Those three guys.
you. Okay, okay. Well, that's something I didn't know. That's something I didn't know. I definitely appreciate that because I love a player that can first of all, protect the rim. Also, you know, be dominant in something at his position. If you the best something at your position, okay, I give you a part. You know, what I mean, whatever it is, if you the best dad at your position, cool or close.
Well, he ain't. Yeah, he ain't gonna be the best of nothing at his position,
Yeah.
but I feel like he's one of those players that you gotta have. He's a Shane Battier. He's a Trevor Reeves. You know, he's one of those guys, kind of like a glue guy.
Yeah.
He gonna play defense. He gonna play multiple positions. He gonna guard multiple positions. He gonna knock down shots. He just gonna make good basketball plays.
You're gonna take me a whole nother way because listen, you just said something that I skipped over earlier, and I'm gonna put a pin in what I was gonna say about what I was gonna get to. I'm gonna put a pin in it. It's actually about Reed Sheppard and about some stuff I think about Reed Sheppard that I've been holding. I want to hold it to towards the end, but I'm gonna put a pin in that. I'm gonna stick right here on this right here. It still might be kind of about Reed Sheppard, but this is different. You just brought up the name Shane Battier, and I don't know if I brought up that name earlier when we was talking, but I did want to bring up the name Shane Battier. I just skipped over it while I was rambling through other topics that was going through my mind. The reason why Shane Battier is important to me is because Shane Battier is one of those players when we were talking about players who do certain things that make an impact on the team, and it don't necessarily look like what you would expect it to look like. The reason why I said it is because Shane Battier was one of those, you know, very, how do you say, blase type playing style.
Yeah, cerebral.
Nothing fancy about it. It had no garnish. He had no garnish on his game at all. It was the weakest left hand hook shot you ever seen in your life. The most fundamental, barely jumping 3-pointer you ever seen in your life. The Statue of Liberty 3-pointer you ever seen in your life. I seen an interview where he was talking about. You talk about cerebral. Did you see the interview where he was talking about the face guarding Kobe when he put his hand in his face? Did you see that interview?
Yeah, a while back.
Yeah, that was crazy. He said the only reason he was doing that was because he wanted Kobe to keep shooting, to keep shooting jumpers, keep shooting jumpers off the dribble, because he knew that if Kobe was dribbling the ball and he tried to face guard him, Kobe would keep trying to shoot to prove that he can make it. That's
Yeah.
cerebral. Yeah, that's cerebral. That's hella cerebral. But I always said this. People said first when we got Shane Battier, obviously we traded Shane Battier for I think it was it OJ Mayo or Rudy
It was
Gay.
Rudy Gay.
Rudy Gay, right? Right. We traded Rudy Gay for Shane Battier. And I was like, dang, I kind of wanted Rudy Gay. And then when I seen Shane Battier play, I was like, oh yeah, we need to keep this guy. I'm gonna tell you why I said we need to keep him. And it's gonna shock you being as though how this is me. I said Shane Battier, and it's what I said about Dylan Brooks. Remember how I said Dylan Brooks allows us to foul and hack and get away with it. Shane Battier was the same way, but for opposite reasons. Shane Battier being so bland in the way he played, you could pretty much foul whoever the hell you wanted to if you was in that same vein as Shane Battier and get away with it. Why do I say this? I say this because I used to say Shane Battier was the furthest person from a superstar that got superstar calls in the fact that he didn't get stuff called on him that the average person would. You see what I'm saying? That anybody on the team with Shane Battier, when Shane Battier was on the floor, he could foul you. Anybody on the team could foul you. He could not be in position for the charge. They would still call the charge. It was like getting the reverse of a superstar call all the time.
Yeah, because he had the reputation of being a high level defender. So they let him get away with stuff. But the referees do that. You know what I'm saying? Dudes who got a reputation for being a great defender tends to get away with being a little bit more touchy, a little bit more grabby. Like, I can guarantee you that Armin is gonna get away with being a lot more physical this year, because he was first team all defense. So they gonna give him more leeway this year than they'll give anybody else on the team defensively because of that. He now has that reputation for being a great defender. So it was the same with Shane Battier. You there? I can't hear you, bro. It, it looked like he lost his mic or he lost his connection. But yeah, man, to his point, I agree with him. You know, Shane Battier did get a lot of leeway. You back?
Yeah, I'm back. I thought you went out. It was me cut off.
You kinda low.
Okay, let me see. Go ahead and hold it down. What 1, 2, how I sound now? Sound a little better?
Yeah, yeah, you definitely sound better.
Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, no, I appreciate you holding it down for me.
Oh no.
Maurice.
No, I was just saying, yeah, I agree with you, because Shane had got that reputation for being, basically an elite defender. And so I feel like Almond is gonna get that same type of leeway coming into this season. First team all defense. He got the reputation of being, a great defender. So I think the referees is gonna give him a lot more leeway, to be aggressive and physical with these guys because of the reputation that he done built over his first couple of years.
Yeah, no, yeah, definitely agree. Definitely agree. So my Almond is a good person to think about that in aspect of because if they allow Almond that kind of superstar treatment, um, to not call extra stuff for him and allow him to be physical, kind of like they did with Ron Artest, you definitely talking about a different beast that they created. They're gonna create a whole different monster with the
Yeah.
way he made coaches and the way Armin plays. We seen him speed racer Tyler Hero. we, we we seen him make Tyler Hero look like one of the characters in Speed Racer the cartoon. If they allow Armin to just get off like that and just do his thing and be able to get physical with people and touch people up a little bit, then they're gonna create a whole different monster. My thinking was how I was just looking up something um about hold on, give me 1 second. I was just looking up something about this one key stat that I heard about the fact that white people get called for less, no offense, on plays where they foul and don't get called for it. Have you ever heard that stat before?
Nuh-uh.
Give me 1 second. This is crazy.
But Almond might also get a higher level of calls offensively when he got the ball in his hands. Like
True.
Jalen could never get adequate calls as a dude who drove to the basket as much as he did. I think Almond gonna get more calls than Jalen ever got as a Rocket.
Oh, definitely. 100%. 100%. You know what? And this my, like I say, every now and again, bro, I like to just go in my kitchen. This is what I do. I go in my kitchen. I reach in the pantry. I get me a big box of aluminum. I make me a hat. I come in here and I tell y'all what I think. I am 100% tenfold had it, that whole concept about the fact that they did not want Jalen to be what he was supposed to be in Houston. It's no way in year 5 Jalen wasn't averaging 8, 9 free throws a game at 185, bro. Playing the
Right.
speed play at, as skinny as he was, as many times as he was in the air and came out of the air and hit the ground. It was no reason this guy wasn't averaging 8 free throws a game. That to me was a clear indictment on the NBA for what I feel was a conspiracy to keep Jalen Green from really being at the position that he was supposed to be
So why you think that is? Because I agree with you. It was criminal the way they just let Jalen get beat up, physical up, grabbed, shoved, knocked down, and blow no whistle.
in. No,
You know,
I,
for a guy that athletic, that fast, that quick, and who drove to the basket as much as he did. That's why he started launching all them threes, in my opinion.
because he wouldn't get no benefit from going to the.
Fact.
Yeah, you can't if you're supposed to play basketball a certain way. They automatically tell you if you're not making your shot, you know, go to the goal, try to draw the foul, or get to the basket. That's basketball. If you go into the goal and you driving between 2 or 3 people, how do you get all the way to the goal without getting touched by anybody? If you jump in the air and you come down and you on the ground and nobody touched the ball, you didn't score. What happened? Like how did you magically jump in the air and then you came down and hit the ground and nobody did nothing? That it don't even make sense, not even logical. But I think that the reason this is what I feel. I honestly feel like this. I think that at some point the league looked around the league, and this is what I think be happening all the time. I think that I give you the whole conspiracy, then I go back to Google this thing. But I'll tell you about the stat. I really don't even have to. But the stat goes like white people, white dudes in the league are have fouled more and have not got called than their counterparts, which is called like the white foul something. I forgot what they call it, but it makes sense because they more likely to be able to foul you and don't get called for the foul. That's just it makes more sense even because of just the sheer um, volume of how many black people it is compared to white people. It's easier for them to be in the game and you don't even notice that they in there fouling. While you looking at the person that you expect to be trying to foul out the game, he probably a black dude like Dylan Brooks that you trying to foul out the game, or Armin Thompson, who you trying to foul out the game. It's very seldom that it's a person like Alfred Shangoon that you want to foul out the game. And when it is a
Right.
person like Alfred Shangoon where you're like, hey, I need to foul Alfred Shangoon out, you know, how often is that? How often is that main guy that you want to get out of the game or that you want to send him to the bench in the first half? How often is that a white dude? Very seldom. So, and the reason I feel like that's important, which is what I'm going into is, I think first of all, you know, um, and I'm trying to say this without getting any kind of flags or anything like that, or anybody knocking on my door or anything weird. But um, they say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Um, and I think a lot of what happens in Vegas has a lot to do with the whole sporting um, commission, the whole sporting genre in general. Like people think that ESPN is popular because people want to hear about sports. It's not. ESPN is valuable. The reason ESPN is valuable is because it gives you information about what to bet on. It's always been that way. It's always been the people on ESPN are telling you what to think about the money that's being invested. So what I think is that somewhere along the line, there's a narrative being drawn, and and like we're gonna use the word Illuminati, fair use as a teaching term, fair use, and it's not serious because obviously I don't think it's the Illuminati, but I'm just gonna use it for a lack of better term. So, you know, don't at me, bro. Um, you know, you talk about like the Illuminati mindset, Illuminati kind of ideology. It goes like this. You got the hierarchy of people. And somewhere along the hierarchy, they know that they want a certain thing to happen. That certain thing that they want to happen is going to be orchestrated through the managers and the owners and the general managers and the commissioners, however the hierarchy goes, bomb, 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 bomb. What I think happens is somebody along the line calls the commissioner or something and they say, hey, look, this is the people who we want to be. We want to prop these people up for the money to go to X place, to this place, for until we say otherwise, indefinitely until we say otherwise. We don't need this team and this team and this team doing what they trying to do right now. They already set up, they can make their money. That's good enough for them. We need to orchestrate X, Y, and Z. Now somebody go to Adam Silver and they tell Adam Silver, hey, you know, this is what we're gonna be doing. Boom. Now, I think it's not really a orchestrated thing by Adam Silver, but I think the agents and the handlers of the agents and the agents is where it really gets tricky at. I think the handlers of the agents and the people who affect the referees is where it really gets tricky. Because when I did my investigation and my deep dive on the Marv Albert, not Marv Albert, the Tim DeHage and the Scott Foster thing and all that stuff, and you see how these referees um were betting to, and it's so how they were betting to mess up the game. It was so it was so minuscule the stuff they were doing that they can really control the whole game. Where they can say, "Hey, look, we finna go in a game against the Houston Rockets versus um let's say the Houston Rockets versus I'm gonna say the Pelicans, and they say first person call a foul got to buy dinner for everybody. Now the person who said that he just fixed the game. He just fixed the game because now a person like Jalen Green who needs the foul in order to be at his level never gonna get at his level against a team like the Pelicans where he should be able to get off and really get his money. He should really be able to get off and get his money. But now what you're doing, you're allowing it to be an Alfred Şengün dominated game. So you done two things. You made Alfred Şengün a dominant player. You made Jalen Green an insignificant player, and you allow Zion to go crazy because now Zion can get in there and go crazy, and then you switch it up because now that Zion got to going crazy, by the time they start blowing whistles, he's already getting fouled, and he's used to getting fouled, and now he can go dunk. So I said all that to say this. Excuse me. I watch how the league, how the narratives are set up around um, teams, players, leagues, and all that. Teams and players and all that stuff. And it was never a point where, from the time James Harden got to Houston, it was never a point where he averaged under 8 free throws a game. Jalen Green got fouled more than James Harden. Period. I don't care how many times I seen James Harden. Let me tell you this. I seen James Harden dribble. First of all, I counted his dribbles. James Harden at some time would dribble 19 or 22 times on a possession before he started his move. Before he decided what he was going to do, he would get the ball a little bit above the three-point line or a little bit past the half court, and he would literally dribble 21, 19 to 20 times. Boom, 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 bah, 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 boom, bah, 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 bah. I seen him do that. He dribbled like 19 times, started going to the goal. The dude jumped in front of him. James Harden stuck his arm under the man's arm, lift the dude's arm up, put the dude's arm on his neck, and and got the foul and got the layup. I never, I never seen nobody put nobody hand on their shoulder like that and then get the foul. I say, man, this is the most awesome basketball player I've ever seen. Reason, all I'm saying is that I'm drawing a comparison between the way Jalen Green was refereed, the fact that Golden State Warrior intentionally triple teamed him throughout the series, and Ime Udoka didn't really do anything to get him free. He didn't take him off the ball and put him in the wing and run plays for him off the baseline. You knew that players was going to triple team him and double team him. You never had intentions on getting him off the line. I'm drawing the comparison between that and then the way that the media handled the Kevin Durant, Giannis Antetokounmpo free agency. And I'm just saying, a lot of times it seems to me like the media draws the narrative that set up other people, and they don't draw that same narrative for Houston Rockets. That's really what I'm getting at. They'll draw that narrative for some players when they want that player to be a certain guy. There's nothing, no different that would have made, you know, anybody on the news to say, it don't take nothing but for Stephen A. Smith to say, Taylor Green is very talented. I don't know why he's not getting fired. It takes one time for Stephen A. Smith to say that before the league's change. It's never been said.
Well, yeah, so I agree with a lot of what you said, bro. Um, it's evident that the media does have their agendas when it comes to certain players. I think the league has their own agenda when it comes to certain players or teams that they want to highlight. Um, I don't know about the Jalen Green aspect. Now, when you talk about media, yeah, I think Houston media made a concerted effort to prop up LP and to diminish Jalen Green. That's how I feel. I think that they spread that propaganda throughout the Rocket fan base, and a lot of Rocket fans, bought it hook, line, and sinker. But Jalen, Jalen just didn't improve enough as a shooter. He didn't get the calls he needed. I agree. You know, James Harden really baited a lot of his fouls. He'd hook dudes' arms, grab dudes, all type of nonsense, and get the calls from the refs. But Jalen was, I mean, not Jalen. Harden kind of established himself as a superstar when he first got to Houston. You know what I'm saying? So he instantly got a bunch of calls, and Houston, major media market, hadn't been worth nothing, for a couple of years, a 500 team. They got him. James Harden was coming off an NBA Finals appearance, sixth man of the year, and so he solidified himself, and so the referees went along with it and gave him the calls. Jalen didn't do that. He came to a bad team, bad coach. He had a following coming out of school, out of high school, but other than that, he didn't solidify himself as a superstar to get the benefit of the doubt with them calls. And so the first chance they got to prop LP up above him, that's what they did. So I agree with most of what you said. It's just I don't think it's hard for me to put it with them holding Jalen down because Jalen didn't do the other things to force their hand. You dig what I'm saying? Like, had he been a better shooter, a better scorer, just like off his own merit, then I think they probably could have. He probably could have forced them to come around to him, but he didn't. He had moments, but it just wasn't consistent enough to make them respect.
No, I agree. I agree with that. He definitely, he definitely did force their hand. Um, no, this is a high level conversation. Not like 19G's high level, but on this. I actually talked about this on like maybe my first stream. I talked about how I believe that once Jalen goes to Phoenix or wherever he lands at, they finna start calling Buku fouls for him. I actually said that on my first stream. I actually believe that I believe and I thought, I'm not gonna say I believe, I thought this. And I probably could make myself believe it that not only did Golden State have an intentional plan that Golden State was in some kind of way informed of how to play Jalen Green by somebody outside of Steve Kerr. I don't think Steve Kerr just said we're gonna trap Jalen Green and triple team him and let everybody else do what they're gonna do. I don't think that was Steve Kerr's plan. He's never done that to nobody else before. I think that was an intentional thing to get Jalen Green to diminish his value so we can get Kevin Durant and not wait on Bradley Beal. I think that was the first thing. I think the second part of it was they wanted us to get Kevin Durant so Kevin Durant could be over here and we can be a good matchup for Oklahoma City in the Western Conference Finals to make Oklahoma City a more, you know, dominant team, playing against Kevin Durant and draw the storyline out. I said they're going to start time. no. No, I said I believe that they're going to start calling fouls for Jalen Green all the time. And then, it goes into the, like I said before, why all of a sudden, they was like, oh, Giannis has to leave. Giannis has to leave. Giannis needs to leave Milwaukee from the time Damon got hurt. Dame got hurt, and they started saying that Giannis got to leave. And then the minute the Rockets became the prominent team in free agency, they start saying, "Well, it's only July. Giannis haven't asked for a trade yet." Oh no, I don't. I never heard Giannis ask for a trade. I don't think Giannis is going to ask for a trade. And then the minute we got Kevin Durant, the news cycle started back. Oh well, Dame is hurt, and all Milwaukee did was get Miles Turner. I don't know how Giannis can stay there. They can't build around him, and he's not a Brook Lopez replacement. And they start right back trying to kick Giannis out of Milwaukee. But when Houston was the prominent team in free agency to make a move, they kicked dirt on the Giannis trade. And the minute that we got Kevin Durant and it looked like we're strapped, they started back talking about the Giannis trade, which is essentially the same thing I think that they're doing with Jalen Green. The whole time, he was on our team, they never wanted him to be at the level he was supposed to be at. Whereas, you know, Kobe, Jordan, Anthony Edwards, James Harden, any of the players that they want to be at that level, they're gonna call the foul for them. And all it takes is the one referee to say, "We calling everything tonight." All it takes is for the head referee to say this one simple line: "Take your whistle out your pocket. We calling everything tonight." And Jalen Green is a superstar whenever they come to Houston. If they don't do that, when they say, "Hey, we oh no, we letting everything go," it makes us a great defensive team. Sure, sure, it makes us a great defensive team, but it don't allow our offensive player to be a great offensive player. What's the problem with being a great defensive team when you have an offensive player that's that's um, not getting the benefits of being a super athletic, uh, kind of light, above the rim basketball player? Well, those above the rim guys like Kobe, who was kind of skinny, that was kind of strong, they got the benefit of being, you know, not as strong as the other guys, not as strong as the Jason Richardsons and Tracy McGrady because they got the fouls. Tracy McGrady didn't go to the line as many times as Kobe did. You know what I mean? So Kobe got the benefit of getting the fouls. Tracy McGrady didn't get that same benefit. And that's kind of what I see with Jalen Green is that he didn't get the benefit that Anthony Edwards got to go to the line. He didn't get the um, the same amount of foul shots as the other premier scorers got in the league, even though he was on his way to becoming a premier scorer. You know, and I think that that is a thing that they have against Houston. I think Raphael Stone made a hezzy play to say, you know what, they're not going, they're not going to be fair on that end. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get a player who don't need to get to the line and score. The problem that I have is what happens when next year they go into, oh, we calling all fouls all season because they let us really play last year defensively. What happens if this upcoming season the referees start calling every single foul all season long? The game was too physical. The Rockets played too physical last year. Now the league is cracking down on uh, these bear hug fouls and stuff that people was doing in the playoffs. What happens then? Is our defense still as good?
Well, yeah, because the intensity and physicality, crunk up in the playoffs, but we were still a physical team throughout the season. And what MA said was we gonna force them to adjust to us. We not gonna adjust to them necessarily. Yeah, you got to be smart and stuff like that. So some nights you may get to be a little bit more handsy than other nights, but we gonna remain a physical basketball team no matter what the refs doing, and we just gonna have to live with the fouls and use our depth. If somebody get in foul trouble. So I think we gonna still be a good defensive team. The longer that we're in this system and these guys get a full understanding of what he wants, where they supposed to be, what rotations are supposed to be made, that type of thing, then the better the defense is gonna be. Now we got a couple new pieces, but by and large, we bringing back the same team. We lost a couple of dudes, we inserting a couple of dudes, and the dudes we inserting are full blown vets. They didn't been in multiple systems. And KD didn't been with MA before, in Brooklyn. So I still think we're gonna be, a great defensive team. Your 10 for 7D, 8D chess that you was talking about is interesting because the idea that the league or the refs or whoever, along with Steve Kerr, is gonna diminish Jalen to then force the Rockets to trade for KD so that there could be a KD versus OKC Western Conference Finals matchup. I ain't gonna lie, that's original. I ain't heard that, but I mean, the thing is, you can put the dots, you can put the dots out there and find a way to connect them. I do think that this year that the NBA wouldn't be mad if there was a OKC versus Houston, Kevin Durant versus his old team, the new big fish versus the old big fish. That would be a compelling lot, a compelling storyline for the playoffs this year.
Not only
But
not only that, bro, but listen to how deep the rabbit hole really goes. Victor Wembanyama magically goes to the Spurs, right? Um, Cooper Flag magically goes to Dallas, right? The Oklahoma City Thunder is building a dynasty. If we don't trade Jalen Green and he just get the foul, he averaged 21 points a game last year. He only shot like 7 free throws a game. I don't know if it was like 7 or 6 free throws a game. Maybe like 6 or 5 free throws a game. Um, if Jalen Green
I don't
gets
even think he shot. I don't even think he shot that many, bro.
let's say
6 or 7 free throws a game. I don't think he shot that many.
okay, let's take him from let's take him from 5 to 8. Let's say he shoots. His last year was his 5th year or his 4th year? His 4th year, right? Last year was his 4th year.
Yeah,
Let's
right.
let's say last year he shot 8, 9. Let's say he shot 9 free throws a game. That might boost his average up to 24 points a game. And if he shoots 8 or 9 free throws in the playoffs last year, that might boost his points per game up to 15 points a game, and we might win that series last year. I think that the rabbit hole is so deep that it wasn't only about getting Jalen Green off so we can have Kevin Durant. That's one thing. I think the big thing was we don't really want the, like they say, parity, parity, parity. I don't really think they want the parity to be Houston and whoever else. And that's what it was looking like it was going to be. It was looking like it's going to be OKC because OKC got all the draft picks in the world and they got Shea Alexander, who the league did not expect to be who he was. But they do give him a lot of free throws. They do let him get to the foul line whenever he wants to. He is the new James Harden of the league. And I think that ultimately, Victor Wembanyama, it has a lot to do with the fact that the league did not want Houston Rockets to be as good as they were looking like they were going to be, and because LP, like I said, when you went on the stream, LP body Victor, he body Chet, he got good buckets on Jokic. LP looking like one of the best centers in the league. When Jokic goes out the league, LP could very well be the best center in the league, bro. If Jokic and Joel Embiid ain't in the league, LP is the best center in the league. So, um, so I think it had a lot to do with we have to break up the Houston Rockets at all costs, because we can't control the league. We can't control who we want to be the star if the Houston Rockets are as good as Victor Wembanyama's team and getting ready to be as good as the Oklahoma City Thunder team.
So let me play devil's advocate. So if that was the case, then why wouldn't the NBA deny the Rockets trade? Same way that they denied the Chris Paul trade to the Lakers, they could have said, "Look, y'all ain't giving up enough to Phoenix. You know, you're only giving up one young player, and them second round picks ain't enough. Like y'all gonna have to give up more, or y'all can't get Kevin Durant."
Oh, this is gonna get good. Because if you remember that trade in its essence, that trade too was not as much as about the Lakers as people make it out to be. That trade was also about the Rockets not being better, because Chris Paul was not the best move in that trade. The best move was pairing Paul Gasol with Tracy McGrady and Yao Ming.
Was it?
Talk to me quick, but don't talk to me slick. If Chris Paul go to the Lakers and Paul Gasol come to the Rockets with Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady, guess what happens? Kobe Bryant, his legacy is totally different, bro. It's totally different if the Rockets get Paul Gasol and the Lakers get Chris Paul, because for one, Kobe's assists go down, his dominant ball control mentality, his always got the ball in his hand, taking the last shot, that goes down because Chris Paul now is orchestrating the defense, and whoever their power forward is becomes more valuable. Chris Paul likes to pass to the power forward. He's not always passing to the shooting guards. That pick and roll that Chris Paul likes to run is not going to be the Kobe Bryant, Chris Paul pick and roll. So the pick and roll becomes more valuable in LA. LA becomes a more well-rounded team. Kobe's not the ultimate ball hog that looks like Michael Jordan. And the Rockets have Tracy McGrady, Paul Gasol, Ron Artest, Yao Ming. The Rockets go on to be a very dominant team for multiple years, bro, with Paul Gasol on that team. And even if
On
y'all
on paper, yeah.
no,
But y'all mean that Tracy McGrady could never stay healthy. Paul Gasol wasn't gonna change that.
but look, even if y'all mean and Tracy McGrady go out and we got Ron Artest and Paul Gasol, what did that team still look like? That's still a good damn team.
I mean, yeah, it's a low seed playoff team, but it's not contended for championships. It ain't contended for conference finals.
They won 22 games, bro. They won 22 games in a row, bro.
Yeah, and in that same year, what did they do in the playoffs? They lost in the first round.
It's because everybody got hurt.
That's my point. Paul Gasol don't change that.
Right.
We did not have we did outside of what was it, the first year maybe the second year, and even then we lost in the first round. But we had both Tracy McGrady and Yao Ming in the playoffs against the Dallas Mavericks. We lost that series, but it
We
was
had
one of them two dudes was missing every single year.
we had Damon Wesley and Bob Serra on that team, bro. Come on, cut me a break, bro.
I
Bob,
understand that, but my point is, Pau Gasol does not instantly, like on paper, it looks amazing, but in actuality of looking at that team, we got out the first round one time. Tracy McGrady did not play in them playoffs. It was Yao Ming, it was Ron Artez, it was uh
Battier,
Brooks, yeah, Battier, the young point guard Brooks. What was his name?
Aaron Brooks,
Who?
Aaron, Aaron Brooks,
Yeah,
and Luke.
Aaron Brooks. Yeah, it was Aaron Brooks. Like that. I think Scola was still there.
Yeah, Luke. I think Luke ahead.
Yeah,
Luke
that's the
ahead.
team. That's the team that got out the first round. Tracy wasn't there,
Yeah,
and then
Tracy.
Yao Ming gets hurt in the second round in what game two?
Yao Ming got hurt, and that's how the Lakers beat us. Because if Yao
That's
Ming
how
wasn't,
they beat it. Yeah, I agree. Because
they
Yao Ming, they couldn't do nothing with Yao Ming.
but at the same
But
time,
yeah. I mean, I agree. You know, if the Rockets get Pau Gasol, that changes history for Kobe. But I'm saying if the NBA wanted to throw a monkey wrench and the Rockets what the Rockets got going, they would have stepped in and say, y'all gotta throw Jabari into that trade. Y'all gotta throw Reed Sheppard into that trade.
we're not
I mean, to
there.
give up one of the seven, young players that we had, I, 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 I'm just devil's advocate.
Here's how it worked out. Here's how it worked out. David Stern was the I want to say like power of attorney. That's just for a lack of a better word. He actually had the management rights or whatever it was over the Pelicans or the Charlotte Hornets or who was going to
Right,
be at the time. So he was
right.
able to step in and say, "Hey, we're not gonna let that trade go through." But I don't think him saying we're not gonna let that trade go through was because he didn't want Chris Paul to go to the Lakers. I think he didn't want that trade to go through was because he didn't want Paul Gasol to go to the Rockets and for Kobe to lose Paul Gasol. Because I think the Lakers wanted Chris Paul. I don't think that if the Lakers want Chris Paul, that David Stern is going to step in and say, "Oh no, we don't want Chris Paul to go to the Lakers and be a great point guard on the Lakers." That's not even realistic because we know the league wants the Lakers to always be the best. The only conclusion I can draw, my only deductive reasoning for stopping that trade is we don't want the Rockets to be that damn good. The Rockets
But
not
but what
like
what was Charlotte supposed to be getting in return for
Charlotte.
Chris Paul? I mean, not Charlotte. New Orleans.
They was going to get okay. So Paul Gasol was going to go to the Rockets. Chris Paul was going to go to the Lakers, and the um, Charlotte Hornets were going to get was it Lamar Odom and was it Lamar Odom and something? Was it Lamar Odom and somebody was going to go to New Orleans?
Yeah, I don't remember the package. I don't remember the package, but I do see. So I forgot about Pau Gasol coming to Houston. See, I don't even remember that trade all the way through on all the moving pieces. But I do remember that when that trade was initially announced, and it's like, man, they screwing New Orleans because they giving up the face of their franchise, and what they was getting back wasn't close to being seeming like it was a fair trade.
Okay, let me get this to you. The Lakers will get Chris Paul. Okay, New
Hmm.
Orleans would have got Kevin Martin from Houston. Okay, we had Kevin Martin at the time, so we was
Right.
more comfortable a little bit. The New Orleans Pelicans would have got Kevin Martin, Luis Scola, Lamar Odom, and Goran Dragic, and a 2012 first round pick. And I think that 2012 first round pick ended up being somewhere in that Carl Landry range, maybe somewhere around there. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly who it was. I could be wrong. I think Carl Landry might have been a little farther back. But Kevin Martin, a 20 points a game score. Louis Scola, 20 points a game score. Lamar Odom, 19, 17 to 19, 20 points a game score. Goran Dragic, up and coming star point guard. They got a whole starting lineup. They got a point
What was,
guard.
and what was the Rockets getting? Just Pau Gasol?
Rockets was just getting Paul Gasol
Dang, then why was we giving up so much?
because Paul was that boy. Paul was a
Well,
22.
he was good, but he wasn't that good, bro.
He was a
I think he
2010.
was averaging like because
He was
somebody I just heard somebody talking about Pau Gasol before he got to LA, where he was averaging like
20.
15 to 17 points a game.
He was averaging over 19. He was averaging 19 or something, bro. He was already averaging 19 points a game and like 10 rebounds and getting
Nah,
assists.
bro, he had never even been an all-star up to that point. If you averaging basically 20 and 10, you would have been an all-star.
I think he was an all star in Memphis.
Huh?
I think he was an all star in Memphis.
Nah, he made an all-star once he got to LA.
Let's see. Let's see if we can find that something on Paul Gasol. What? Trust me, man. Paul was that boy in Memphis, man. Paul was that boy in Memphis.
Yeah, he was a good player, just like his brother. I mean, I ain't saying he was trash or nothing, but he definitely had his best years um in LA. And it's like, man, we giving up Luis Scola, who was a real good power forward. Like you say, Kevin Martin was giving us, around 20 points a game. And we was getting back Pau Gasol. I mean, again, they getting Lamar Odom. They getting four players and a first round pick.
Hey, man, it was crazy. It was crazy, bro. That's what I'm telling you. It was crazy, and this what I'm saying about me and really studying the game to a different degree. I watched this trade, and when we didn't get Pau Gasol, I automatically went and put on my 10-4 hat. I went and got my 10-4 hat, bro. I said, nah, man. Talking about Chris Paul going to the Lakers. This is not about Chris Paul going to the Lakers, bro. This is about an all-star point guard going to join an all-star center and an all-star shooting guard and really becoming a real live dynasty. Because at that point, we didn't just know that Trace McGrady and Yamin was gonna never come back and not be healthy again. But we did know that if they would have had Paul Gasol and Yamin and Trace McGrady, it's nobody stopping that team. It's nobody stopping that team, bro.
Yeah, I agree. On paper, it looks disgusting. It looks disgusting on paper. I didn't even know Kevin Martin was with the Rockets. Nah, he wasn't with the Rockets when we had T Mac. Was he?
I'm sitting in the Chili's
Because I thought Kevin Martin,
having
I thought he came to the
watching
Rockets.
the
He came right before James Harden got there.
FIBA, whatever the European, overseas summer games or whatever you call it. I called my dad. I say, Dad, Paul Gasol, brother, because Paul Gasol was in the game and they was losing. They brought in Mark Gasol, and Mark Gasol went to doing work. He was doing work in the game for Spain. I called my dad. I said, man, Paul Gasol got a brother that's better than him. He was like, I didn't know that. I said, man, he going into the draft next year. The Rockets should get him. and we had the conversation, and they actually got Parker Saul listed at 7'1". I think he was more like 6'11", 7 foot. But anyway, the average of 15.4. You was right, 15.4 and 9. Um, that's his career playoff average. I don't have his points per game. 17 points per game when he was in Memphis in the Grizzlies. 17 points per game and 9 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1.6 blocks. Right, shooting 36% from three. He's shooting better than Fred Van fucking Vliet. But Margasol got in the game, bro. He brought Spain back. He was bullying people. He was banging. He was doing everything. He was playing with high energy, dropping off dimes. He was doing everything. So I called my dad and told him. And the draft came up, and the Rockets ended up picking. I think that was the year that we picked Carl Landry or somebody like that. It was somebody weird. And Marcus All, I think, went 20th overall. I'm doing my best version of Shannon Sharp right now, just trying to remember stuff off my head. But I think Marcus All went 20th overall, and I was sick. I said, "There's no way. It's no way you don't pick Marcus All. There's no way." His brother's in the league, balling out of control, and you see that this dude is better than his brother. You see it with your eyes. There's no way you don't pick him. And Darren Moore was there, and Darren Moore was into the whole picking little people. You know what I mean? That Darren Moore had this whole like, I'm picking the smallest person at their position every year.
Right.
If it's a power forward, let me find the smallest power forward. That's who I want. You know what I mean? As a shooting guard, let me get Luther Head. Oh, he's 6'2". That's the great shooting guard to pick up. That's exactly who I need. You know what I
You're
mean?
right.
Like I'm like, no. And he passed on Paul Gasol. I mean, passed on Mark Gasol. And Mark Gasol went on to be a defensive player of the year and win a championship or two. And, just dominated the league the whole time he was there. And I was like, how is Darren Moore a great general manager? He's a great manager. He can do the numbers and crunch numbers and do simulations on Xbox. People don't remember that when Darren Moore was hired, he actually said that he actually said this. He was like, we do a lot of analytics and um, you know, do a lot of simulations and stuff like that or something along these lines. He was like, we do a lot of simulations. They were like, well, what do you mean like simulation? Like mostly on Xbox. People don't remember he said that. I remember he said that, and I was like, oh, I do that too. I could be a general manager if that's the case. I could put people on the team and then see what their projection is according to what the algorithm or the AI on Xbox tell you they're gonna be in 5 or 6 years. If that's what
Right.
you're doing, you know what I mean? But no, I mean no. I think it goes to the point of what I feel about the league and the conspiracies in the league, and like I said, they go all the way back to the Tim DeHague and Jordan and all that stuff that I've been watching over the years and the conspiracies and stuff that I done seen happen. And it's the thing. Once you see conspiracies happen, you know, you can't just all of a sudden be like, oh yeah, but they stopped. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, that was a conspiracy. That was a conspiracy. Yeah, he got in there and they cheated for this team and cheated for that team and the Lakers, they cheated for the Lakers so they can beat Sacramento, but they stopped after that. No, they didn't stop after the Lakers won. They didn't stop after Tim DeHague cheated so Jordan can, they didn't stop when Jordan was getting all kind of fouls and stuff called. They never stopped cheating, bro. They just figured out a way to do it within the confines of the game to where it don't look so much like wrestling. And
Yeah,
then,
I agree with that.
yeah, it's hard to argue with it when you see Victor Wembanyama come out and go to San Antonio. Like once that
Oh
happened,
yeah.
it's
Yeah,
a
they been manipulating the draft, bro, since Patrick Ewing.
yeah. Who was it? Shaq said that they came to him and asked him, "You want to go where it's hot or it's cold?" Like, I'm, I'm like, I mean, no, I mean, first of all, don't ask me, do I want to go in the cold? I mean, why would I want to go play in the cold? So I can, throw my back out or something, that's the stupidest question ever. And obviously, they came to him before the draft, asked him, did he want to go to his hot, where it's hot or it's cold? Is it real life that LeBron actually went to Cleveland? Like, I mean, he happened to be from Cleveland. LeBron, they get the first pick in the draft. Boom, he go to Miami, and then the Cleveland Cavaliers get the first pick in the draft, and LeBron go back to Cleveland again.
Yeah. And then what was it, like 2 years in a row that he was gone? They got the number one pick.
2 years in a row, they got the number one pick. They were gonna make sure that there was somebody there for him to play with, so he can go back. I mean, it's hard to ignore it, bro. And then you say Cleveland got the number one pick 2 years in a row. The Rockets went five, was it 5 straight years and never got the number one pick?
Yeah, I was just having that conversation with somebody. We had the worst record, I think three years in a row, or at least 2 out of 3, and never got the number one. Oh, we got every other pick but number one. We got the 2, the 3, the 4. We ain't get the number one pick.
Nope. And that's another thing. I said, when that pick was up, I said we should get Evan Mobley, and we got Jalen Green, and I was like, I don't know about that, man. I'm the kind of guy, like, I'm like, give me the guy with the stuff, somebody who got something that stands out. Athleticism to me, it don't really stick out because you can find anybody who can jump. You can find anybody who can be fast. But can you find a big man that can block shots and shoot hook shots and shoot threes?
But he didn't want to come. He didn't want to come to Houston. Remember?
Evan Mobley or Victor?
Evan Mobley. He said before the draft that he did not want to come to Houston. So once he said, I ain't want him in Houston if he ain't want to be here. And so Jalen was the most athletic, lightning quick first step, could jump out the gym. He wasn't a great shooter, but you think with his raw athleticism, this is now a guard league. The league ain't really centered around big men, even though you got Joker, you got Giannis, but by and large, it's turned into a guard league. So if you can get, an elite talent like that, okay, go ahead and take him, especially again, since Mobley didn't want to come. They probably would have took Mobley if he wouldn't have put it out there that he did want to come to Houston, because, the Rockets like to, talk about their lineage of big men that they've had here. But bro said he ain't want to come. And maybe it was because of the complete rebuild we was doing. Maybe it was Silas. I don't know. But he made that known he ain't want to come to Houston.
Crazy not to want to go to Houston. He must got an HD up in here that he don't want to be around. Got him a little work down here he ain't want to come be around. Everybody want to come to Houston. I also had a problem with this. You can tell me what you think about this. When the Kevin Durant trade was coming up, I was like, would you rather have given up the 10th overall pick this year or Tari Eason? Which one do you think is more valuable to our team?
Well, if you getting KD, then it's Tari Eason. Because, his defense, his versatility. You heard what your boy Stone just said. We ain't trying to, develop these players no more, which was kind of an oxymoron because you still got, 5 very young players that you are expecting to continue to develop. Almond, LP, Jabari, Reed Sheppard, even Torrey, you still expecting them to keep developing. But I understood what he was saying. We not finna spend, 3-4 years, waiting on you to develop. We not just finna give you, 30 minutes a game because you young and you need the experience. We not finna do that. We've moved on to phase 3, and they ain't announced it, but that's what they've done. So giving up the 10th overall pick was gonna be par for the course. You know what I'm saying? They tried like hell to get rid of the pick last year that got them Reed Sheppard. They just couldn't get something for it that they really wanted. So they drafted him. They ain't want that. They ain't want that pick, bro. Since Ma got here, that first year he got here, you took Almond, you took Cam. From then on, I don't think that they really wanted to keep adding more young talent. They were gonna always look to transition to, getting vets and trying to see what they can do as far as add at least an all-star to the team. So in this year, this situation, you had to go with keeping Torrey, bro.
I can see that. I can see that. I just feel like you know, I give you a list of some of the players that I thought was valuable that I just I just I just missed on. Hashim to beat number one on my bad picks list. I felt like Hashim to beat was gonna be better than what he was, bro. That was a horrible take on my part. I
You say
argued
to
with
beat?
yeah, Hashim to beat.
Oh yeah.
Man, I pounded the pavement, bro. I mean, I was sending out messages and writing articles and everything that the Rockets just try to move up and get the beat. And he was the worst of all my whole life player that I thought the Rockets. Also, in the more recent um, sense, Bobo. And I don't think Bobo is a bad player. I just think that Bobo didn't get the the green light when he came in the league. Bobo should have been brought in the league and put at the power forward position to start and really develop immediately. Um, and giving the green light for at least like you say like 2 or 3 years, man, and just let him develop as that guy, and then build around him as the guy that he could have been an elite player, but he didn't pan out. You know, I guess that's because of his engine and his motor or whatever they say, but I think it's because you know, like they say, they just put Bowl out there and just let him play. They don't really have a a set system for him to be in. It's like, okay, you can do some stuff, so we just gonna put you out there as a mismatch. Also, another one of my bad picks was Thon Maker. Thon Maker had a good career, and he was
Oh, Thon Maker, yeah.
yeah, he was a good player for a little while, but he never lived up to the potential of where I thought he was gonna be. But as far as this year, the minute somebody posted talk about the draft, who do you think we should pick? I went immediately to the comment section, and everybody who talked about the draft, I put Kamal Malawa. Listen, now if this don't strike you, bro, this don't strike you as a reason why I be feeling like it's a conspiracy, then probably, the more we talk, I'm saying the more we do these streams, you'll start to see like, man, he might be on to something. Now listen, I went on, after looking at the draft and looking at the picks and looking at the mock drafts and stuff like that, you know, I was like, they got Kamal Malawak mock at like 20 something. I went on every single Rockets page that I could go on, and I put the Rockets need to get Kamal Malawak. Rockets need to get Kamal Malawak. And everybody was like, well, he drafted low. He's not gonna, he drafted low. He's not that high of a draft pick. His rebounds ain't good. I was hearing all kind of stuff, and I'm like, yeah, but Sudanese people is the people that jump for a living. You know what I mean? They jump for fun. That's what they that's what they do. They jump up and down in their spare time. So and he's 7'2", and he 250, and he play basketball. and he a lob threat, and he block shots, and he dunk everything that he get around the rim. He's shooting 71% from the field. You know, if there's any player in this league that has something that you just flat out can't teach, it's Kamal Malawak. That's the guy that I would go for. Now, mind you, that all the players that I said that I thought was going to be that boy that busted was similar to Kamal Malawak in the fact that, you know, they was tall, they was, you know, probably African descent, Don Maker, Hashim Thabit, Bobo, all similar kind of players. Obviously, I have a propensity to view these kind of players as, you know, maybe higher upside than what they have. And so I'm all over everybody's page saying, come on, Molly. Then I say, well, the feedback I'm getting is that his rebounds might not be good. So after the combine, if he looks good in the combine, I think that the Rockets should definitely try to move up to get him. Because I think if he moves up in the mock draft, you know, the Rockets should try to take him. So then after the combine, he shoots up from like 20 something to like 7. And then everybody is saying, oh, come on, Wally will be good, but he's not gonna be there. The Rockets draft 10, he's gonna be going like 7. He's gonna be going like 8. He's gonna be going like 6. I don't think he's gonna be there at 10. In every mock draft, mocked him at 7 or 8, all the way up until the draft night. Draft night hits. Now listen, mind you, he started in the 20s. After I started saying the Rockets need to get him, combine hit, he jumped up to like 7 or 8. And he was 7 or 8 in every single mock draft. And I was saying the Rockets should just move up to 7 or 8 and try to take him because San Antonio not going to take him. They want, the person who they going to get, whoever's at 7 or 8, I think it was New Orleans Pelicans. They're not going to try to get him. They should, we probably could sneak up in there and make some trades and try to get Kamal Malone. I said all that to say this. The night of the draft, I cut on the draft. And on the bottom line, just like I got that little bottom line going across my screen, I'm looking at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. Who is the 10th best player on the mock draft? You'll never guess who it is. It's Kamal Malawak. Mock that 10 as the 10th best player in the draft. He actually went number 10 in the draft to the Houston Rockets. And it blew my mind because in my mind, I'm saying, how is it that he never got mocked at 10 on anybody's mock draft, knowing that the Rockets all year long have been saying that we needed extra rim protection, an extra big man to help out Clint Capella. We needed a lob threat to help out our perimeter passers. And I mean, why would the Rockets not? Why would he not be mocked at the Rockets at all? They mocked um, Cedric, whatever his name was, Derek, whatever his name was. They mocked every single person that they could think of at 10, other than Kamal Malawak. And then he automatically is the 10th best
Well,
player.
because you had LP, they re-signed Steven Adams.
This was before
And
that.
so it's like you gonna use the 10th overall pick on a position where you have really high depth, for guys, and that dude is gonna, spend most of his time as a third string big. Yeah, he gonna come in and play, when Steven Adams ain't playing back to backs or if there's an injury, he'll get playing time then. But all things being equal, if everybody's healthy, he's not gonna really see the court like that. Me personally, I wanted Derek Queen.
Yeah, that's the
That's
thing.
who I want. And they was mocking him ahead of 10. He was still available when the Rockets drafted. So if the Rockets would have kept that pick, that's who I would have been wanting them to get.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying Derek Queen. I think Jackson. I think Jackson had Derek Queen on his radar too. Um, but nah, I mean, listen, in my mind, I was like, you know, if I didn't, I didn't even think they were going to be able to re-sign Steven Adams for one, because obviously this is before the signing, before they signed Steven Adams, and then I was like, you know what? If we do sign players, it still, gives us extra flexibility to move and try to get a player. So I was like, just get it, just get the best player. If you can keep that second overall pick and add you, because we talking about the Oklahoma City Thunder, and what is it at the Oklahoma City Thunder? What makes them so valuable as an option as a dynasty is that they steady drafting good players and they steady got draft picks.
Yeah, yeah, but they also what they ended up doing was moving some of their draft picks at a certain point because you gotta be able to add veterans, and year over year you can't just, so they that's how they ended up getting so many picks, because they was trading a lot of their picks, for future draft assets. So the Rockets really wanted to move in that same direction. They wanted to trade the fourth pick last year for future first. They really wanted to, if they wasn't going to get KD, they would have wanted to move the number 10 pick for future assets so that you always have it. If something happens where these players don't work out, but then you still got the possibility of having a lottery pick to add to a team that already, got a lot of talent on it. So that's why they didn't give up them future first round picks to Phoenix. They wasn't willing to do it. I think they still got a pick or a pick swap from Brooklyn. It makes sense. That's how they gonna try and move.
Yeah, it makes sense. Don't get me wrong. It do make sense that they didn't keep it, but I was just like, you know, if you could have kept it and then drafted Kamal Malik, while you got something that gonna help you in the long run as far as taking the load off LP when he has to play against Victor Wembanyama and Chet Holmgren and all these tall guys that's 7'8", you know what I'm saying, 11'12" and all that stuff. You got Zach Edey and Donovan Clingan and Victor Wembanyama. You got all these guys on there that's able to just stack up rebounds. And you got the Viking, you got the Turkish, you got your boy, Big Ginobili. I call him Big Ginobili, man. People be saying Baby Jokic, but I like to call him Big Ginobili. You got Big Ginobili out there
Oh,
playing
oh, Big Ginobili.
LP.
Oh wow,
LP, man, that's Big Ginobili, man.
you wild.
For real, man. Look, cause look, LP got guard skills, bro. I tell you this. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna tell you this. You got all these big guys out there, Paul, and I think it would be cool just to have somebody to where when we playing against the Klingon or Edie or Victor Wembanyama, we come in and we got us a young phenom out there that can match height with. You if Kamal Malawat ends up being, because he's not really slow in the feet, and I never think that these guys like that, are less athletic than their counterpart. So I just be like, if you got a guy like Molly Walker, you can teach him how to slide his feet and stay in front of guys like Victor Wembanyama. He can really contest those shots that other people can't contest. Now, Alfred Sengun to me was a better ball handler than Jalen, Armin, Tari, and Jabari.
You wild. You
He's
wild, bro.
a better ball handler, bro, than
No, he's
every
not.
team for Fred VanVleet. No, tell me the time. Tell me the time that Alfred Sengun has had the ball at half court that you thought somebody was gonna steal it. No, you're not gonna be able to tell me. There's never been an instance. Matter of fact, if I've ever seen a player that I think could be a point center, like they say, like Jokic, the point center, I think LP, his quick twitch ability, because Jokic is very slow and lumberous and, you know, blah. LP got quick twitch muscle fibers, bro. And he dribble the ball. You're not stealing the ball from him. He get the
Bro,
ball to get what?
LP is turning the ball over.
Turn the
Bro,
ball
he's constantly turning the ball over.
because of his passing though. That's because he like to freak pass. I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna penalize you, bro, because you turning the ball over trying to thread the needle or do it behind the pass. I'm giving you points for that.
No, I'm talking about because see, my problem with LP can get double team, triple team. He gonna still try and shoot it over everybody.
That post.
I hate that about LP down in the post, and that's where most of his turnovers come up at. He's sitting up trying to be cute, and he lose the ball. He turn the ball over too much. I don't see this. I don't see this handle that you talking about.
Bro. I'm gonna pull up highlights next time we chop it up so you can see LP bringing the ball up the court, and he bringing the ball. LP bringing the ball up the court look just as fluid as any one of our players other than Fred Van. Period. LP bringing the ball up the court look just as secure as Jalen when he brings the ball.
Don't, bro, you doing too much.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you this. Boom, ball come out the rim. Armin get the ball, right? He kick it up to the 10-second mark, to the outlet line. Boom. Jalen catch the ball by the half court, right? He's gonna go make a play. Now, by the same stretch, by that same stretch, let's say that the other person, Al Shangoon, he catch the ball at the 10-second mark, he going up by the half court. So in one scenario, Jalen got the ball at the half court. In the other scenario, Alp got the ball at the half court. Who's more likely to score?
Jalen.
Bullshit. With that little baby, that
So
little
hold
weak.
on, wait.
Yeah.
So you telling me that LP is more likely to score in transition than Jalen?
If the defense is back, yeah. If the defense is
Huh?
back, yeah. If the defense is back, if the defense is already back, yeah, 100%, 100%,
In transition.
100%. Jalen ain't getting around nobody, bro.
Jalen ain't getting around nobody.
He ain't getting around nobody.
You trolling. You trolling.
Jalen ain't getting around
Bro,
nobody.
we was just me and you just 20 minutes ago was talking about how Jalen was getting fouled at the rim. So how he not getting around nobody if he's constantly getting to the rim and not getting foul calls?
That's first step. That's first step if a man trying to rotate and Jalen get the first step on him.
Stop it.
But after he catch that ball by the half court line, and he do that little Alpert go hesitation, he gonna lose his man, bro.
Oh my
Alpert,
God.
and if he have to get physical by the 3-point line, and he dip his shoulder, you know how he dip his shoulder down and dribble the ball low, and he make that little move, and then he acting he gonna go right, go to the left, boom, boom, boom. I trust his left. I
And
trust
turn the ball over.
I trust his left more. Nope. I'm gonna tell you when he gonna turn the ball over. I'm gonna tell you exactly when he gonna turn the ball over. He gonna go to his left. He gonna get all the way to the paint. He gonna make that spin move. Now when he make that spin move, it might be 2, 3 people right there. It might be 2, 3 people there. And if he try to turn back, that gonna get turnover. But if he turn there and it's only one person or 2 people, well, he got them. And then
Oh my
if it's
God.
right there, and somebody cut to the baseline, he's gonna try to just dump the ball off behind his back sometime. And if they steal the ball while he trying to, which is what I was saying earlier, if Alperson gonna throw it behind the back, this is what I don't like. I'm gonna tell you straight up. We agree to disagree on this. Don't even add me. If Alperson gonna do a behind the back pass and Rocket fans say, why did he do that, bro? Just mute yourself, bro. Don't even ask me why he did the behind the back pass. Because if your center can even do a behind the back pass and it look good, that's a good thing. How many centers can even make that pass? How many centers can even see behind their head like that and get that pass off, moving that quick? You can't even name three centers that can do an over shoulder to pass and it look that good. And it be even close to getting to a man to where he can dunk the ball. Alfred Sengun has been doing this since his rookie year.
I can name three:
Name
Sabonis, and Embiid, and Joker.
Sabonis, okay. Embiid, no. Joker, slow.
What you mean slow, bro?
If Joker do that pass, bro, it's gonna be so slow.
Bro, he throw that pass. I don't know how many times. Like he's always making them over the shoulders, no look passes. You know what I'm saying, bro? We done seen Joker do that about 1,000 times, bro.
Be slow. It don't look like I was saying LPs be quick. It be like a guard. LPs be like a guard. Jokers be like a big slow nigga. Like a big like, slow dude. Like
Bro, you trolling, boy.
I'm just saying, that's what it be looking like. Joker be out there like a big slow dude out there doing it. It be not saying I like Joker, man. But it don't look like his LP be fresh when he do his. He look like a guard when he doing it. Joker look like Arvita Sabonis when he do his. Floppy Bebop.
I agree. I agree with that. He do remind me of Sabonis, but he's just far more talented.
Here go a good question. So I hear people talking about Joker is on par to be the best center ever, right? This is my question. Is Joker better than y'all mean?
As an overall player, yes.
In what aspect?
Um, 3-point shooting, passing, ball handling.
No.
Yao Ming was a better post player. I think the shooting is comparable, but Yao Ming didn't shoot a lot of threes. Yao Ming's better defensively, as like as a shot blocker. Rebounding may be about the same. Joker could be maybe slightly better than Yao, but oh, overall, I think Joker's better than Yao. Yeah.
All right, so I see what I'm dealing with over here. I see what I'm dealing with now, man. There's no way you think Joker is a better ball handler than Yao Ming. Yao Ming was 7'7", bro, dribbling down the court on a fast break, going behind his back at full speed, bro. There's no way you think that Joker is a better
Bro, stop. Yao Ming was not. Yao Ming was not dribbling the ball up the court, going behind his back, bro.
Really? You don't think so?
I know so. Yao Ming was not doing that, bro. I don't think you're gonna find one clip of Yao Ming getting the rebound, coming up the court with the ball, and then going behind his back with it. No, you're not. Joker, you do see leading the fast break as a 7 foot, 300-pound big man, and then making passes, throwing lobs. Like, come on, bro. Like the ball handling. I'm sorry, Yao Ming. Like, I give him the post. As a post player, he's better. Rim protector, he's better.
Listen, Are you by your computer or are you on the cell phone?
I'm on my cell phone, but I can go get my computer, my tablet.
Okay. All I want you to do while we having this conversation, I just want you to go to YouTube and dribble. Yeah, I mean behind the back dribble. That's all. That's
Okay.
all I want
Oh,
you to
hold on.
do. Okay. While he do that, I want y'all to understand. I, I, um, I'm not just a basketball head like some people, but I'm a basketball, fanatic as far as the way I study the game. I actually started reading the game. I actually started reading the game on a Magic Johnson biography, or Magic Johnson book I read, where I started. Then I read Louis Alcindor book, and then I read it was a magazine that had Bill Walton, and he had all the moves broke down in the magazine, like all the different moves broke down and diagrammed in the magazine. Then I read the encyclopedia with all the basketball rules and stuff like that. So I'm a basketball head in that sense. When it comes down to Houston Rockets, I started watching the Houston Rockets in 1985, and I can remember Sleepy Floyd scoring 21 points in the game, and me just getting addicted to the Houston Rockets. You back? Okay, he
Yeah,
not back.
I'm loading my tablet up right now.
All right. So why he do that? I got addicted to the Rockets by watching. I think it was Sleepy Floyd. I'm pretty sure it might have been Sleepy Floyd in like 1985. I could be wrong, but you're somewhere around 1985. You know, watching the Rockets, and then I remember getting to the point that the game Sleepy Floyd had. I think it was against the San Antonio Spurs, and that's when I really became addicted to the Houston Rockets. Like, just seeing Sleepy Floyd just get buckets in the mid range and whatnot. Who is this out here we got me? And he got on the mustard and ketchup doing it too. Yeah. But no, no, listen. Yao Ming is a better ball handler than Yao Ming is a better ball handler than Joe.
He got one play. He got one play where somebody passed him the ball at half court, and the dude is running, trying to steal it from him. He do put it behind his back, take two more steps, and he dunked the ball. Bro, he's looking at the dribble the whole time, like his head is down.
That
I'm
dude, man,
sorry.
he used to do that. Hey, listen, Yao Ming used to push the break, man. I mean, he not push the break from coast to coast like Joker because he ain't have to. But I'm saying if you talk about just dribbling the ball, man, Yao Ming could dribble that rock, bro. Yao
But
Ming,
fam, he's not Joker though.
he is.
Again, Joker led fast breaks. Yao Ming ain't never led a fast break in his life.
He never had to, but I'm saying he could. He was. Yao Ming was just as good a passer as Joker. He was, I think, a better ball handler than Joker. Joker got him beat by miles at the three, even though Yao was a decent 3-point shooter. Yao was a decent 3-point shooter, but Joker got him beat by miles. The Joker's 3-point shot is ridiculous for anybody. Like even for a regular a guard or something, Joker is still crazy from three. But I mean, that's the only thing that I can say about Joker that's better than Yao is his 3-point shoot.
Bro, we done seen Joker make every type of pass there is. Bounce passes, lead passes, law passes, no look passes. Like, bro, we didn't seen it all. We have not seen that from Yao Ming. We just haven't. So a big man who can lead the fast break, make every pass that a true point guard can make, skip passes, all of it. You can't say that Yao Ming, who we've never seen do these things, is better than him or as good as him, bro.
I done seen y'all do some of that, bro.
Huh?
I done seen y'all do it when you had to. He just didn't have to do it because that's not the era we was in back then. I done seen him do it when he had to. I done seen y'all mean make all the passes, bro, that he had to make, and you know shoot the three when he had to shoot the three. I done seen him dominate from the inside. The only Yao Ming's only flaw. Let me tell you his only flaw. His only flaw was that for some reason, if people fronted him, it was like an automatic turnover. That's the only thing I can say about it. I don't understand why that was. I think that was just because of the offense. But
No, it was our guards. Our guards didn't know how to make a pass.
that was the only thing I could say about Yao. If somebody fronted him, it was horrible. It was horrible. Yeah, because they used to have to put what's it called it out there to pass the ball. Warren Howard or somebody out there to pass the ball. But that was
Yeah, we didn't have good. You know, our guards wasn't good at that, and then he wasn't. Uber athletic where they can just kind of throw it up and lead them to the rims.
exactly.
So
You're not gonna throw it. If he already got his base in position and the man fronting, he's not gonna be able to quick switch and get to that ball. If that ball,
right,
that person can jump quicker than he can to get to where they need to be at. So that was
right.
kind of his lone fault. You know what I mean? But
No,
listen,
I'm not saying he was trash at passing,
I'm saying if y'all
but the
mean
passes that Joker makes, we've never seen Yao Ming make them.
if
I never seen Yao Ming make it throw a law pass. I never seen him throw a skip pass.
I
I
did
never seen him throw like a bounce pass to a cutting man. You know what I'm saying? Where he's standing at the top of the key and you got to thread the needle through the defense on the bounce pass, leading the dude to the damn rim. Like I ain't never seen him do it, bro.
hey, if y'all mean was in the game right now, Joker would not be the best center in the league. That's all it is. That's all it is. Baltimore, Baltimore, if 50% of the centers that played in that era was in the league, man, listen, if any of the best centers that you can name was in the league, Joker would not be considered the best center in the league. He would be Arvita Sabonis. And Arvita Sabonis, when we saw him, wasn't even the best Arvita Sabonis. If Arvita Sabonis, when he was young, was in the league right now, Joker would be dog food. The, the
I don't know
Arvita
about dog food.
man,
I mean,
Arvita
look,
was a goon when he had that little extra bounce and was a little bit quicker before he got to Portland. Arvita Sabonis was quicker. He had a little bit more pizzazz. Man, Arvita Sabonis was a dog, bro.
I'm as big of a fan as you know, old school big man as anybody. I still don't think that Joker would all of a sudden just fall apart if he was going against those guys because he does have a low post game. He can shoot the ball from anywhere on the court. He can pass the ball with the best of them. He can rebound with the best of them. So would he be quote unquote the best big man in the league? Maybe not, because he gonna go against tougher competition. That's hard to go against David Robinson tonight. You got Patrick Ewing tomorrow. You got Dikembe Mutombo after that. You got you got Hakeem Olajuwon after that. Like to go through the gauntlet of big men, Rick Sims, you got in the Eastern Conference. Alonzo Mourning, like so to go through the gauntlet, would reduce his numbers definitely. He may not be the best, but he still would be considered an elite big man, no matter the era. Like he just too skillful.
But y'all mean put Ben Wallace in the basket. You know how Ben Wallace
Yao
used
Ming
to
was a
do it?
monster. Yao Ming
Y'all,
was when Shaq got older. Yao Ming was hands down the best big man in basketball.
look, go to Google this. Y'all mean unstoppable. Google unstoppable y'all. Just Google unstoppable y'all. And if anybody in the chat, if y'all in the chat and you're listening, like and subscribe, um, the like is for the free. You can hit the like button for the free. And you can Google unstoppable y'all so you can keep up with what we're talking about right now.
Okay.
Yeah, you could just watch that little short right there.
Which one?
It's a short one that's like 7.3K views. It's like unstoppable. Yeah, it's
Oh yeah, okay, I see it.
watch that little short one. Yeah, look at his quick twitch compared to Joker. You will never see Joker hit a dream shake like that. Yeah, look at that quickness. Look at his quickness and flexibility over the head, behind the back pass. Come on, bro. This is y'all mean talking about. The only thing that kept y'all mean from being a top, I'm gonna say 10, because I ain't gonna never knock Will, none of them guys, Shaq, none of them. Only thing kept y'all mean from being a top 10 center, and I still, if I had to pick, if we were doing a draft, and it was like, let's say it's five of us doing a draft, y'all mean is my second center, no matter where I'm picking from. If I'm one, I'm two, I'm three, I'm four, I'm five. I'm gonna pick who I'm gonna pick, and the next center I pick is gonna be y'all. Period. Once we get out of the top five, I'm picking y'all. There's no way around it. Once we get past Will, King, Shaq,
Wait. So you saying that Yao Ming is your sixth center all time?
I'm saying if we have to pick a team, if we have to pick a team, and I got a healthy yeah, six all time. Healthy, six, number six. No lower than number six. You're not getting me. You're not gonna never get me to budge from that ever, ever. If we go Wilt, Akeem, Kareem, Shaq. You see what I'm saying? Like, you know, who else we throwing in there if I? Who else we throwing in there if I that you're gonna say is better? If you wanna say you pick Jokic at five, I'm not picking Joel Embiid as my second center over y'all. No. If you pick your Embiid at five, I'm not picking Joker at six. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Give me your top five centers.
Top five all time.
Yeah, top five all time. You got Bill Russell as a center.
Yeah, but
Okay, well that's my fifth. My fifth. That's my top five.
so is it do they have to be centers or 7 footers?
Yeah, center,
Huh?
center, top five center.
Okay. So I could agree with your top five.
Okay. Now, when we get to six, if you want to say Joker or Joel Embiid, Patrick Ewing, Rick Smith, the Duncan Duchesses, Moses Malone. You want to go with Willis Reed. You want to go with Nate Thurman. You want to go with
David Robinson.
David Robinson. You want to go with any of those guys, bro. You like Sean Bradley? You like George Muir's son? whatever, whatever, whatever you want to do, bro. Whatever you want to do, I'm going with y'all right there. I'm gonna go with y'all mean right there at that number six center, bro.
No, I'm taking David Robinson over Yao Ming in my top 10.
I mean, I'm not gonna argue with you, but I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't. I
Yeah.
wouldn't. If I'm building a team.
Too
Not
athletic, too good defensively. He was kind of like Elijah One, just not, his footwork wasn't as good, but could shoot from the mid range. He could step out and shoot the three, could handle the ball, could pass the ball.
David Robinson in this era would be a power forward, even
Say
though he
what?
was, even though David Robinson was strong as all our those. He might would be a center, but I don't know. Yeah, you mean yeah? I'm not gonna argue. 7-1. I mean, to me he would be a power forward. Not
I
well, he might
mean, he
be a center.
he could, like, if he played in today's era,
Yeah,
I think he could be a four. Like, that's my point. His quickness, his speed as a big man, length, defense, scoring ability. I mean, David Robinson is a former league MVP.
yeah. I'm not arguing with that. I'm not gonna argue with you know. I'm definitely not gonna debate you down about David Robinson not being good because he was
Right.
good. I mean, Dream cooked the hell out of him, and that was probably just straight spite. But
Yeah, Dream was on one.
I'm, I mean,
That Dream felt like that was his MVP. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, if you tell me, if I say, look, if if we going back and forth, okay, let's just play this out. We're gonna draft centers, just centers, right? And you can go first. Who your first center?
Mm, Dream,
Will,
Kareem,
Shaq,
David Robinson. Threw your ass off. Because now you don't want to take Russell.
I'm going. Yeah, I mean,
Oh, so you left Russell on the board.
yeah, I'm gonna leave Russell on the board,
Okay. I'm going to go Joker.
and then I'm taking Bill Russell.
You taking who?
Bill Russell.
I'm taking it Embiid.
Okay. Now this is where I probably would
My
go.
centers kill you. My centers kill yours, bro.
No, sir. No, sir.
My centers kill yours.
There's no way you believe that in your mind.
You know, I know that. Bro, my list kill yours.
Bro, how can you imagine? How can you hold on? How can you imagine if I got Kareem, Will, Shaq,
No, you don't got Kareem.
to Kareem?
Yes.
Okay, okay, you got Kareem and Dream
You
too.
took Wilt.
Okay, you already beat me when you took Kareem and Dream because those would have been my number one and number two. But I still took Will, Shaq, and yeah,
I
I still took
understand.
Will, Shaq, and yeah.
Okay. And I got Dream, Kareem, David Robinson, Joker, and Joel Embiid.
You got it. You do probably got it. But I got listen. I got a chance. I still got a chance, bro. I still got a chance. 'Cause we might be evenly matched, and I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why I say we evenly matched. Because for one, I got the best player to ever live on my team. Two of the best players to ever live on my team. I got what I would say two of the goats on my team, and you got one.
No, that's not true. Come on.
I got two goats on my team, bro, and you got
Okay. I got Kareem and Hakeem.
Kareem ain't a goat. I can make an
Who?
argument that I can make a Dream ain't a goat. I can make an argument that he is, but most people can't make that argument. I could. Um,
Bro, he was the best big man in the 90s.
yeah, that's only in the 90s. I don't think that's what makes him the goat.
Okay, he got drafted in the 80s, but he was the best big man in the 90s. He's the all-time leader in block shots and I think rebounds.
Okay.
And come on, bro. He's the first player to win. He was the first or the second league MVP, defensive player of the year, and finals MVP in the same year.
Okay. Let me make your argument for you, and then I'm gonna debunk your argument. I'm gonna make it, and then I'm gonna debunk it because
I
that's how
already made it.
Akeem Olajuwon game, footwork and moves was the exact same as Michael Jordan's post game that made him great. That's my argument for Hakeem Olajuwon possibly being the greatest player ever, right? If I was going to make the argument that Hakeem Olajuwon was the best player ever, I would just say, go pull up Hakeem Olajuwon, um, Hakeem Olajuwon's moves versus Michael Jordan's moves, and watch the footage of Hakeem Olajuwon doing every single thing that Jordan does. And anybody who knows how prolific Hakeem Olajuwon's footwork was and would compare him to Michael Jordan in the way that they moved in the post and knows that Jordan became the GOAT because of his post play, not just his athleticism, could then make the comparison and say, damn, King was doing the same shit Jordan was doing. And then I would say, well, Hakeem Olajuwon was faster than LeBron, could jump higher than LeBron, could do all the shit that Jordan could do, and led the league in block shots and rebounds, like you said, and also was top 10 in every stat. He was the only player that was top 10 in every statistic uh, kept since the statistic era. Not only that, he is the best defender ever to play basketball. Played the power forward, the center, and he could shoot the three. Even though his shoot percentage is only like 26% or something like that, not very high, but he was very good from the baseline three. And uh, as far as LeBron only being 2 inches shorter than Akeem, I think that if you put Akeem in today's era as a power forward, he's 10 times better than Tim Duncan. And if Tim Duncan is the best power forward ever and LeBron James is the best small forward ever, I think you would have to only compare Hakeem Olajuwon to Michael Jordan. That would be my argument for Hakeem. Now, I'm with the bucket. Wilt Chamberlain shot fadeaways because he wanted to take it easy on people. He didn't want to be looked at as a big guy who just dominated everybody by dunking. So people who talk about Wilt Chamberlain, they always say, well, he only played against people who was littler than him. Wilt Chamberlain played against 12 teams a year. On those 12 teams, there were two centers on every team, and only three of the teams had centers that was 16. Everybody else has centers that was 6'11", 7 foot, 7'1", and Wilt Chamberlain played those guys 4 times a year. Every night he played against an all-star center. Every night he played against a guy that was 7 foot, 6'11", 7 foot or above, and he chose to shoot fadeaways so he didn't look like he was being unfair. Wilt Chamberlain, people believe that Wilt Chamberlain only dunked the basketball. Wilt Chamberlain shot fadeaway. He had the most prettiest soft touch fadeaway that people never talk about in the history of the basketball league. Also, I'm not just going to dwell on the 100-point game, but he did score 100 points. Mind you, that he only scored 100 points because he had scored 70 points so many times that they were like, why don't you just go for 100? He stayed up overnight, drove to the city that he had to play in, put up 100 points, didn't go back to sleep, and drove back to where he had to go from. If I'm right about the story, he did
You
that.
know, you know that that's all urban legend, right?
No, I don't.
There's no documentation, real documentation, video evidence of that 100 point game.
Okay. Well, let's say he did have. Let's say he did score 100. He scored 70 so many times that it don't even matter if he scored 100 because Kobe scored 81, and if Kobe scored 81, and I could imagine that if Kobe scored 81 and Wilt ran a 4.3 at 7.2 and could bench press what was it 600, almost some crazy squat number, and he was an Olympic shot putter, and he was an Olympic high jumper. He was an all-world volleyball player with a vertical like Jordan. I mean, I mean, like
But nothing you saying is discrediting Dream for being one of the goats.
well, this is what I'm saying. He was stronger than Arnold Schwarzenegger.
No, he wasn't, bro.
Listen, Arnold Schwarzenegger said himself that Wood was stronger than him.
Where he
Arnold,
said that it.
Google it
Uh,
on YouTube. Go Google Arnold Schwarzenegger talking about Wilt Chamberlain's strength. You could just Google it. Wilt was stronger than Arnold Schwarzenegger. He was as fast as Carl Lewis. He could jump damn near hurdle over the high jump that people was jumping over in the damn Olympics. The dude was a phenom, bro. And people discredited Wilt Chamberlain to make Michael Jordan the GOAT. Facts. This is all facts. They discredited Wilt Chamberlain to market Jordan. This is, I mean, this is just fact. This is just basketball fact. Now, every single stat that you ever talk about, anybody does anything, they say James Harden scored 60 points 20 times in a row. Wilt Chamberlain did it 50 times in a row. But Wilt Chamberlain ain't the GOAT, right? Okay, whatever. Then they do some kind of weird gymnastics where they say, well, Wilt Chamberlain's true shooting percentage is less than Jordan, and he averaged less points than Michael Jordan for his career. Child, please. The dude played when he was old and didn't average a lot of points and chose to lead the league in assists 1 year, and it brought his averages down. But he chose personally as a center, said, you know what? I'm tired of y'all saying that I don't play team basketball. So I'm going to lead the league in assists. And he led the league in assists with 12 assists a game. This is the greatest score of all time. Mind you, he played basketball from 17 to 37 or something like that. And he was the best player the whole time until Kareem got in the league. When Kareem got in the league, Wilt was almost past his prime. Now we're talking about a player that's fast as Carl Lewis, that jump high as damn near as Michael Jordan.
fast as Carl Lewis, bruh.
Listen,
Bruh.
the dude ran Olympic speeds, bro.
He wasn't fast as Carl Lewis.
Now I'm okay. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but he was fast as Carl Lewis. The dude ran like a 4.2 or 4.3 or something, bro. That's fast as Dion. A dude
Even
that's
Dion wasn't as fast as Carl Lewis, but
okay.
I still don't know that Wilt Chamberlain at 7'2" ran a 4.240. Like, bruh.
Okay, right here it got him at a 4.6. And I don't think that's even close to right. That's not even close to right. But if you Google Wilt Chamberlain speed, it say 4.6, which is still crazy for 7'2". And right
I
underneath
agree. I agree. And that I agree with.
and right under that it says Wilt Chamberlain had a 45 to 48-inch vertical, the same as Michael Jordan, and ran a 4.6 seconds 40, the same as LeBron James. So you mean to tell me that a dude that's 7'2" that could jump as high as Michael Jordan and be fast as LeBron scored 100 points in the game or 44, they average 40 rebounds in the season, bro. Average 40 rebounds in the season and 50 points. Average
Well,
50.
yeah, but he was the biggest, most athletic dude in the league of 12 teams.
Oh, listen, I addressed that first. The first thing I addressed. Look, hold on. Look at this. Wilt Chamberlain 40-yard dash. Project Sports. Self-reported 40-yard dash time. He say self-reported 40-yard dash time. Wilt clocked a 4.4. 4.3 is considered world class speed.
Yeah, it's self-reported though.
but it say the test used to test speed at the NBA Combine from his days at Kansas will clock a 4.4.
Man, I don't believe it.
Clock a 4.
It's just like college teams have a dude listed as 6'6", and then he goes to the NBA combine and he's actually like 6'3". They fudged the numbers, and then back then it wasn't no electronic, time. So this was all hand speed. So it was either him or one of his coaches that clocked him at that, or said he ran that.
Okay,
That man ain't run no 4.4 dog.
it's clocked a 4.4 at Kansas. They clocked him running.
Huh?
I said they clocked him running the 4.4 at Kansas, bro. That's what it say on the thing I'm reading right
Yeah, I understand. But again, to me, that's urban legend, like the 100 points he scored.
now. Okay, well listen. Even if it's urban legend and people could even kind of sort of believe it, right? Six, the thing I addressed earlier was your dad said 10.9 seconds. You try to tell me that's not Carl Lewis speed?
He ain't run the.
Bro, that's Olympic speed,
I
10.9.
don't, I don't believe it. But what did Carl Lewis run in the 100-yard dash?
9.9. I want to say a 9.9.
Huh?
I want to say Carl Lewis ran a 9.9. I'm going off the top of my head. In the 100,
Yeah, I don't believe Wilt Chamberlain ran no 10.9 in the 100-yard dash. I don't believe. I simply don't believe it.
let's see what
I do not believe it.
let's see.
Unless there's something he did maybe when he was, maybe.
Carl Lewis ran a 9.9. Well, I'm good. Well, I'm telling you, man. That read that encyclopedia, I'm telling you, I was a fool on that encyclopedia when I used to be in study center. When when you get in trouble and they put you in detention, like in school detention. I
Yeah,
was
yeah.
like 6 months, bro. One time for getting into it with my teacher, my science teacher, about evolution and shit like that. We got into it. He kicked me out of class. I had study center for 6 months, and I just read the encyclopedia of different basketball shit. That's how I know all this shit. When Carl Lewis ran a 9.9 uh, Olympic, he also ran a 9.7 block, I think, second in won the Olympics. Ran a 9.7. But Wood Chamberlain ran a 10.9, which is second less than Carl Lewis. Jumped as high as Michael Jordan. And as far as the people who say like he played against people that was littler than him, he played against I think it was 8 out of the 12 teams had centers that were 7'1", 7 foot, 7'1". 5 out of the teams had players that were 6'10". All the rest of the centers were 6'11", 7 foot. So it's not like he was just, you know, yeah, I mean, playing against, you know, a lot of
Yeah,
guards.
every time I see, the highlights of Wilt Chamberlain, I'm not seeing all these 7 footers that he's going against.
Yeah, but you can actually pull it up and do the research, which I have before, and you can go look because it's only 12 teams, and he had to play those All Star centers 12 times. It's not like when Shaq played. Shaq would play like in today's era. Okay, let's look at Joker. How many centers did Joker play against that 7 foot tall?
Yeah, it ain't a lot.
Exactly, and that's my point. My point is in today's era, for a center like Joel Embiid to be considered a top something center, like you're not even playing against centers, bro. You played half your career against PJ Tucker. You played half your career with PJ Tucker at center. I don't give a damn what you say. I saw it. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. We had PJ Tucker as our center in Houston. PJ Tucker, Russell Westbrook played center. You see what I'm saying? So,
Well,
but
he ain't play center. He was guarded by center, but
I mean, okay, but the person who was holding Joel Embiid was still PJ Tucker. still a dude that was 6'5". Will Chamberlain was playing against dudes who was 6'10", 6'11", 7 foot, 7'1". He had to play them guys. It's 12 teams. You got to play these same centers 11 times, I mean 4 times a year, right? You're playing
Hmm.
everybody 4 times a year. Now imagine this. It's like the All Star. It's like the All Star game. You playing the same 7 foot dude 4 times a year. They know exactly what you're gonna do because you playing them 4 times a year and they can't stop
Yeah, because if you faster, stronger, quicker, more athletic than them, then playing against the same slow-footed 7 footer over and over and over again ain't gonna stop nothing from you. You can blow by them, you can jump over them, you can go through them. Like there's nothing they can do with you. So you beating up on the same sorry dudes over and over. If what you say is true, I'm gonna take what you say as fact. But none of them dudes was as strong, as fast, as quick, as athletic as he was.
I don't know, bro. Bob Lanier was a pretty good dude. Let me see. Let me Google some of these centers, man. Because Nate Thurman was a good center, bro. Nate Thurman was a goon. And Bill Russell was a goon. So I mean, Bill Russell was the shortest person that he played. You know what I mean? Bill Russell was the shortest person that he had.
Okay, but what Wilt Chamberlain are you talking about? Now maybe later on in his career, he was facing some better competition, maybe.
Nah, that's like you say, urban myth. It's an urban myth that this dude wasn't playing against great center. Look, Willis Reed. Willis Reed.
Willis Reed was later on though.
Nah, that's 64 to 74. That's early. I mean, yeah, let me see. Let's do centers in 1960. Let's do all centers in 1960.
I mean, I don't want to sound like I'm hating on Wilt Chamberlain. Like, Wilt Chamberlain is definitely one of the goats. But my point is Hakeem Olajuwon is too. You know what I'm saying? Like I got Hakeem Olajuwon as one of the goats, like during the height of big men, during the era where big men was prevalent, teams was built around the big man. Hakeem Olajuwon was the best one of that era.
No doubt. 100%. 100%. And like I said, to be honest, if I'm saying top 3 centers of all time, if I was gonna say top 3 centers of all time that I like, Kim Olajuwon obviously my number one center. And if I was gonna pick centers and I was gonna pick first, I'm like you, I would pick Dream first. And I would force somebody to either take Will, and if you don't take
Yeah,
Will,
because I feel like Hakeem Olajuwon could defend Wilt,
I do too.
even though he's shorter. But I feel like he could defend Wilt. So that's why he was my first pick. In my own opinion, just my own personal list, not worrying about resumes and all of that. Hakeem Olajuwon is the best big man of all time. In my opinion, he's the most talented, the most skilled big man ever. I understand once you factor in resumes, well, then that's when you got to go to Kareem. You'll put Shaq above him. Um, maybe Wilt. There'll be other big men. Hell, they'll put Tim Duncan ahead of him.
Yeah,
But
that's that's a farce, bro. Look, Wilt was 7'1". I keep saying 7'2". Wilt was 7'1". The difference between 7'1" and 6'9" is 3 inches, bro. 2 inches, right? Well, no, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 12, so 4 inches. Okay,
4 inches.
right. So we have one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. That's under. That's 6'9". One, two, three, four, five, five, seven. That's over 6'9". And yeah, so Witt is about 3 to 4 inches taller than everybody. So I give you that. I give you that. And but like I say, all star, all star, all star. They all star. All these guys
Yeah,
are all,
yeah, but it was only 12 teams, bro. Of course they gonna all be all stars.
but they not no scrubs though. You talk about Walt Bellamy, Johnny Green, John Wright, Larry Falk, Walter Duke. These great Clyde Lovett, these Bill Russell. Bill Russell was 6'10", bro. Bill Russell wasn't no scrub. Bill Russell was
Yeah,
6'10".
I know Bill Russell, but Bill Russell stands out amongst all the other names that you mentioned. It's him and Wilt Chamberlain. All the rest of them dudes, I ain't heard of them, and most of the basketball world ain't never heard of them. I'm gonna keep it tall with you, and I'm a '70s baby. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, they may have been good. I'm just saying, don't nobody know them niggas.
I'm glad. I'm glad he's like, well, that nigga was the coldest 6'9" centers you ever seen in your life, bro. You know what I'm saying? But no, I mean, no. But no, but listen, my whole point is that you take Yao Ming, you take Joker, drop Joker back in this era, right?
You put what?
You take Joker back in this era, right? Okay, he good, very good, right? There ain't no 3-point line, so all them long shots, I'm pretty sure a lot of these guys
Hold
couldn't
on,
hit.
what era you talking about? '90s era?
I'm talking about like dropping back in like the you know late '60s.
Okay.
He good, but ain't no 3-point line, so
It ain't gotta be no 3-point line. He still can hit from anywhere on the court, whether it counts for three or not.
I don't.
He's so damn big. So he's 7 foot, 300 and some pounds. What nobody back then that big. He can handle the basketball. He can pass the basketball.
Joker though.
There's literally nothing he can't do on the basketball court in a league where the tallest dude is 6'10". Besides one, you got seven, you got Wilt, and everybody else is 6'10" or smaller. Barbecue chicken, in the words of Shaq, man. They barbecue chicken.
Man, let me see how much you do. He said 300 pounds. Man. You low V8 over here. Man. This dude's not no 300 pounds, bro. I'm gonna tell you right now, Joker
Who,
ain't.
Joker?
He's not no 300 pounds.
Bro, Joker 300 pounds, bro.
284 pounds. Okay, 284. That's not 284 is pretty. I mean, that's a 284 is heavy. 29, 12, and 10. 29, 12, and 10. That's a big boy.
That's a big boy, man.
He only
And
6'11".
think of how much them dudes was weighing back then.
He's 6'11" though.
Okay.
So, hold on. So hold on. This is what I want to ask you. Now you seen the clips of y'all mean. You saw them with your own
Mhm.
two. You mean to tell me if y'all mean is playing right now in this era, the same amount of time as Joker played, he not the greatest center ever?
The greatest ever?
If they talk about Joker is the best center ever, bro, and
Well,
they
I ain't heard nobody say he the best ever. Now, I've heard people say that he's the most skilled big man. I've heard people say that he's in the, top 5, top 10 big men, especially after he won that championship. But come on, there's no way nobody's putting him ahead of Shaquille O'Neal at this point. Nobody's putting him ahead of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar at this point. Not with one title. Now, maybe if he wins 3 titles, 4 titles, they're definitely going to make that argument because of the rest of his numbers. They're not going to take into consideration who he had to play against or none of that. It's just going to be his numbers, him being able to win titles, MVPs, all of that stuff is going to come into account. They'll make that argument then. But right now, no, nobody's calling Joker the best big man of all time.
No, I've heard people say, I've, I've literally been up in the morning watching First Take or Get Up, and I've heard people say, "Is Joker the best center ever?" Like he's on his way to becoming the best center we've ever seen, and I believe,
Yeah, again, they're counting for him winning more titles. He's already won what 3 MVPs?
man, listen, if he ran off a stretch right now and won 2 titles before Victor Wembanyama got better, and Donovan Clingan and Zach Edey got good, and he did all that before they got good. I still wouldn't say he was the best center ever, bro. I still
Okay,
would be the best
I
center ever.
understand. I understand. But if he went on that run, then you talking about another one, maybe 2 MVPs, 2 more championships, 2 more finals MVPs. And then when you look at his numbers, points,
Yeah,
assists,
yeah, obviously,
rebounds, people are going to make that
if he
argument,
wins,
bro.
obviously, if he wins another MVP, another championship, and he averaged another triple double, you know, I can understand
Exactly.
people. I can understand people wanting to say it,
Exactly.
but
Now imagine them
see,
doing that. Imagine them doing that 2 more times.
that's my thing, bro. That's my thing. It goes to the point of it's a double standard. It's a double standard because you would then turn around and say, "Well, Wilt only played against this and that, and this and that, and this and that, and then Wilt did this and that, da, 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 da." But Wilt was doing way more than Joker, bro. Wilt was
Well, yeah, yeah, on an individual basis,
Wilt was
you may
every
you may you may be able to say that, but again, you also got to factor in there's more teams, evolution that players, even though he's not facing, a bunch of 7 footers in this era, guys are bigger, stronger, faster. Like they are discrediting the 90s. I'm listening to Gilbert Arenas say that Michael Jordan didn't play against no good two guards in the 90s,
right.
in the 80s and the 90s.
Brandon Maxwell wasn't locking him up.
Yeah, but see, they don't count no Vernon Maxwell. You talking about like high level players, and so they'll go through, like he said, if you name the top 5 two guards all time, ain't nobody from the 90s in the top 5. They all from the 2000s or, you know,
Yeah, they're not
newer.
like Mitch Richmond and
Huh.
them.
Say what?
I say they're not counting like Mitch Richmond and all them dudes
Who?
like Mitch
No,
Richmond and them.
no. And I don't even think that they really remember the names because to be honest, when he be saying it, I can't be, my mind be going blank. The number one dude I think about that they never mention is Clyde Drexler. Like they never talk about Clyde Drexler, but he's basically making that argument. So, oh, Michael Jordan won 6 championships, but all the teams was bad. He ain't played it. He ain't faced nobody really. Like so, they discredited him, them. So they gonna give credence to this era of bigger, stronger, faster, more athletic, than dudes had to face in the past, especially Wilt Chamberlain back in the damn 70s.
And
Hey,
that's
like he ain't gonna get no win in that argument.
no, that's what I'm saying. They discredit him on purpose, bro. That's what I be saying. Like this whole narrative-driven, media-based uh, storytelling thing that they got going to prop up certain guys and make guys not look like they who they supposed to be is ridiculous to me because there's no way you can convince me that a guy with the stuff that we just talked about, the running the crazy speeds and having the strength Arnold Schwarzenegger say that Wilt Chamberlain is stronger than him, and how
Yeah, he
Wilt Chamberlain,
did say that. I think he was trolling though, but I seen he said that.
he said it. He said Wilt Chamberlain lifted him up like a little kid.
I
He,
heard. Yeah, I read that shit. I can't be believing these niggas, man.
and listen, the dude was diesel, bro. You gotta think about. Okay, let me ask you this. I assume you're about my age, so I'm just gonna say, do you remember how strong your grandfather and your daddy was, bro? You remember
Yeah.
that dude that used to sit up under the car and take bolts off of cars and shit with his bare hands and whatever. Them
Hmm.
old strong, bro. We got weaker as we got older. We not as strong as them dudes was back then.
Oh no, no. Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah, we got shorter. It was the time where black people was taller than white people. Now the average white dude is 6'2", the average black person is 6 foot. That's them roids, bro. They put them roids in our chicken. Like on what's that Black Dynamite? They put they put that roids in our chicken, man, and stunted our growth. And had us going to get Starbucks and all that stuff like that, stunting our growth. But I mean, my whole point of this whole conversation is the Rockets, y'all mean could easily, very easily, have been one of the best centers ever. Paul Gasol going to the Rockets, all this stuff plays into a bigger picture that I believe that the league is orchestrated, the narrative and the you know drawing, making up these narratives and media pushing the league into doing a certain thing so that they can prop up certain teams, pave a way for certain players. Like they paving a way for Victor Wembanyama to be great right now. Um, if you look at it at face value and you say Victor Wembanyama right now is basically a small forward that's like 7'6". He's basically a small forward like 7'6". They're gonna put him at power forward just for the sake of doing it. But he's basically a small forward. He's basically KD 3.0. And he like 7'6", bro. Who's gonna hold Victor Wembanyama in the league? So he gonna be ranked as one of the best power forwards ever if he stays healthy, which I doubt he does. But it's gonna be similar to the Yamin thing. But what do I think the overall goal is? The overall goal is to make a market for the guy that they want to promote so that they can have a draw on a certain player to where they can really make money off a certain jersey or a certain name. And right now it's looking like Shea Gilgeous Alexander, which means that the Rockets could not beat with the same thing as the Paul Gasol trade. There's no way they were gonna let the Rockets continue to build the way that they was building. So I do think that the Kevin Durant trade, because you asked me earlier, your question to me was, which is how we got on the conversation. Your question to me was, as a devil advocate, why would they, you know, allow the trade to go through and not do something to break up our youth movement? Well, they did break up our youth movement when they took a top five shooting guard off our team. Why would it be important for them to get Jalen Green off our team? Let me tell you why. Jalen Green is a top five shooting guard in the league by all metrics. You got your you,
No,
you got your computer, pull it up.
no.
You got your computer,
The
pull it up.
thing that I really paid attention to, particularly after the trade, was like deep diving into his numbers, like beyond surface level. And so you find that as a mid-range jump shooter, he was worst in the league. Um, from every area on the floor, when you dive into his field goal percentage as far as shooting wise, he was underwater. From the corner, from the elbow, from the top of the key, no matter where it was, ultimately he was under the water. For a shooting guard, his free throw percentage was low. He's a top 5 talent, but his play, he's not top 5 in the NBA, bro. And really, if you look at his numbers overall, the fact that he really hasn't improved nowhere across the board when you look at his shooting metrics, he's closer to being a bottom 5 two guard than he is to being a top 5 two guard. Again, top 5 talent. And I was the biggest Jalen Green supporter the entire time he was here. If you frequent Greenleaf exclusive channel, I'm on there a lot with him and J Dog. And I've gotten plenty of arguments with Rich Bays, with um uh what's that dude name? We saying bless up. What's his name? Him, Haas, all of them. I done got in plenty of arguments with them dudes about Jalen Green defending them.
King. I think his name King too.
No, I'm King. That's me.
Okay, so
I'm King from Greenleaf Channel, bro.
I know he talking about bless up, because he used to be on the Chop Chop
Nah,
too.
his name is Genius.
Genius, that's right, Genius.
Yeah,
Shout out,
yeah,
man. Me and Genius to have some nice spars.
yeah. Shout out Genius. But yeah, I defended Jalen against all of them. So it's not that I'm some Jalen Green hater or nothing like that, bro. I defended him the whole time. I betted on him last season. I betted Elder that he was gonna have career highs across the board in his numbers, where it was field goal percentage, 3-point percentage, um, from the field, from 3-point, and something else. But I bet it on Jalen, and I ended up losing that bet. So I know that, for a long time we propped him up and we shot him a bunch of bail and gave him a bunch of excuses. And I ain't saying that, the excuses was bullshit, because the first 2 years was throwaways because of Steven Silas and him not really teaching them boys nothing. MA did come in his first year and had to basically tear down Jalen all the way to the bottom and build him back up. All of those things is facts. But at the end of the day, his production is his production. Like, the numbers are the numbers, and there's no way anybody could look at him and say that he's a top 5 two guard.
Well, he was ranked at number 5 in the season for the majority of the season. Now they got him ranked at number 9, and you know, I mean, ultimately, if
Based
you
on what though?
just on his stats and his overall numbers and points per game and PER and usage rate and all that stuff, they got him ranked at number 9. Um, let's see. Let me give you a couple of these stats, man.
Yeah, I
Uh,
don't know how he was at
post
21 points.
post All Star break, post All Star break, he averaged 28.5, 51% field goal shooting, 45 from three.
That's no. That's 23-24 season. That's that when we went on that 11-game win streak. And I think he was I don't even think he won player of the month. I think Luke ended up winning it. But we went 11-0 in that stretch. And he was averaging 28 points. He was like he got on fire, but that wasn't 24-25 season.
It's this year. That's 24-25.
Bruh. I don't
54, 45.6 from three.
Hell
Um,
no.
yeah, man. I'm looking at it right now. 30 points per game. 30, that's a start. Okay, that's how he started. Okay, noted for his March surge. In March, he had 30.2, 40 or 45, 50 or 40, 50 and 45 shooting, even setting a record as the youngest player to hit 30 points per game over 11 straight wins. Listen, I mean, all things considered, Jalen Green, if he would have stayed on the Rockets this year, would have been an All Star this coming season. You're not gonna find 5 guards. You're not gonna find 6 guards better than Jalen Green in the West. Period.
In the West,
In the West, you're not gonna find 6 guards better than Jalen Green in the West.
I'm finna find them.
You got Luka, you got Kyrie, you got Steph. That's your three. You got Anthony Edwards. Is he a shooting guard to you? Anthony Edwards is a shooting guard,
Of course, yeah.
and then 5 Ja Morant, and then after
Now,
Ja Morant,
Jaza is a point,
I'm saying guards in general. I'm just saying
huh?
all stars just go guards in general. But Luka's a point. I'm just saying guards
So,
in.
there's no way in hell he's a top. He's sixth best guard in the West, bro. You got Ant Man. You got James Harden.
No,
You got. I'm just looking on this list.
no, definitely. You're not better. James Harden is better than Jalen Green. He'll be an all star before Jalen. But if you're talking about this coming year, Jalen Green is going to average more than James Harden. James Harden going to
It
average.
don't matter, but James, I don't even know if he gonna average more than James Harden. But James Harden gonna give you points, assists, rebounds, the whole nine. He's not better than James Harden.
He played defense though. Jalen played defense. James not playing no defense unless it's in the post.
So you
We
got
know that.
Shea, you got the other guard next to Shea.
Jalen,
You got Luca,
okay, that's 3. And Ja,
you got Kyrie, you
Kyrie
got
Irving,
Ant Man, you got
Ant-Man,
Steph,
Steph,
you got
LeBron.
Jamal Murray,
No, 3.
James Harden.
No,
Um, I don't know where you gonna put Armin, but Armin,
Allen could
I
make a
don't know if he
push.
gonna be if you gonna put him at the 2 or the 3, but he better than Jaden if you putting him in the backcourt.
He could make a push.
Who you just said? Ja Morant.
Ja, that's your 5 or 6, 5 or 6.
Let me think of these. Devin Booker.
Mm,
Nah, bro. Nah. There's no way you can put him in 6, bro.
hey, it's a possibility, man. Jalen Green will be an All Star this year.
Uh, Look, I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna be rooting for Jalen, and I said this right after the trade. I'm still gonna be rooting for him. You know what I'm saying? And maybe, hopefully, him getting traded, will click him into another gear. He got all the talent. Like he got the attributes, he got the talent to be that. But until he's able to be dependable and consistent as a scorer, like he's not gonna reach his ceiling.
I agree with
Showing flashes of being an elite, scorer player ain't enough. Like you got to be able to do that consistently. And that's what made people hold on because he'll have that 10-game stretch, that 11-game stretch, that post All-Star break stretch where he goes bananas and he's putting up 28, 30 points a game on highly efficient shooting. But it all just came down to a month. You know what I'm saying? A couple of weeks or something, 7 to 10 games that he does it, and then he's back to his normal self where he's below average or he's just downright bad. Like I think in November last year, he was shooting 29% from the field and like 31% from three or something like that. Like it was bad. November was bad.
November, yeah. Going into the year, like November and December, it wasn't looking good. It wasn't looking good at all. I think even a little bit of January, just leading up into the All Star break, because he could have really made a push to be an All Star, and he bottomed out. He bottomed out. He bottomed out real bad, and I think that had a lot to do with you know the Fred Van Vliet not playing at a high enough level. Because if you got this, the thing, if your shooting guard is on the floor and your point guard is not playing at a high level, you make it hard on your shooting guard. And I think Fred VanVleet not playing good hurt Jalen. And like I say, man, I mean, I saw
What I told you earlier, there are people who were saying that Fred's bad play last year was because of Jalen. That Jalen was playing so bad, being so inconsistent that it was forcing Fred to take a bunch of shots that he shouldn't have been taking.
it. Fred, listen, you said something to me that was important. You said it a couple times. You said it in different ways. You mentioned Fred only throwing 3 alleys. Clint Capella and Fred VanVleet. I don't know how that's gonna add up. You got a lot of threat. Your point guard can't throw an alley. You said that um, Reed Sheppard is a better passer than your championship point guard. I don't know. I don't know. How my mind can't compute that. That don't make sense to me. You said that Fred VanVleet also, well, we know that Fred VanVleet and Jalen Green was one of the worst backcourts in the league last year. All these things to me is a monumental problem for the Rockets to overcome, considering Fred VanVleet only being 5'11". Like I just listen. I like Fred. I like Fred. I liked him when he was in Toronto. I like what he did when he came to Houston. I like the fact that you know I like what he did in playoff when it came time for somebody to just step up and do that thing, because it reminded me a lot of like Brandon Maxwell when he said that we was down 2 games, and Maxwell had to come out and get that win. And then he said once I came, he said, man, everybody had already milled it in, and I came out there and I had like 2 points in the first half, and I came out in the third half and I got like 30 points. And he said after that I told Dream, hey, so I got us back in, and now you go ahead and take us home. And Fred kind of did something similar when we was almost out of it, and Fred came in and shot the lights out, shot the laces off the ball, and he gave it back over to LP. He didn't give it back over to Jalen, and LP was supposed to bring us home. LP and Jalen, I mean LP and Ahmed. My thing is that Jalen, um, oftentimes I would see Fred come down the court, and his left shoulder would be turned towards the right. What did that mean? That mean that he already got his back turned to Jalen. See, this how I analyze the game. If my point gonna come down, he right-handed, he's dribbling the ball with his right hand, and he got his left shoulder turned to the right a little bit, I know his back is to my shooting guard. His back is already to my shooting guard.
But
That means
what if the shooting guard is right there to his right though?
he's
I
not
mean,
to
if he's the right-handed, if he's right-handed, he got his body turned that way to protect the dribble. It ain't necessarily turn his back on the point guard.
yeah,
I mean, on the shooting guard.
9 out of 10. 9 out of 10. Your point guard is coming down. He's going down the middle to the middle of the court. He's going to go to the right side. The weak side is going to be on his left side. He's dribbling with his right. The shooting guard is on the left hand side of your point guard. The offense is going to run from the right to the left. So that means the ball is going to either go boom to the right into a dribble handoff, or boom to the kick in into a swing it to your center, or boom and then
But
in
bro,
out to your shooting guard. Hold on. Jalen Green in most of our offense was on the left side of the court. When Fred VanVleet would come down, 9 out of 10 times, Jalen Green was to his left. And Fred would look Jalen off and look to his right, and the offense would run that way. And even if the ball came back out to Fred, it was very few times that Fred would say, hey, let me get a ball to my young bull because I trust him. That ball would go to Jabari somewhere in the corner, or let me kick it this way and see if they get the ball to Dylan on the weak side skip pass, or all the way on the other side of the court. If we get the ball to LP, LP can skip it to Dylan. It was very few times where Fred said, let me, I can't do nothing. The offense is stagnated. let me get a ball to Jalen and let him do something. That very seldom happens. And I think that was
Well, I
the key.
mean,
I think
part of that was because Jalen wasn't consistent enough to trust him to build the offense out like that.
I
But
agree.
the thing with the with the shoulder thing that's throwing me out because LP also posted up on the left 99% of the time.
I agree.
So I just don't think that. I think that's him protecting his dribble. I don't think that that's him turning his back on his shooting guard. I just think he's right-handed. So when you got pressure, somebody standing in front of you, you want to protect the dribble. You are gonna kind of give them your left shoulder as a right-handed dribbler. As you surveying the defense, or you waiting on somebody to come set you a pick. But yeah, some of that is Jalen, not being consistent enough, dependable enough as a scorer for them, if the first action don't work and it's down to 7 seconds to make sure you find him to get him the ball so that he can hit that shot. That's that's the driving force of getting a KD. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So you have somebody that if the play breaks down, if the play ain't working, that you can get the ball to him and know that he can get you a bucket.
yeah,
You
no,
just don't want to make that a major part of your offense that every time you depending on KD to bail you out.
right. 100%. With that that's a good point because um I think the biggest problem I'm gonna have with the offense is at what time in the shot clock is KD getting the ball. That's what's gonna tell me a lot about what Ime's ceiling is. You know, because I expect you know early in the season for KD to be getting the ball around you know early in the shot clock,
Yes, no doubt.
right? Early in the shot clock. That means he get a chance to go ahead and make his move and maybe get up a shot around 14, 13 seconds left on the shot clock, right? You know, usually you trying to keep your possessions at a certain level. Like back in the old days, you really want to shoot the ball no earlier than 14 seconds. So you really want the ball, like they say, 7 seconds or less. But back in the old days, it would be like you don't want to shoot the ball until like, you know, 10 seconds or 7 seconds on the clock. You wanna get into your offense right around, you know, get into your offense right around 17, 18 seconds, get your offense moving, and around between 14, 13, 12, you want to be trying to get up a shot. So I'm thinking if KD's getting the ball, you get the ball, you bring it up the court, kind of fast for the defense to set. And KD getting the ball, if he getting the ball around 18, you know, 18 seconds, KD already got the ball early in the season. Okay, I'm cool with that. If,
Let me ask you real quick. Did you see the little sit down KD had with LeBron?
yeah, I did.
You
I
seen part two today?
no, I didn't see part two today, but I did the stream on the first half.
Yeah, well, he said something because part two came out this morning. I was actually watching it around the time that I thought you was finna go live, right? And KD said that because they was talking about the Indiana Pacers and OKC, talking about the systems that they run, they offense, they defense, stuff like that. He even brought up MA and how MA, would play man one time down, the next time he playing zone, the next two times he playing man, the next three times he playing zone. He was talking about how much he switch it up, how tough it is to get adjusted to it. So he gave MA some credit, some props in that. But he made a point that I thought was interesting, where he said something that Indiana does, and he thinks that if your point guard isn't doing this, then he feels like that's an issue with your point guard, which is off of an inbound for them to just throw the ball up the court. You know what I'm saying? Throw the ball ahead. Because he was talking about how Halliburton would get the inbounds pass and just throw it up ahead to one of his teammates, already going up the court. And how that fed to the team camaraderie,
how close they was, how glued they was as an offense, because everybody felt involved, and it gave you the chance to like get your offense going before the defense is set. I think that that's gonna be something that he's gonna nail into Fred Van VanVleet's head. Bro, you ain't gotta bring the ball up every time. Whether they make it or miss it, if you inbound the ball and you just throw it up the court, be it to KD, be it to Armin, you know what I'm saying? One of them dudes, whoever else is on the court, and let them kind of push the tempo a little bit, and they maybe can get easy shots. That was the one thing MA was talking about after the first year was us playing faster. We got too many young dudes on the team for us not to be playing, at a faster pace. Maybe not as fast as Indiana. Indiana speed up and down is crazy, but we should be playing faster. And he said that I thought that was interesting. And so, to the point that you're talking about our offense, that will help our offense too. If we get easy shots, because them is almost like secondary transition, points. If you get down there, and can get up a good shot before the defense is set.
Now that is interesting because I think ultimately, like I think it's a real thing to be said about the pace that you're playing with, and because obviously I think and I would almost I would almost bet on this. Like if Prize Pick had a you know at what point in the game I expect the tempo to be slow, at what point in the game I expect the tempo to be fast. I don't expect the tempo to be fast in the opening positions of the game because Alpha Shangoon, Fred Van Vliet, Kevin Durant don't. It's not a fast tempo offense. It's not a fast tempo lineup. Um, I think like if Fred Van Vliet get the ball out the rim and he's throwing it up the court. There's only one person that should be moving that fast on the floor, and that's Armin Thompson. So like you said, if we have Dorian Finney-Smith in the game, that means your most likely to be a run and gun, team, running players with Dorian Finney-Smith and Armin Thompson. You don't
Yep.
expect
Tari and Jabari, bro.
well, that's on the bench. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you
That's
talking about the starting line? Yeah. But KD can get up and down. LP too.
see, this
LP, bro. LP is 22 years old.
no, hold on. Don't get me wrong. Not that LP can't run, but we know that LP has had some stamina problems and stuff over the course of his career or whatever. But I think that early in early in the game it's gonna be more of a half court based offense. That's why Stone said in his presser that KD gets his offense in the half court very easily because he understands that early in the game it's gonna be half court offense and this, that, and the third. And then I think when that second unit comes in, then it's gonna be up and down because that's when you're gonna see some Reed Sheppard, some Aaron Holiday. You're gonna see some Tari and Armin. Armin gonna be in the game, with the second unit. He probably gonna be moving around or whatever. That's probably when you'll see Armin need to go to point guard and play some guard to back up Fred Van Vliet. And then you'll have Armin and Tari, and they'll be creating havoc on defense, and they'll be running up and down the court. So I think the first starting lineup is going to be more of a slow paced, methodical offense, I'm anxious to see what kind of offense Ime is running because, like you said, Armin posts up on the left side of the court. Well, where's KD most known for shooting the ball from? The left high post. So that's a little, you know, that's I like not LP. I like LP when he gets the ball around the high post on the right side or at
Right.
at the 3 point line on the right side because I like when he puts the ball on the floor and makes his man react to what he's doing with the ball because I think when he catches the ball in the post, it makes it more likely that he's gonna go to that broken ass hook shot, and that broke ass hook shot ain't working for me right now. I'm not big on that broke ass hook shot. He needs to get with somebody and work on that. But when he catch the ball at the 3 point line, and he pound the ball on the floor, and he's able to make that spin move and do a little whirly dervish, and then if you stop him, he go to that little flamingo fadeaway. I think that's more of a that's a more consistent move, a more reliable move, especially when he can put his shoulder into you and you know just beat you up and get to the rim and try to dunk on you with his speed. Because LP is a very underrated athlete, and if he gets you on his shoulder, on his hip, he's gonna dunk the ball. Because you're not gonna expect him to elevate when he's going down here.
Yeah, I think they're gonna use him a lot of DHOs with KD. I think they're gonna use KD, a lot off the ball, where he's kind of moving without the ball, coming off of picks and screens, where he can get the ball exactly where he wanted, and then hopefully run actions off of that. Let KD make some passes or whatever, dude diving, cutting, to the basket or whatever, um, and then get to his spots. There's gonna be some pick and roll with him and LP, to try and run a 2 man game. I'm pretty sure it's gonna work a lot better than it did with Jalen, even though again KD don't have the foot speed or the quickness to really be a off of that rim pressure. But with his shooting ability and scoring ability coming off of LP pick, he gonna draw a hell of a whole lot of attention. You know what I'm saying? And if they get it right, where LP, kind of sets a pick for KD, everybody's gonna try and go over the pick. If they get that right, then LP gonna get a lot of assists or dunks because who's gonna want to let KD come off of a pick and roll clean? You know what I'm saying? Period. And then LP with his passing ability and like you said, that little flamingo shot and the things that he can do, like rolling to the basket or whatever. I think
I don't know. I don't know if man, he dropped off again. He was cooking too. He was cooking. Money was cooking. I'm gonna sit on here and wait for a little while before I drop my last point because I've been holding it. I'm holding it. You know what I mean? Um, that boy phone got that better value battery in it. He got that Family Dollar battery in this phone. It ain't gonna it ain't gonna stay charged. Uh, no, I mean as far as I definitely think the offense is gonna be hopefully it's I mean the fluidity of the offense is gonna look a lot better regardless. No matter what he may run, no matter what he may decide to run, the offense gonna look a whole lot more fluid. But the creativity of the offense as where are you gonna generate extra points from? That's gonna be something that's gonna stick out to me as far as how do you manipulate the defense to where you get shots for guys who aren't shot creators because LP can get his own shot. Fred can really get his own shot, even though we hope it's not at the rim. And the Slim Reaper can get his own shot. Definitely can get his own shot. But the other guys, how are you creating shot for those guys? Which, when you have LP and Kevin Durant on the floor together, and they both kind of occupy some of the same positions, which is what I was saying is that, you know, LP can operate from the right side on the perimeter, and KD can operate, which KD likes to operate a lot from the top of the key and sometimes from the left side, which is cool because LP operates from the right side on the perimeter and in the post, you know, that makes it a very difficult to go at 1-2 punch, and then like you said, the dribble handoffs um, between those two could be crazy. Definitely with Steven Adams doing a dribble handoff, like a Steven Adams and Kevin Durant dribble handoff package is is just going to devastate teams because when Steve-O set that pick, you hear guys talk about how much space he creates, you know, and the amount of space that Steven Adams can create for a player like Kevin Durant. If Kevin Durant's getting off that three and he's hitting that three at a high clip, it could be crazy. And I know he likes to keep his 3-point percentage above 40, because that's part of his thing. Even though we looked at his stats and it said that he didn't shoot 40%, he shot like 38 last year or something, but they say he shot 50, 40, 90. Yeah, I mean, that's how they feel. Um, Also, the difference between a lineup with Dorian Finney-Smith is and Jabari is almost the same. The only difference is that I think Dorian Finney-Smith is better at getting his own shot than Jabari. Not a great dribbler, but we've seen Dorian Finney-Smith just get off shots in in other locations. So Dorian Finney-Smith coming off the bench might be a more viable option, a more suitable option to come off the bench than Jabari. And Jabari being an actual floor spacer, 3-and-D floor spacer at the power forward could be also, you know, um, a very good option for the Houston Rockets. That's going to, that's going to tell the tale. Like, what is Ime doing offensively to get those kind of shots? Because if you're coming off the bench with Torrey, you got Armin still playing. That's going to give Kevin Durant, maybe LP go to the bench, and maybe you have a lineup with Jabari still on the floor, Steven Adams, or Clint Capella, and Armin Thompson, Dorian Finney-Smith, and who's your other person on the floor? You leaving KD on for a little while. You running a lineup with Armin, Torrey, Dorian Finney-Smith, KD, and Jabari while LP take a breather, or is KD the first person going to the bench? You taking out LP and KD together, bringing in Steven Adams and Dorian Finney-Smith, and leaving Fred, Armin, and Jabari on the floor. Like how is it gonna look as far as the rotations go? That's gonna be something very intriguing to look for early in the preseason, or well later in the preseason when we start to seeing what the real lineup's gonna look like. I think that's gonna be interesting to say the least. Now I don't know if King coming back or not. So I'm gonna get into these last points that I wanted to get on. At this point, I really appreciate everybody who stopped by and listened, everybody who hit the like button, everybody who subscribed. You know, let's keep it going. Let's keep the channel growing. You can hit the like for the free. You can hit the like for the free. Now, this is what I want to talk about. Bam. Reed Sheppard has to be very good. I believe Reed Sheppard will be very good. I believe Reed Sheppard will have a great stretch in the summer league. I don't believe it. I don't believe it'll be a whole game. I believe it'll be a very hot stretch or a very good stretch where he plays great defense and just goes beneath the radar and just does things that we know he can do. One of the best quotes I heard about Reed Sheppard was the Draymond Green quote that said, you know, he can stick you. I didn't know he could stick you like that. Like, mind you, that's wild. But for Draymond Green to compliment a player's defense means that player stood out to him defensively. And if Draymond Green says it, who am I to argue with? Especially not even if I saw the same thing. Because I saw with my own two eyes Reed Sheppard playing great defense. I saw with my own eyes Reed Sheppard poking balls loose, digging out passes, getting in the passing lane, recovering, um, recovering on times that he was beat to the goal, and just being a pest of sorts. You know, he I think he's kind of aware of the fact that we play a physical type of basketball and go ahead and reach for the ball, make them call the foul if they're gonna call the foul. If they don't call it, hey, that's a steal for you. And the reason those conversations earlier sounded like they sounded was because I didn't really want to say that. I think Reed Sheppard just doesn't say which King said it, but he said it as in aspect of um, a person not giving you blow by blow of what they're doing as far as workouts. But I think Reed Sheppard keeps things close to the chest overall. I think Reed Sheppard is the kind of player who, you know, maybe is not going to say much other than the quarterback answer. He's only going to give you the, you know, we just want to play good basketball to tomorrow. You know, we just have to play the best game we can play and, you know, try to come out and be aggressive and try to get a win. And, you know, he's going to give you those kind of answers. Like the media darling type answer. And that's why some of his statements just seem very blasé to me. And I don't like those kind of statements, but I understand. Why do I bring that up? I bring it up because people talk about the wiggle that Reed Sheppard had when they seen him play. People talk about the shiftiness that Reed Sheppard had when they seen him play. We remember the little double dribble, hesitation dribble that he hit out to connect with. Uh, hesitation, two hands on the ball, but you couldn't tell it was so quick, it was so smooth that when he put it back down, it just looked like a great hesitation dribble. We remember those things from Reed Sheppard. We've seen him have a little razzle dazzle to his game at times. We've actually seen him have a little flair and pizzazz and a little what do you want to call it? A little oomph, a little sizzle, a little sauce. We've seen him do those type of things at times in his career at since he's been a Houston Rocket. So I don't think that it's as big a deal that he didn't say the things that I wanted to hear him say. And I don't think that he's gonna go out there and not play with a little something extra on his shoulder. I think he is. I think the one crossover we saw in the summer league that blew everybody's mind, that was like, oh man, and it goes to the same thing that I was saying about Ahmed. when you get into the game and you do that thing that people have to kind of, oh, he did that. You know, that's the part where you just getting in your playing basketball. You just hooping and you hooping like you know how to hoop, but it's something that you do that make people say if that's in his bag, that dude's gonna be awesome. And Reed Sheppard has that. He actually has things in his bag that if he does it and that's part of his game, he's gonna be awesome. Talking is not one of them. Media availability day, it won't be one of them. I'm sorry to tell you. If you're waiting to get um, a great quote from Reed Sheppard that is going to inspire you to believe in his game or in this team, I don't think you're gonna get it from him, bro. But if you are hoping to see high level basketball from a third of all pick that is projected to be a very good player in the NBA, you might want to tune into this summer league. I think our game is on the 11th. Who is our first game against? Let me look it up and tell y'all who our first game is. Let's see. The schedule come out. Let's see. The Houston Rockets' first summer league game will be against the Los Angeles Clippers at 9 p.m. Wow. On Friday. So this is what's gonna happen at 9 p.m. Friday. I'm gonna I'm gonna jump on here and I'm going to do a pregame show, and I might not do a after the game show, but on the 12th I'll be back on to discuss what I see from Reed Sheppard. I might even, you know, I might even do something during the game. I'm not sure, but I'm definitely most likely going to do a pregame show. And what do I expect to see from Reed Sheppard on Friday on the 11th? I expect to see some very um I expect to see some high level basketball. I expect to see high IQ basketball, not just fundamental. I expect to see a little bit of entertainment. I expect to see um, a confident player. I think he's going to come out and he's going to feel like he's going to look across from him and see those guys in LA Clippers Summer League wear and be like, hey, some of these guys was in the G League last year. And I was probably going to cook these guys if I'd have played against them. He's going to come out and be looking to just do numbers on these guys. I expect for Reed Sheppard's first game to be like 28 and 8, 28 8, and maybe two steals, something like that. If he does more than 28 and 8, I'll probably go live at whatever time the game is on. If Reed Sheppard comes out and does something crazy like 30, 34, 35, and 7, I'll probably go live. Because we're only going to see two games of Reed Sheppard, maybe three. I think he should play the whole preseason. I think he should play the whole summer league and the whole preseason every day, and just keep playing and just go out there and just try to dominate and shoot the lights out of the ball. You know, you're not gonna, you know what I mean? Like You're not gonna get hurt shooting jump. You're not gonna get hurt shooting jump. Shoot the ball. Go shoot the ball. That's what I expect to see from Reed Sheppard. And that's what I think is gonna happen. I believe that when the summer league is up, well, I believe that at some point in the game, we're gonna see a dunk from Reed Sheppard on a fast break off a steal. I believe at some point in the game, we're going to see back to back threes. I believe we're going to see what his floater game actually looks like. I think he's going to be looking to get to his floater as much as possible because we know he can shoot the three. If they leave him open, we know he can shoot the three. If they don't push up on him, we know he can shoot the three. But I believe what he's going to be looking to do is, can I, you know, can I get past my man enough to get this float off? Can I get this float off over the trees? You know, they got young players in here, 7 footers. Can I get this float off over this big before he gets into my body? And maybe throw some lobs. We got some young players. Can he make Cam Matthews look better? Mojave Dante. You got two guys that not afraid to dunk the ball. Can he make these guys look like legitimate prospects for the Houston Rockets? I mean, it's all important. If Reed Sheppard gets contribution from the other guys that's prospects and people that we picked up this year, Mojave, what's his name? Mojave King, whatever his name, yeah, Mojave King and Cam Matthews. If he gets a considerable contribution from those guys, it can be very beneficial for Reed Sheppard to get those guys to score 15 points apiece or 11 points apiece, you know, while he has a stellar night. And I think that it goes above. It might be missed by some people that of how I feel about Reed Sheppard. Like I said before, I think that Reed Sheppard can be better than Steve Nash. I think that Reed Sheppard can be the next Steve Nash, John Stockton, Mark Price. You know, I actually said earlier that he could be a Steph Curry type like player. I think he could. I think he has the fun. I think he has the handle fundamentally to do whatever he wants to do. He um, the son of basketball players, which means he grew up playing basketball. Everybody knows that guy who grew up playing basketball and was little dribblers, all the way up through high school and college. He did all that, so he's always had been had basketball access to basketball courts and whatever. So it's not like he needs um, to make up for lost time. So I think that what we expect to see from Reed Sheppard is a great outing in the summer league. Look forward to going over some of the stuff that we see between now and then. Stay tuned for any kind of news that we get. Um, what else? What else am I forgetting? Oh yeah, like and subscribe. You can hit the like for the free. You can hit the subscribe for the free. You know, if you made it this far through the stream, you are a maniac. You are a fanatic. You are insane, bro. For listening to this stream this long, and I appreciate it. We all in this together. We all are fanatics. We all are insane. We all are maniacs. And at this point, is going on hella long, and I can't say how much I appreciate the big bro King for coming on the stream and chopping it up. Everybody who came through the chat, LC, appreciate you. Who else? Um, who else came through? Dog Side. The Dog Side come through. I appreciate you, Dog Side. Uh, everybody who liked the stream, I appreciate you for liking the stream. Everybody who came through and viewed it, I appreciate all that. Now, if you made it this far, like I said before, you can hit the subscribe, you can hit the like, and that's going to cost you for the free. At this point in time, I just want to let you all know I plan to be back today is Tuesday. Um, I may be back on Thursday. But I'll definitely be back on Friday. And if anything's happened, I will make sure to come and let you all know where I stand on it. The Rock is going to make any moves. Raphael Stone press his hard cap. He don't think he's going to make any moves. But I don't trust him. I don't trust him. I think he's still out there willing and dealing. He looks like a car salesman when he said that. I think he's still going to be out there willing and dealing. So therefore, I'm going to keep my ear to the street. So if anything pops up, I'll be the first one to try to get it to you. If anybody gets it to you before I do, okay, that's cool. Okay, that's cool. But they're not going to bring you what I'm going to bring you as far as this other perspective. This perspective ain't gonna be like nobody else's perspective. And if anybody wants to come in and chime in at any time, you're always welcome to come in and chime in. I'll be dropping the link. Whenever you see me on the stream, feel free to pop up, chop it up with your boy. When I talk, people listen. Why? Because I'm not bringing you the hot take. I'm not I'm not telling you the same thing that somebody said to you yesterday. I'm gonna bring you some stuff that's in the inside of the Houston fanatic mind. It's stuff that you think about deep down inside when I'm alone in my room, I'm stare at the wall. You know what I mean? You think about what is it what am I feeling that's going on with this team? Why am I so? And that's what I'm bringing you every day when I come over here and get on this mic. And if I come in here and sit down and lock in, if I put on this TV and I see one more free agency signing for somebody who I don't feel like is really going to contribute and be a force multiplier on this team, I'm not going to spaz out. I'm not going to spaz. I know you think I'm going to spaz out. I'm not. I'm not. I'm going to be cool. I'm going to be cool. Be cool, honey bunny. Be cool. Cool as the other side of the pillar. That's what I'm going to be. But what I am going to do is I'm going to jump on here ASAP and I'll come back and I'll bring it to you as fast as possible. And that way we can get on here and chop it up. Now, this is what I want you all to do. I want everybody to like and subscribe. I want everybody to share this. Tell somebody something that you heard today. Tell somebody that they can come on here and disagree, agree. It don't matter. Just however you feel. You come on here and say whatever you got to say. Because at this point, we all in this together, man. He crazy, man. We got to stick together. He crazy. So, I'm running on fumes. I can do this for another 2-3 hours, but I'm not going to bore you to death. I know half of y'all have to go to work in the morning, as I do as well. So, for those of you who are in the chat, those of you who pulling up, sorry that I missed you. Hope I catch you next time. I'm EF, and I am